The story begins with on that day. The weather was nice, and the sun was streaming through all the windows of the university dormitory in the center of town. It was 10 o'clock in the afternoon. One of the students was sitting at his desk, trying to find new ways to make a decent living. Time was catastrophically lacking for anything, so the young man was forced to combine the search for work with eating pasta. Chen Shuo logged into his short videos account. It turned out that his content was not very popular. This infuriated the young man to the point where he broke the chopsticks in his hand. Chen Shuo was not in control of himself right now. The young man could not understand how his short videos with informative content could not be popular. There is much worse content out there. What's worth mentioning are those people who fall down in front of luxury cars. Chen Shuo went to the channel of a girl who was also posting videos online and immediately labeled her content as positive. However, he was outraged that the girl received 6 million likes for simple head movements. Unfortunately, there was no more wonder left in this world. The young man bowed his head down dejectedly. Chen Shuo remembered that he had once met a defiantly dressed girl outside a prestigious black car on the street. Then she told him that you don't have to be rich. You could just have a pretty face and that would be enough to feed you. Getting into the car, the blonde said she didn't regret her choice. Not that it was good, but she didn't feel poor. Chen Shuo recalled that conversation and shook the leftovers from the tin can into the wastebasket. It was time to think about real life. After all, in fact, in this world, everything is decided only by money, and feelings are only for the rich who can afford everything. He sighed heavily and decided it was time to say goodbye to his feelings once and for all. There was no money for food. Chen Shuo looked sadly at the millions of views of the girl's videos. She had it so easy. The young man pressed the exit button on the program and put the phone away. A system notification came in that a new system had been started. Chen Shuo couldn't understand what was happening. A brand new menu appeared on the screen by itself. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. Meanwhile, the traveling west system had been successfully tied to the phone. The young man couldn't understand what the system was at all. Meanwhile, a new system menu appeared. It offered to enter the world of the West or to leave the program. Chen Shuo stared at the screen and turned pale. It is hard to make a choice when you don to understand what you are dealing with. Nevertheless, the unknown has always beckoned travelers. The young man could not refuse the rare opportunity and chose to enter. At the same moment, the menu disappeared. Some kind of vortex appeared on the phone screen. It seemed to suck the real world into itself. Chen Shuo was scared out of his wits. This was already like a connection with the other world, and he was already beginning to regret his choice. In a completely different place beyond the perception of the human brain existed the Golden City. The town itself stood on a cliff, and a cold, icy stream of water ran from the mountains. There was a wooden plank in this secluded corner. A girl with long blonde hair down to her heels approached the waterfall. She was sure no one could see her. She began to slowly peel off her long, light-colored cape with the red ribbon, going for a swim. When the girl exposed her body halfway, a surprised Chen Shuo noisily landed in the water behind her. The young man blushed like a cancer. He assumed that by fate he had been brought directly into the women's baths. The girl stood with her back to the young man, unaware of his presence. Her blonde hair shimmered in the sunlight. Chen Shuo couldn't look at this calmly. His nose blew, and the young man clamped his nose with his hand. Of course, he had no intention of peeping at the girl at all. Like a good citizen, he immediately turned away. Meanwhile, the girl had completely shed her clothes and left her cape on the rocks. Her legs seemed perfect. The girl stepped closer to the waterfall and put her head under the strong jet. She liked splashing in this place. Chen Shuo decided that he needed to leave quickly. If he was found here, he would be considered a pervert. Then he would be finished. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl was busy with water procedures, the young man began to tiptoe his way away from the place. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his step and slapped his foot loudly on the water. The sound would have attracted anyone. Frowning, the girl turned her head slightly in the direction of the suspicious sound and asked who had appeared. Chen Shuo was scared to death. Despite the precautions he had taken, he had been caught, and now it was definitely the end. The girl with blonde hair turned to the young man in all her glory. She couldn't say a word out of indignation. The young man tried to smile in a friendly manner and make contact. He thought of nothing better than to say hello to the girl. She immediately blushed with shame and covered herself with her hands. The girl shouted angrily that this was no place for a young man. Chen Shuo began to worry for his skin, that all the residents would run over now. He begged the girl to shout a little later. He needed to leave. The blonde-haired girl grabbed her cloak from the rocks at the same instant and glared angrily at the troublemaker. She jumped onto a rock and wrapped herself in her light-colored cloak. Her quick movement made her hair circle over her head. Holding the cape with her hand, the girl continued to stare at the intruder with hatred and anger. Chen Shuo smiled. The young man also blushed, but from embarrassment at what he had seen. He tried to explain that he didn't intend to peek. Suddenly the girl soared vertically into the air. Chen Shuo gasped in surprise. This was clearly not an ordinary girl. After flying some distance, the girl looked down. She didn't look embarrassed now, but surprised. The young man watched the girl's flight with delight. The first thing he thought of was that the stranger belonged to the Celestials. Thinking back to everything before, Chen Shuo was now finally convinced that there was no virus on the phone. The young man looked down thoughtfully. The view from up here was pretty good, and you could spend hours admiring the scenery. After the lovely girl disappeared, Chen Shuo traveled a long way up the mountain and ended up at the central gate to the city. It was very beautiful here. The crystal-clear water by the green lawn glistened in the afternoon sunlight. Climbing out from under the bridge, the young man shook off the remnants of green leaves sticking to his hair. Chen Shuo was amazed that he had actually entered the Western world. In addition, he wondered where that girl had gone. At first he thought she was immortal, but now he was forced to admit that she was. She looked like an ordinary girl. High in the sky, the steel of a sturdy blade whistled. The girl screamed that she was going to kill that pervert. When he heard the shout, the young man panicked. He was already familiar with this voice. Chen Shuo tried to explain everything. The blonde-haired girl looked a little different now. A blue-colored crystal was tied around her forehead. The young man couldn't believe that she had found that long sword and only came back to kill him. As soon as the girl pointed her magic sword at the young man, a stream of energy burst out of the tip, vaporizing everything in its path. Chen Shuo shrieked in horror. He didn't sign up for this at all. He just wanted to see other worlds. A girl in red and white robes descended majestically, pointing her sword at her abuser. Evil must be punished. The young man climbed up on the roof and shouted that this all happened by accident. The girl must surely listen to him. The angry girl rushed forward. She exclaimed angrily that she was not going to listen to such a pervert. The young man managed to climb up to the roof. At the same moment, a girl with a sword appeared behind him. He had to run faster. Chen Shuo turned pale with fear. If his argument seemed unconvincing, he would simply be stabbed with a sword, and then it would definitely be the end. The girl came closer and closer. She had already drawn her sword over the young man. Chen Shuo fearfully asked his sister to calm down. The blonde-haired girl frowned at him as she continued to clutch the hilt of her sword. Her hands did not tremble at all. The young man turned his attention to it and fearfully squealed that he could explain everything. It had happened by accident. The girl unwaveringly swung her sword over his head. Chen Shuo shouted that she should stop and not ruin his life. The girl frowned. For a moment she wondered what the pervert had to say for himself. Chen Shuo wailed that he had just woken up in the place where she was bathing and could see absolutely nothing because of the fog. All arguments were over, and the young man exclaimed that to kill him for nothing would simply be an unreasonable act. The girl angrily informed him that it was all nonsense. A royal harem was staying in that bathhouse, and he had nothing to do with it. Chen Shuo only now began to realize how seriously he was in trouble. He could only dream of seeing the queen. The young man turned white with fear. In a timid voice, he suggested that she was the queen. The girl gave him a scornful look. Her eyes burned with a rosy light. Chen Shuo couldn't believe that right after arriving in the Western world, he had seen the naked body of the queen herself. The only thing that was clear was that the empress could levitate. The young man couldn't afford to waste time on her. The empress invited the young man to introduce himself. After all, the young man had already realized who stood before him. Chen Shuo suddenly pointed a finger upwards behind her back and exclaimed, Sun Wukong himself appeared there. The empress turned around incredulously and interrogated whether the Di young man was referring to the monkey king named Sun Wukun. She absent-mindedly turned back and said in surprise that there was no one in that direction. The young man had imagined something. Suddenly, the girl realized everything. It was a dastardly deception, and the liar had succeeded in keeping her vigilant. As soon as the Empress turned aside, the young man instantly began to run away. She could only see his back. Crimson with anger, the girl screamed, cursing the young man that no one had the right to deceive the Empress. She glided silently through the air after him, swearing she would take his life for invading her life. Running down the colonnade and reaching the very end, Chen Shuo realized with great regret that there was nowhere to hide. With a war cry, the Empress displayed her long sword and rushed towards her assailant. Nothing could save him. The young man regretted very bitterly that he knew nothing before visiting this world. He could have prepared better. Turns out he was successful in one of the tests, and the system provided a beginner's kit with useful features. The tendril cloud came in handy. When the girl was about to pierce it with her sword, it just whizzed past. The Empress stopped in surprise. It was the first time in her life that she herself had encountered such a speed of movement. She shouted after the young man, cursing him that he should stop immediately, stop running. The Empress was perplexed as to how a young man could know so many spells. The royal guards grew behind her. The tall and large girls bowed to the Empress and reported that they apologized. They had arrived too late. Without turning to her guards, the Empress barked that this young man must be captured immediately and delivered alive. At this time, Chen Shuo was flying over the high fence of the Golden City. No one could keep up with him. The young man thanked fate that she had given him such a necessary talisman at the right moment and saved him from death. He ran off into the distance along the wooden bridge away from the castle and the town, confident that he was safe. Chen Shuo was rushing so fast that the passing girls' dresses were bursting with air currents up to their shoulders. All the civilians watched in amazement at the strange young man running inexplicably from where and to where. After deciding that he had reached a safe zone, Chen Shuo stopped on the green lawn. He could take a short break. With this amulet, neither the Empress nor the Ape King himself would be able to catch up to him. The only bad thing was that the energy was draining. Chen Shuo pressed his 5 fingers to the ground and wondered what other wonders this talisman could still be good for. The lawn had a beautiful view of the city. He sat down on the ground and leaned on his arms. He was beginning to like it here. Everything seemed just fine. Chen Shuo lay down on the ground and put his hands under the back of his head. The day was simply marvelous. Suddenly, my cell phone vibrated in my pocket. It was very strange. In the other world, a phone shouldn't ring. The smile immediately faded from the young man's face. He stared at the screen of the phone, as if he didn't believe it could ring. No logic could explain why the phone from the real world rang. The young man didn't understand how it could be. It turned out that the Western world was hooked on a social network called short video. Chen Shuo was surprised because he couldn't understand how the Western world and the appendix were related. Hoping that this would somehow explain what was happening, the guy clicked on the notification. A huge layout appeared in front of the guy, and he thought it was some kind of system code. When the guy noticed a game store inside, he wondered what it would sell. There were a huge number of items for sale there that could be bought with likes. In the store, one could see a huge assortment of different spells and magic pills, as well as various magical treasures and even the fruits of immortality. It all amazed the boy, because there were even pills that could bring back to life and all the mythical techniques of the world. Chen Shuo closed up store as he scrutinized in detail almost all of the items he represented. But it was a little frustrating to think that commercials were being filmed all over the world, and he had to come up with something to make a sensation. Guy realized that the Empress with her beauty and temperament could easily outshine all women. However, after their not-so-good encounter, the guy didn't know how to convince her, because as soon as she sees him, she'll likely lunge at him again with sword in hand. But then Chen Shuo remembered that he had been given an invisibility talisman as a gift. The Empress gazed into the distance at the various night scenery as she stood atop the daughter's land. Chen Shuo moved on a small cloud and scrutinized the terrain, trying to find the Empress. And so, at last, his endeavors turned out to be successful, and he saw the girl he was looking for. The Empress looked beautiful as she surveyed her domain from the top of the mountain. The wind developed her long hair beautifully, giving her image even more gracefulness. Chen Shuo looked at the girl, and it felt as if his heart would just jump out of his chest. The guy even decided to pray, telling what stunning beauty he had seen. Against the background of the night sky, the calm features of the Empress stood out even more favorably than in the daytime. Yi Chen-shou watched the beautiful noble girl's silhouette standing behind her in silence. The guy thought the girl didn't even have anyone to talk to when she was free, and even wondered if he had a chance to help her. However, the guy decided he was too pathetic and started filming the Empress. Chen-shou filmed her standing on the cliff as the wind developed her clothes and hair against the beautiful starry sky. He said she was the most beautiful girl in the world who didn't need filters and jewelry. The short video was ready, and the boy was reviewing it. The queen's face would be too beautiful for the world, he thought. Chen-shou was very satisfied that such a beautiful beauty could only be seen by him, so he confidently pressed the save button so that the world could one day admire a small part of the Empress's beauty. A glow appeared behind the girl, and there was a quiet, almost imperceptible sound. But it still caught the girl's attention, and she turned to find its source. However, all the girl had time to see was a blue trail like the one appearing behind the guy. The Empress looked at that place carefully, and couldn't believe that the guy had reappeared. She thought he was the legendary one, considering he was the first person who dared to speak to her like that. Chen-shou smugly said that he was indeed handsome since the queen herself was enchanted by him, and the girl irritably denied everything. Chen-shou was thrown out by a blue whirlwind back to his dorm room, right in the middle of the night. The guy was sitting on the floor when the system announced that it had decided to install because he liked making videos. The guy said it's a weird enough excuse to take over someone else's phone. The system said he'd find out more specific reasons later, and an invitation to the Western world appeared in front of the guy again. It turned out that Chen-shou could open the system on his phone at any time and travel to another world. The guy got up off the floor and, not very satisfied, went to his bed to lie down. The light was only on in the guy's window, and the system was telling him that you could get into the other world for free by completing a mission. And if Chen-shou wants to get there without a goal, he'll have to spend 2 million likes and he'll still be given the assignment. And only when a guy reaches the 30th level would he be able to travel freely. Chen-shou looked at the video of the Empress and listened carefully to the system, so I made the decision to publish the video and gather likes. Seconds later, the deed was done, and the guy thought the video turned out great, even though the girl's face wasn't on it. Chen-shou left his phone on the bed, and he got up, stretched, and was about to go for a walk. The guy went out on his balcony and started watching the passers-by below. He was enjoying the fresh air. Chen-shou thought that although the queen had a cold and proud character, she was the most beautiful in the world. Suddenly, my phone vibrated on the bed, alerting me to new notifications. Chen-shou turned slightly at the sound and was slightly surprised, but went back to the room. It was pretty late, and the guy was sure no one would text him. He wondered what the alerts were about. When he took the phone in his hand and unlocked it, the silhouette of the Empress immediately appeared in front of him. And Chen-shou couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. He marveled at the sheer number of likes the video of the girl had managed to garner in such a short amount of time. His account stats showed the guy that they had racked up almost 200,000 likes. Chen-shou was in a huge shock, because gaining so many likes in just 20 minutes used to seem unrealistic to him. Comments under the video praised the girl's beauty, and someone even wrote that he would marry the beauty. One commenter wrote that he was willing to pay 500,000 yuan for one dinner with a girl. Chen-shou thought this comment was terribly trivial and hurriedly deleted it. The guy didn't understand why the commenters thought such a hottie would even pay attention to them. Chen-shou was tired for the day, so he left the phone, and making himself comfortable on the bed, went to sleep. The next day, the boy woke up. His room was filled with the rays of the sun. He heard another alert and reached for the phone to see who it was from. Chen-shou was lying in bed when the phone was in his hands, and he unlocked it. What he saw made him sit up on his bed and abruptly realize that none of this was a dream. Because the Empress video already had nearly 3 million likes in just one night. Chen-shou was very excited and had already started mentally going through all the techniques, spells, and pills he could buy. With his fingerprint, the guy unlocked the westbound travel system. A menu appeared in front of him. Although Chen-shou didn't know much about the world, he decided that the stealth amulet would come in handy, as well as some functional techniques, and since the world of the West is cruel, he needed to increase his strength. The exchange of likes for goods was completed, and the purchased items materialized in front of the guy. Chen-shou immediately took the pill that was supposed to help him increase his strength. and sent it to his mouth to feel its effects on him as soon as possible. It was a very strange but pleasant sensation. It was as if he had gotten a small stream of water, and now all that water was filling him with power and energy was splashing throughout his entire body. After a few more moments, all the power he had received began to concentrate in his body. And when the process was over, Chen Shou couldn't stop marveling at how useful things were sold in the store. The boy wanted to test his new power. He thought that if he hit a wall, he would break through it. His gaze found its target in the form of the opposite wall, and he was about to test his theory. However, Chen Shou didn't have time to do so because he received a call on his phone from Wang Shui. This girl was the boyfriend's ex, and he frowned because he didn't understand what she was calling for. The guy answered the phone, and Wang Shui's voice was heard. She demanded to give her the contacts of the girl in the video. Chen Shou didn't like the fact that his ex was just calling like this and daring to demand something else from him. So he told her to make the girl remember who she even was and informed her that he wouldn't give her anything. After that, the guy dropped the call without even waiting for an answer from the insolent interlocutor. He threw the phone on the bed and wondered who the girl thought she was, if she let herself do something like this. Wang Shui, on the other hand, sat on the big bed with her phone in her hands and couldn't understand how the guy dared to drop her call. Chen Shou exhaled, warding off all the negative emotions that this situation was causing in him, and walked toward the wall again with the clear intention of testing his new power after all. But he was interrupted again by an incoming call from Wang Shui, who was persistently calling him once more. Chen Shou turned around on the phone and, dissatisfied with this behavior of the girl, went to answer. He was angry and asked if the girl didn't realize that when a call is dropped, the conversation is over. Wang Shui started shouting into his phone for the guy not to think he was cool just because he managed to film that girl. The girl was very angry when she said that there were tons of guys in the world cooler than him and that she could destroy him altogether. Chen Shou said that if she is so powerful, then let her take it and do it. And then Riley remembered that Wang Shui couldn't do that because he could only speak. The community admires Chen Shou for learning to be cocky, and the guy himself is glad he got a system and is proud of himself. Wang Shui was simply torn apart with anger, but she couldn't even say anything back to him. Chen Shou told her that if the girl wanted to see him so badly, they could always see each other at night at the hotel. The guy then frowned and said that if that wasn't the purpose of her call, she might not call him again. However, Wang Shui asked the guy to wait and said that she wanted to discuss her boyfriend's business idea with him. Chen Shou realized that her boyfriend liked the empress and wanted her contacts. His ex said their company liked the girl and they wanted to sign her. Wang Shui sweetly promised the guy that she would pay him 50,000 yuan for these contacts. Chen Shou realized that the girl thought he was stupid for thinking that he would agree for 50,000. He remembered how last night one of the commentators had been willing to give 500,000 just for dinner. So the guy irritably replied to the girl that he didn't need her 50,000. Wang Shui flaunted herself in front of the mirror in full confidence that the guy was just confused by such an amount of money. And when she tried to tease the guy with it, Chen Shou made the decision to accept the deal. Of course, he wasn't going to really agree. He was just curious to see who was offering him money. Wang Shui was happy that he agreed and asked to meet near the school. The girl thought the guy was a loser who was willing to do anything for just 50,000 yuan. She painted her lips with lipstick and thought that Chen Shou was too predictable. The guy was taking a shower and couldn't believe that he had let Wang Shui treat him like this before. The convertible with Wang Shui and her boyfriend was already standing outside the school, and the boyfriend was angry because Chen Shou was late. The girl tried to calm the guy down and asked him not to be so nervous. Wang Shui said that Chen Shou was just afraid to date him and asked her to give the guy time. The guy looked at the girl and smirked at her like he was up to something not pleasant. He grabbed Wang Shui's head and started to bend her over while ordering her to help him with something. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she felt unsure of herself in such a vulnerable position. Just at this moment, Chen Shou appeared and was able to observe what was happening. Wang Shui saw him and told her boyfriend that he had already arrived and needed to get down to the real business. The guy snorted unhappily and said he'd take pity on the girl today and ordered her to go. Wang Shui was angry at Chen Shou for being late. She felt that it was his fault that she had pissed off her boyfriend. The couple got out of the car and headed to meet Chen Shou to get contacts from him. Chen Shou watched the couple as they walked towards him. He stood in a confident and relaxed posture. Wang Shui's new boyfriend acted very arrogant when he asked if the guy was Chen Shou. Chen Shou himself calmly met his gaze and asked him who he was, maintaining the tension between them. Wang Shui said that the guy's name is Liu Jan, and he is the one who wants to sign a contract with that girl. Liu Jan forcefully placed his hand on the buttock of the girl beside him and squeezed it. Wang Shui felt uncomfortable with the guy acting like this with her, but she didn't say anything. Liu Jan continued to look down on the guy and confirmed his girlfriend's words. Chen Shou watched this entire performance carefully and then unimpressedly clapped at the couple. He kept clapping and said that these two are very well suited for each other. Liu Jan was very pleased with this reaction and even said that the guy wasn't that stupid. Watching them, Chen Shou realized that she could only talk and her boyfriend was only capable of showing off. Liu Jan reached into the pocket of his expensive suit to start the conversation that caused them to be here. A card appeared in his hands and he said there was money on it and the password for it was 6 zeros. Liu Jan walked closer to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that he would give him the map in exchange for contacts, and drove that map right in front of Chen Shou's nose, as if the guy was a dog and the map was his bone. Then Liu Jan pushed the card away from the stranger's face and smugly asked the guy, "Don't worry." He asked Chen Shou, was the guy really going to take such a large sum of money without showing courtesy? Chen Shou pretended as if he hadn't thought about it at all until now, and tried to look worried. After which he bowed slightly to the guy and put his hands forward, apologizing for making such an oversight. Wang Shui, who was observing this picture, laughed and called Chen Shou a pathetic dog. Liu Jan was pleased with this reaction. He called the guy an obedient fry and threw the card into his hands. Afterward, he arrogantly dissipated and said that the guy looked a lot like his dog. This whole situation annoyed and angered Chen Shou, so he was very happy to put an end to it. The guy lightly cracked the card he was holding in his hands. He stared smugly at the couple. Liu Jan immediately grew dark and angry as he watched Chen Shou's behavior. The smile had also disappeared from Wang Shui's face, and she thought that the guy was just tired of living. But Chen Shou himself pretended as if nothing of the sort had happened. He wiped his hand and said that he had touched something dirty. Liu Jan started to approach the guy. He was angry and asked how the guy dared to provoke him. He grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, pulling him to ask if the guy was getting into trouble. But before he could finish speaking, Liu Jan had already received a punch in the face. The impact was so hard that the guy flew off to the side of his convertible. Wang Shui watched in horror as her boyfriend fell to the ground from the impact. Liu Jan held his cheek and shouted at the guy, how dare he hit him, knowing who his father was. Chen Shou was angry and said that he didn't care at all about who Liu Jan's father was. Chen Shou grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes and beat him while the girl shook with fear and just watched. The other disciples began to pay attention to the commotion and recognized Chen Shou. Chen Shou kneaded his fists and asked Liu Jan, remembering this day well. Liu Jan's face was full of abrasions, and he was very angry that such a guy dared to beat him up. The beaten guy abruptly stood up and threw himself at Chen Shou, intending to mutilate the guy to get revenge. Chen Shou narrowed his eyes as he watched the guy. He thought that Liu Jan himself was asking for a continuation, so he kicked the guy in the stomach to keep him from getting too close. Liu Jan flew back to the road, falling to the ground not far from his car. Chen Shou towered over the guy and told him that he was just a terrible weakling, and accompanied by surprised looks, he started to walk away. The last thing he said was that they hadn't even had time to start a fight. Wang Shui ran up to the battered guy and called out to him, gently holding him up. Chen Shou turned slightly as he regarded the couple and threw to them that they were just trash in this world. After that, he started to walk away, and people around him were discussing what a brave and cool guy he was. Wang Shui left her boyfriend behind and shouted to Chen Shou in her wake that he would be finished very soon. But the guy wasn't intimidated by that. He smiled broadly at the girl and said he would look forward to it. The girl couldn't figure out when he stopped being the coward and subservient man she'd been dating. She went back to Liu Jan and began to gently lift him up, holding him by the neck. Wang Shui asked if the guy was okay. She thought that if something happened to him, she would be finished. She threw his arm around her shoulders and led him to the car, still asking if everything was all right. But Liu Jan became furious and said that the girl was annoying him and ordered him to call an ambulance. The battered Liu Jan was very angry with Chen Shou, so he promised himself that the guy would pay for it. Chen Shou really liked how he spent this day, and he didn't regret anything. Chen Shou had already returned to the dormitory and was humming some tune when a notification unexpectedly arrived on his phone. It was the mom. She wrote that his father was hospitalized in serious condition, and the kid rushed to call her. The boy was very worried, and when his mom picked up the phone, he started screaming, asking what happened to his dad. His mother sat all alone in the hospital lobby and was also very worried about the condition of the dear man. She was crying and said that the man had lost consciousness due to illness and was now in a coma for 24 hours. Chen Shou was very worried, but he told his mom not to worry and he would figure out how to help them. His mom was desperate because they needed very expensive imported medicines. The guy asked his mom not to think about it and to take care of his dad, and he would deal with it. His mom calmed down a bit, and the guy asked her not to overwork herself and to take care of herself. Chen Shou turned on the system's menu to see if it could help him in any way. The first thing the guy decided to do was to try to find some medication that could help his father. But it was very frustrating for him to realize that he had a huge number of limitations. He only had a small, round, black Juyan pill and exhaled heavily. Chen Shou had a brilliant idea because he could just sell this pill to rich stars and get the amount of money he needed. But all his enthusiasm passed very quickly when he realized that there was a certain amount of difficulty in the plan. The guy realized in a panic that he didn't have any contacts of rich stars and places to take them to. Chen Shou was trying to think of more options and was considering selling the pill on the black market when the phone rang. His phone screen showed that the call was from his mother, and the guy got really nervous. He swallowed hard and mentally hoped his mom wasn't telling him the bad news. Chen Shou picked up the phone, but his entire body was trembling from overexertion and fear. Mom was surprisingly very happy and asked, thanking Miss He who had helped them so much. This was the first time the guy had heard of some Miss He and didn't understand at all who he should be thanking at all. His mom told him that Miss He transferred the money for treatment and Dad was moved to the VIP ward. Guy listened to Miss He promise to reimburse all of his father's medical expenses, so she asked him to remember to thank her. He said he'd be sure to thank her and hung up, ending his conversation with his mother. Chen Shou thought about it and realized that his mother had decided that this woman was helping them at his request. But the guy didn't know anyone with that name, and he hadn't asked anyone for help, so who to thank he didn't know. The guy was tense that the woman had given such a huge sum of money to strangers for nothing. His musings were interrupted by an unexpected incoming phone call from an unknown number. Chen Shou decided to pick up the phone to see who was calling him, and if he was somehow related to the unknown Miss He. The person on the other end of the line knew his name, and the guy hurried to find out who was calling him. A female voice answered him that she was the one who paid for Chen Shou's father's treatment. The boy immediately tensed up. This woman was a stranger to him, and he couldn't understand his motives. That girl was He Bingu, and she wanted to get that girl's contacts from the video. Chen Shou relaxed when he heard the demands because he thought it was some kind of big setup. He Bingu said that Chen Shou's father's treatment fee was a gift in honor of their acquaintance. The girl said the guy could ask her for anything but within the bounds of decency. But Chen Shou wasn't going to ask anything more from the stranger. He Bingu was talking to a guy on the phone and standing next to the huge panoramic windows. She was a little embarrassed that the guy had turned her down so bluntly, which was odd in itself. Chen Shou told the girl that he would like to give her a contact, but he can't because he made a promise not to. He said that that girl didn't want to be famous, and she liked a quiet and peaceful life. He Bingu listened to his words and thought that the guy wasn't lying, and the girl really didn't want fame. And the girl asked the guy if he could take that girl's face off just for her. She promised Chen Shou that if he would make this video for her, she would do anything for him. The guy exhaled and promised He Bingu that he would definitely try it, but he didn't need anything. Chen Shou thought that the girl was willing to do anything for this video and moreover saved his father's life. He remembered that he never found out what the girl's name was and finally asked her about it. The girl was already sitting in the chair when she heard the guy promise to give her all the money back. He Bingu introduced herself and said she didn't expect the guy to return the money for the treatment. Chen Shou thought that he had definitely heard the girl's name somewhere before, and he was curious. So the guy decided to use the internet to find out who the name belonged to. He was very excited when he was able to see exactly who was helping his family and who he got to talk to. He Bingu was a girl of 27 who was the head of an Eastern pharmaceutical company. Chen Shou was surprised to recognize the famous rich beauty in the girl in the picture. He Bingu was the most beautiful celebrity of all. The girl was beautiful regardless of the image. He returned to the phone conversation and promised the girl that he would not procrastinate in returning the money. Chen Shou was confident that with the strength of the system, he would quickly earn the right amount of money. He Bingu didn't argue with the guy and briefly agreed, once again looking at the scenery outside the window. There was a slight smile on the girl's face as the conversation with Chen Shou came to an end. The phone call was over, and now each of them could go on about their business. Night had fallen, and the sky was dotted with many stars and a bright moon among the clouds. Chen Shou sat at a table next to the panoramic windows, a tray of food in front of him. But the guy was focused on the screen of his phone, and he was surprised by what he saw there. It turns out that the video with the empress continued to gain likes, and now it already had 9 million likes. The guy was excited about it, and thought that's how this video might hit 10 million. Chen Shou tapped the browser icon on his phone, and the app immediately opened. The homepage offered him various queries that were popular with people today. There were many comments under the video, some admiring the girl and some doubting that the girl knew she was being filmed. The guy went to the short video app itself to read even more comments. He noticed that even foreigners started writing comments, and even they were captivated by the beauty of the queen. Chen Shou looked at the number of subscribers and noticed that instead of 2, there were now 5 million. The guy smiled and thought that apparently the whole world really likes to look at beauties. It was already night, and Chen Shou returned to his dorm room and sat on his bed. He sat on his phone and decided he needed to find out what pills he could buy at the store. In order to find out this information, he had to turn on the system and open the store. Guy opened the menu in front of him, where he found the right pill and could see its cost and effect. One pill was only worth 50,000 likes, and the guy hit the share button. Since he already had over 9 million likes, it was no problem for him to buy his pills. Chen Shou didn't know what would happen if he ate 5 pieces at once, because there were no instructions for ingestion. But since he needed to increase his strength, the guy decided to do an experiment. He ate the first pill and felt the energy flow through his body just like the first time. After the second pill, he felt as if his body temperature had risen. Chen Shou looked at the 3 pills in his hand and pondered what would happen to him if he, overflowing with power, ate them. And deciding that if he ate it, he could defeat 5 people at once with one blow, he popped the pills into his mouth. Chen Shou began to feel even stronger, as if the strength didn't fit in his body. And the guy clearly felt as if his body would just explode from that amount of power. And something very similar to a massive explosion did happen to Chen Shou. The overabundance of blue light was so enormous that it illuminated the entire street through the window. After 10 minutes, the energy slowly settled in the guy's body, and he was able to exhale in relief. Chen Shou was congratulated for reaching the base level, and he was surprised that there was also a cultivation level in the system. The guy thought it would be nice to find more level-up pills at the store. He plunged into dreams in which he could easily break further down the level. But the system frustrated him when it told him that he needed to practice techniques to further increase. He was given a new assignment. Chen Shou had to visit the moon goddess, make a good impression, and ask for a photo. For this assignment, he was promised a good reward and was allowed to choose when the assignment started. The guy was excited about the task, but it was a difficult one because Chanye was not just a queen, but a deity. And if the queen was strong, it was hard to imagine what the moon goddess would be like. Chen Shou thought that since she was the mistress of the moonlight addicts, she should be simply incredibly strong. The guy didn't know what to do with this assignment and turned to the phone for help. He opened his browser and typed in the query, "How does a guy like a girl?" and clicked search. Chen Shou wanted to be less brazen and get ready. The internet was saying that girls should buy various gifts. The guy wondered if he hadn't given Wang Shui enough gifts, and then decided that there was no pleasing the girl. But his target was the moon goddess, and she was hardly the same as any girl. Chen Shou imagined the system would send him to the peach orchard after this task. He dreamed of settling down with the divine elders and eating the fruits of life. And at that moment, there was a knock on Chen Shou's door, snapping the guy out of his pleasant fantasies. The guy was annoyed and questioned who decided to knock on his door so late. Chen Shou got up from the bed and walked to the door, after which the guy looked out into the corridor and asked who had come. He saw a serious-looking woman, and behind her stood a worried-looking guy. The woman was the orderly of the dormitory. Chen Shou felt awkward and hesitantly asked what brought the guests at such a late hour. However, the woman didn't bother to answer him. She simply pushed him away and went into the room. Chen Shou then turned to the guy who came with her and asked why the woman was searching his room. It turned out that the guy was coming to yell, but since Chen Shou didn't answer, he had to call the commandant. The woman finished her inspection and asked the guy to follow safety precautions and not to use prohibited electrical equipment. Chen Shou promised to follow all the rules and finally closed the door, seeing off the unexpected guests. The boy exhaled heavily and realized that improving in the dormitory was not something he should be doing. The system showed that a guy could use the system room for 1 million likes per day and cultivate there. 1 day in the real world was equal to 10 days in the training hall. Cultivation could start immediately after entering the hall. Chen Shou felt that 10 days was too short, and the guy decided to increase it to 100. However, in such a case, the price for a day's stay in the training room increased to 1 million likes. The guy put the settings back because spending that many likes now would be a waste. Chen Shou realized that he needed to spend more time making videos and gaining more likes. Suddenly, he remembered how he had accidentally peeped at the Empress while she was in the bath, and sadly thought about the fact that it had been a long time since they had met the girl after all those events. Chen Shou moved into the system world again. He was not far from the palace of the Queen Palace of the Dev country. This time, the guy was dressed in clothes appropriate for the area and covered his face with a cloth. Even though he looked unmasculine in those clothes, this way he wouldn't be recognized or caught. While the boy was thinking about this, his attention was drawn to a conversation between two girls nearby. They discussed how no doctor had ever been able to cure the queen, or at least diagnose her correctly. Chen Shou was separated from the girls by bushes. He was surprised when he heard that the queen was sick. Guy asked the system if it could find out what the queen was sick with, but that was only possible if there were symptoms. The girl said that the queen would only vomit at the smell of food and vomit while eating. She could only eat ginseng soup. Chen Shou listened carefully to the symptoms of the queen's illness and thought that they fit anorexia. The guy decided to come out of his hiding place and called out to the girls he had been eavesdropping on for some time now. The girls were aggressive, but Chen Shou spoke in a high-pitched voice, saying that she was a doctor and had come to give Her Majesty a checkup. The guy felt a little uneasy as the girls began to approach him. They scrutinized Chen Shou from all sides and probed his clothes. The boy was ticklish, but he made sure the girls didn't suspect a thing and led him to the queen. After such a thorough inspection, the girls relaxed a bit and asked Chen Shou to follow them. They led him to the chamber where the queen's bedroom was and led him down a spacious corridor. There, the lad learned that the queen's aversion to food had appeared about half a month ago. Chen Shou tensed up when he realized that was how long they hadn't seen each other, which meant that it had all started after his first visit. The guy even thought that the girl might have been pining for him and lost her appetite because of it. The girl who was guarding the bedroom was talking to the girls about the medicine the queen was drinking. The girls were all discussing that despite taking medication, the queen was not getting better. They were very gloomy because they thought that no physician could cure the empress. But Chen Shou was confident that he would be able to help the queen, so he shouted that he could cure her. And everything would have been fine, but the guy forgot to change his voice and everyone realized he was a man. The guards jumped on the guy for breaching the palace walls and the girls were going to grab him. Chen Shou realized that he had made a mistake and tried to remind everyone that the queen's treatment should come first. He made a loud promise that he could cure the queen of her illness, and the queen herself in her chambers heard him. Chen Shou clung to the queen's feet in gratitude, and the girl said that she was only helping him because of the treatment. They pointed a spear at the guy and shouted that no doctor could do it, but an imposter like him could. The girl who was in charge among all the others ordered, taking the boy to jail. Chen Shou tried to resist and still convince the girls that he could help their queen, when suddenly the attention of all present was drawn to the voice of the queen herself, who was ordering them to stop. After that, the queen asked the girls to let Chen Shou into her room. One of the girls wanted to reason with the queen and reminded her that their guest was a man. But the empress did not want to hear anything and asked not to be forced to repeat herself. And the girls were forced to obey their queen's order and let the guy inside. There was a huge 4-poster bed in the room, and in the center of the bed lay the queen. She was beautiful, even in just a nightgown. Her beautiful image was not marred by her poor health. Chen Shou even froze for a second, contemplating the beautiful image of the queens in front of him. The boy closed his eyes and tried to force himself not to think about the Empress's lush forms. The queen asked her subordinates to leave the room and leave them alone. Chen Shou sat down on the bed next to the queen and said he had to feel her pulse. The girl scrutinized the part of the guy's face she could see. Chen Shou hoped that the queen didn't recognize him because he was the one who peeped at her while bathing. The guy felt for a pulse, and the system gave the girl a primary diagnosis. The girl had an aversion to food related to psychomimetics, and to cure her, the psychological problem had to be solved. Suddenly, the girl intercepted the guy's hand and held his wrist tightly. The two met gazes, and Chen Shou realized that something was going wrong. The queen looked annoyed and said with full confidence that the guy was peeking at her. Chen Shou panicked and couldn't understand how the girl recognized him despite all the disguise. The guy tried to pretend that he didn't understand at all what the girl was talking about. But the queen would not listen to him, and with a flick of her hand she threw off the disguise from his face. Then, with even more annoyance, she told the guy that she knew she had recognized the guy correctly. Chen Shou became very nervous because he realized that he was in big trouble. The girl continued to hold his hand as the guy excused himself and said he didn't mean it. He took the girl's hand in his and said he wanted to redeem himself by curing the queen. The queen eyed the guy suspiciously and asked him if he was definitely a doctor. Chen Shou said he knew a little bit about it, and when he heard that the queen was sick, he immediately rushed to her. The girl snorted unhappily and took her gaze away from Chen Shou, but she didn't comment on his words any further. The guy said that since the girl had the strength to be angry, the illness wasn't that serious, and the guy couldn't help. He turned around, waved goodbye, and said he could leave then. The queen saw the guy leaving and excitedly lifted herself up on the bed and ordered the guy to stop. Chen Shou stopped halfway and turned around at the evil queen in surprise. The guy had no way of knowing why the girl was so angry with him. He smiled a little and asked the girl not to get so mad at his joke. The queen remained silent and continued to stare at Chen Shou unhappily. One could sense that the girl was still annoyed. The guy raised his hands, showing with all his appearance that he was giving up, and laughed awkwardly. He reflected on the fact that the girl was a queen after all, and should be treated with more decorum. Therefore, Chen Shou asked the queen not to worry and promised that he would definitely cure her. However, the girl was more concerned about what the guy was doing in the place where she was showering. The queen thought she was sick because of that guy's sudden disappearance. Chen Shou moved closer to the girl's face and asked if she was sick because of her intense longing for him. The queen was indignant and greatly embarrassed at such an assumption, and she shouted that she did not mean it at all. The girl stood excitedly near the entrance to the queen's chambers, ready to intervene at any moment. Chen Shou leaned even closer to the queen and asked if she was definitely not the reason why she was sick. And as the queen blushed and answered nothing, the lad once again pushed her for an answer. The girl turned away to move farther away from the guy's face and embarrassedly said that of course it wasn't because of him. Chen Shou asked the queen if the girl was feeling better now. The queen blushed heavily with embarrassment, but admitted to the guy that she felt better. The guy exhaled a sigh of relief and said that the queen was already healthy then, much to the girl's surprise. And then she jumped up on the spot and started yelling that he was the reason everything happened in the first place. Chen Shou managed to intercept the girl's hand before she hit him and asked if she wanted to get back at him. The queen felt very awkward and embarrassed in front of the guy and tried to cover it up with anger. The girl wanted to get up, but she couldn't keep her balance and started falling right into the guy's arms. Chen Shou watched the girl fall right on top of him and held her hand. The girl's breasts pressed against the guy, and he thought the girl had very soft and nice skin. The queen noticed where Chen Shou's gaze was falling and hurriedly moved further away from him. From the girl's sudden movements, one of the straps of her nightie ripped and the fabric began to slide down. Chen Shou watched the queen's breasts bare and couldn't tear his gaze away. And he got a well-deserved punch in the face from the girl, and the queen tried hard to cover herself. The girls could see the silhouettes of the couple and hear suspicious snippets of phrases. They were all confused and couldn't believe what they were seeing because everything looked very ambiguous. The girl in charge of the queen's security asked if they were all right. But in response, he hears only an irritated shout from the queen with orders to leave and not to disturb them. The girl was greatly surprised to hear such an answer, but she could not disobey orders. Finally, after a long time, Chensho walked out of the queen's room and looked very tired. He told the girls that he had cured the queen, and now they could come in and see for themselves. The girls immediately rushed to the queen. They asked if she was all right and wanted to examine her. One of the girls probed the queen's pulse as she lay in bed. The girl was very surprised when she realized that her pulse was even and the queen had no more signs of illness. The girls were whispering behind Chensho, discussing that he was a good doctor and they weren't sure if he should be thrown in jail. One of the girls approached the guy and asked how he was able to cure the queen, but Chensho said that he couldn't talk about it since it was his secret method. It was decided to give the lad a rest room and serve him well for his assistance. The girl smiled politely at Chensho and asked the guy to follow her to the restroom. Now that the girls had gotten confirmation in the guy's help, Chensho could relax. But the guy realized that he was only able to get out of this situation because of the system. The boy remembered how much the queen had been reluctant to help him and cooperate in his treatment, so he had to try hard to get her to swallow the pill of calming her spirits. The system congratulated the guy for completing the extra task. He was rewarded with a spell. This made the guy very happy because he had developed a relationship with the queen and could turn everything into gold. The queen of the Dev country was sound asleep. Her cheeks were slightly red and she was not snoring loudly. Night had fallen in the kingdom, and in the entire palace, lights were burning only in some windows. Chensho was in a room that was set aside especially for him and was meditating. A small amount of energy was present around the guy, and he opened his eyes. Chensho was now at the 4th level, and he was pleased that he had managed to advance 3 levels in just half a month. But he still had many limitations. In addition, he did not cure the queen completely because he did not solve the psychological problem. Suddenly the boy thought he saw movement outside the window next to his room. Chensho looked towards the window and asked who was there, but no one answered him. The boy decided to open the door and look outside. He looked around but saw no one. Chensho even started to think that he had just imagined it, and there was actually no one there. But suddenly he felt movement behind him, and the blade of a sword came down on his shoulder. The guy was concerned about this and asked if they could talk quietly and not kill him. Chensho asked why. Despite the queen's favor, she still wanted to kill him. The girl shouted to the boy not to dare tell anyone about what had happened during the day. The guy started to smile despite the threats from the girl and the sword on his shoulder. Chensho asked the queen what had happened in the afternoon, and the girl was greatly embarrassed, then yelled at the guy that he knew exactly what she was talking about. The guy smiled, pointed at his sword, and asked her to get the weapon away from him for starters. The queen gloomed and tried to figure out what was wrong with her. She pondered whether to put her sword away. And after a brief moment of thought, she did move the weapon away from the guy's body. Chensho turned towards the silent girl and scrutinized the girl. She looked sad, and the guy started to calm her down and tell her he was just kidding. The guy started to walk over to the queen and gently touched the girl and promised he wouldn't tell anyone. Chensho accidentally touched the girl's bare skin and didn't realize how it happened himself. The guy gets very embarrassed and quickly took his hands off her and immediately started apologizing. The queen covered her cleavage with her hands without letting go of her sword. The girl said that since the guy had touched the queen's body, he now owed her. Chensho smiled and said that he didn't think at all that their relationship would develop so quickly. The queen started to approach the guy and asked if he didn't agree. Chensho did not expect such a reaction, and the girl demanded a promise from the guy that he wouldn't disappear again like last time. The boy was relieved that that was all the queen required of him and readily agreed. Meanwhile, in Chensho's real world, it was a sunny day and the events were taking place in one of the hospitals. Liu John was lying in the ward, his arm broken and his head bandaged. He promised to take revenge on Chensho. With his healthy hand, he pounded the bed and wanted the guy to answer for his injuries. But even in a healthy hand, it was painful, and Wang Shui was worried if her boyfriend was okay. Liu John was angry and shouted that it was all because of the girl because she said that Chensho was a coward. Wang Shui did not feel guilty as she did not know that something like this would happen. But the guy didn't want to listen to her and pushed the girl away hard and yelled for her to leave. Wang Shui fell to the floor and hit her tailbone painfully against the concrete floor. The girl had already left her boyfriend's room, but her injury continued to hurt badly. She clung to the railing in the hallway and was annoyed at how things had turned out. Wang Shui was very angry and thought that Chun Shou had set her up and he was the one to blame for everything. Suddenly, in the hallway, the girl saw the familiar face of a woman who was talking on the phone. She stopped and began to consider the sad woman to convince herself of her thoughts. Wang Shui definitely remembered seeing her often when she met Chen Shou. There was no doubt this woman was Chen Shou's mother, and Wang Shui felt that luck was on her side. Chen Shou was outside the Dev country's castle grounds in some forest and was meditating. The boy felt within himself strong enough to conjure up what he had planned and opened his eyes. He shouted, disengaging, and the ground around him began to crumble, leaving only a small island intact. Chen Shou marveled at how powerful cultivation was in this world. The guy was already anticipating the cool things he would be able to do when he got back to the real world. But the system upset him and told him that this would not be possible in the real world because there was no spiritual energy in the real world. And since cultivation is impossible without spiritual energy, he won't be as cool there as he is here. The system said that as he leveled up, his restrictions would be removed, and Chen Shou was disappointed that he had rejoiced for nothing. Behind him, the queen appeared. She asked if he was openly spoiling the land of her domain. Chen Shou turned towards the queen and asked how she ended up here, and she said that she wanted to look at the family's ruiner. The boy mentally noted her words about family and wanted to ask the queen about it. But the girl had already turned away from him and was about to leave. She was satisfied that the guy had heard her hint and happily walked away from him. Chen Shou looked at the girl following her as the system congratulated the queen's psychological problem. The guy didn't know how he'd completed the task, but he decided that the important thing was that everything was fine. After a while, they were back in the palace. They went to the queen's chambers. The girl was dressed in beautiful red clothes and danced in front of the guy. Chen Shou sat not far from the girl and watched her beautiful and elegant movements. The queen watched intently as the guy admired her dance and enjoyed it. The girl took the petals and started scattering them around to give an even more romantic atmosphere. Chen Shou was so engrossed in the dance that he almost forgot to take the girl's picture and reached for his phone. He started to take the queen off and thought it would be a crime not to take her off now. Petals swirled around the girl, complementing the graceful dance of the empress. The girl stopped dancing and the guy started applauding her and complimenting the girl. The queen asked if he was really only capable of a few compliments. Chen Shou said that he was just too delighted and thought that all the praise would be unnecessary. The girl smiled slightly and called the guy a chatterbox and headed towards the guy. She crouched next to him on the bed and said it was a reward for her treatment. Chen Shou and the queen moved to another hall, and servants brought them a huge amount of different food. The queen regarded the lad, and the lad thought he really liked this friendly atmosphere. The phone in Chen Shou's pocket vibrated and caught the guy's attention. He pulled out his phone, taking his eyes off his food to look at the new notifications. Chen Shou looked at the notices and couldn't understand how this could even happen. Chen Shou felt very angry and annoyed when he saw the message that came on his phone. They were sitting at the table preparing to eat dinner, but their plans were interrupted by a message. The queen saw that the guy was pissed off about something, so she asked him what was wrong. Chen Shou calmed down a bit and admitted that he would have to disappear for a while. The girl was upset that the guy needed to get away from her so quickly. The guy felt a little guilty in front of the girl for his unexpected circumstances. Chen Shou asked the girl not to worry and promised that he would return as soon as he sorted out his affairs. The queen looked down and asked the boy to be sure to keep his promise and come back soon. Immediately afterward, the girl watched the guy disappear right before her eyes. The queen pressed her hand to her chest, and even though Chen Shou had promised to return, she was still worried. Meanwhile, Wang Shui accused her ex-boyfriend's mom of stealing her jewelry. The woman was led out by police officers and struggled to justify that she had not stolen anything. Wang Shui tried to shame the woman and pointed out that she should be ashamed that she was stealing at such an age. The girl assumed that the woman was purposely walking around such an elite hospital to seduce a rich man. Then she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and ordered security to take the thief to the police. The woman didn't understand why she was being set up and screamed that she hadn't done anything to this girl. Wang Shui was saying that it was all her son's fault when she heard the order to let the woman go. Chen Shou started to approach the police officers who were holding his mom and asked what kind of mayhem they were causing here. The police officers pointed to Wang Shui and said she accused the woman of stealing. The guy turned his head and saw his ex-girlfriend. Now he realized what the problem was. The girl got a little nervous, but said she had proof of the necklace theft. The guy didn't believe it at first, and then an epiphany came to him. And he saw Wang Shui take advantage of the moment while his mom was washing her face and slipped the necklace into her pocket. Chen Shou was very angry that the girl had allowed herself to do something like this. But he tried to remain calm, at least outwardly, and asked if the girl was sure of what she was saying. Wang Shui shouted that she was sure, and the necklace the woman stole was worth 29,999 yuan. Chen Shou asked where the necklace was now, and the girl confidently said that it was in the thief's pocket. The guy squinted his eyes and asked if the girl was sure of what she was saying. This made Wang Shui angry, and she shouted that she had said this 1,000 times, and it was time to go to the police to deal with the thief. However, Chen Shou asked her to check if the necklace was in her own pocket. The girl lowered her gaze to the pocket of her sweater and found her jewelry there. She was very surprised and shouted that she had definitely slipped it into that woman's pocket and it couldn't be here. Then she realized she'd blabbed and got very nervous, covering her mouth with her hand. The guy got what he wanted and asked everyone present if they had heard the girl's words. The hospital visitors heard everything and started accusing the girl of disgusting and pathetic behavior. Chen Shou turned to the police officers and asked why they had grabbed the man when all they had heard was the accusations. The cops released his mother and offered the boy their sincere apologies for the mistake. Mom reassured the kid that everything was fine, but he was determined to deal with everyone to the end. Therefore, Chen Shou shifted his gaze to Wang Shui, who was standing not far away from them, and realized that her plan didn't work, and hurried to get closer to the girl, who was fearfully asking what he was up to. The guy asked if she was ashamed of showing off her fake cheap jewelry. Wang Shui didn't know what to say to this and felt helpless. She pulled out a wad of money and held it out to the guy with a request that he take it, and they forgot all about it. However, Chen Shou knocked the money out of the girl's hand and it flew straight into her. The bills were flying all over the hospital corridor around them, and the guy sent the girl away. Chen Shou was very angry. He could endure many things, but he would never allow his mom to be offended. Wang Shui kneeled in front of the guy as he asked if she didn't like all that money. The girl felt humiliated, and she couldn't believe that she was bowing down to Chen Shou. However, the guy stepped closer to her and started leaning into the surprised girl. He warned her that next time there was no way he was going to be ceremonious with her. It was only after Chen Shou was sure that the girl had heard his words that the guy stood up. He returned to his mother, put his arm around her shoulder, and began to lead the woman toward his father's room. Wang Shui was very angry and dreamed of getting even with the guy. She collected money from the floor. Chen Shou and his mother returned to his father's chamber, and the woman took her son's hands in her palms. The woman was clearly agitated that her son didn't take the money they might have needed. But the guy sat her down in a chair and said he got a bonus at work, so it was okay. And he thought to himself that he was very lucky to have a spell that allowed him to turn things into gold. Because not long ago, Chen Shou went to one of the local pawn shops, and he traded some gold there. The pawn shop owner transferred the money to his card, and the guy got a message from the bank transferring a huge amount of money into his account. Chen Shou even had steam coming out of his nose from the sum of 3,320,000 in his account. The pawn shop owner shook the guy's hand respectfully and even bowed slightly. He gave Chen Shou his card and asked him to come back to him again in case of anything. Chen Shou said that he would definitely come and started to leave there on his own business. He realized that now, thanks to the system, it would not be so difficult for him to climb to a higher level of life. The guy was sitting next to his mom in the chair and remembered that he wanted to give her something. He pulled a card out of his pocket and handed it to his mom with a request to buy his dad the best of everything. But his mother didn't want to accept the card because his condition had stabilized and the money wasn't needed. The women felt that their son needed them more because he needed to get his life organized. Chen Shou really appreciated this kind of care from his mother, but wanted her to not need anything. So he got up from his chair and shoved the card into his mother's hands, assuring her that he had money and his parents could use the funds. His mom couldn't resist that kind of pressure, so she exhaled and admitted defeat. Chen Shou once again asked his mother to take good care of his father. The guy was walking down the street, carrying many packages while the system reminded him of his assignment with the moon goddess. Then he remembered that it was very important for him to gain the favor of the goddess. The guy put the boxes on the floor for a little break right in the middle of the street. He thought that even though his cultivation level was at the peak of the base level, lugging around so many things was still hard. Chensho remembered the system and asked if they had some sort of storage ring in the store. The system showed him an entry-level vault ring that was worth 500,000 likes. Chensho made a decision to purchase it and pressed the exchange button, after which a ring appeared in front of him. He closed his eyes to make it easier to focus and use the ring for its intended purpose. After that, a light appeared around him, enveloping the ring and all of his purchases. All the energy that surrounded him went straight into the ring, and all the stuff disappeared. And then it started to look like a regular ring and fell right into his hand. The guy put it in his pocket, and now he could relax because it was much more comfortable. He reached into one of the pockets of his jeans and pulled out his cell phone from there. The system was asking him if the guy wanted to go to the moonlit halls right now. Chensho was just about to do so, so he chose the option of answering yes. And after that, he immediately started disappearing from the real world, scaring a cat nearby. Thus, the guy's body went from this world straight to the moonlit halls. Right within the moon goddess domain, a small oval portal appeared, which was illuminated with a blue light. And a second after he appeared, Chensho was thrown out of there straight to the ground. The guy got angry and asked if it was impossible not to just throw him out. The system said it had done everything it could, and all the guy had to do was wipe his bruises. When he turned around, he saw a huge building, and he thought it was the moonlit halls. The boy realized that he was about to see the moon goddess herself. He was very curious to know what she looked like. Chensho imagined her as a cute and sophisticated tall girl in the moonlight. The girl's hair was braided into a strange but lovely style, and the ribbons that held her hair up were developing beautifully in the wind. In her hands, the girl had a rabbit who had a birthday today, and she was going to give him a present. Chensho saw the dark silhouette of a girl approaching him from the side of that huge building. He got a little worried and began to scrutinize the moon goddess, marveling at what he saw. The girl had long purple hair, her clothes were also in blue and purple colors, and she had a rabbit in her arms. Chensho's eyes glistened with excitement when he found out what the legendary moon goddess actually looked like. Chensho looked at the moon goddess in front of him, as if mesmerized and confused. The girl noticed the guy and stopped. Even though she didn't look like the guy expected, she was nice. The moon goddess was a bit wary and asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. The boy smiled awkwardly and admitted that he hadn't gotten here on purpose, but was just traveling through worlds. He told the girl that he had been drawn here by an aura of loneliness and had unwittingly ended up in this place. The moon goddess listened to him. The moon goddess listened to him and looked sad when she asked him about the loneliness aura. Chensho apologized to the girl and said that he in no way meant to offend her. The moon goddess sensed that the guy had magical powers, and she wondered why he had actually gotten into the moon's halls. She looked at him with interest and asked if he really just traveled worlds. Chensho smiled widely and said that he could easily dispel her doubt now. And as he looked at the interested girl, he felt ashamed of himself for deceiving her. But the moon goddess was enthusiastic and asked him what the different worlds looked like. Chensho was pleased with himself and was very happy that he had managed to capture the goddess's attention. The guy was talking about different tall buildings, cars, and how much the food differs from country to country. They walked into the building and sat at a round table where a guy was talking about phones and their capabilities. The goddess confessed that she found his world very interesting, and Chensho offered to take her along. The moon goddess let go of her rabbit, which she had been holding in her arms the whole time, and she confessed that the Jade Emperor wouldn't allow her to leave the lunar lofts. The girl looked very sad, and the guy noticed it but didn't know how to cheer her up. Because even though she was a deity, her whole life was spent all alone. And to somehow cheer the girl up, Chensho suggested that she try something. A huge mountain of various chips appeared on the table in front of them, and the goddess asked with interest where he got them all from. The guy said it was his secret and handed the girl a packet to try. The moon goddess was looking at the thin slices of potatoes in one of the packs with interest. The girl started to bring it up to her mouth, about to taste the unusual food the guy was praising so much. She took a small bite and started chewing. The girl got a little dirty with the crumbs. But she wasn't completely embarrassed by it, because the treat the guy gave her was very tasty and she liked it. Chensho happily watched this. and thought that he never would have thought that it was the little moon goddess who was so fond of delicious food. And the girl in the meantime was happily eating the goodies offered to her and licking her fingers. Such an introduction made the guy a little embarrassed, and his whole face reddened. Chen Shou turned away from the girl so as not to seem strange to her, but Da noticed it. And she was embarrassed too, because the delicious food made her completely forget about her image. The moon goddess clutched her clothes awkwardly and apologized to the guy for her behavior. She confessed that the chips were so delicious that she completely forgot about everything else in the world. Chen Shou laughed a little at such a girl's confession because she looked very cute. He told her that right away and surprised the goddess because she thought she looked sloppy. Chen Shou convinced her that she looked really cute, and if she liked the chips so much, she could eat as many as she wanted. The girl was happy about it, and while she was eating, the guy took some pictures of the happy girl. The moon goddess noticed this and turned to the camera. She asked in surprise what the guy was doing. Chen Shou told her that all the beautiful moments in his world should always try to capture on camera. And then he talked about how his phone had many more interesting features that he could teach the goddess. She was excited and enthusiastic when suddenly some noise was heard. The moon goddess immediately changed her face and ordered the guy to hide as quickly as possible. The moon goddess began pushing him towards one of the pillars and asked him to hide behind it. She then ran to a huge pile of chips and with her powers began to get rid of them. She succeeded, and after a small flash of light, the table was completely empty. A woman entered the room, calling out for the moon goddess. She had a serious voice and a long, floor-length dress. It was the woman who said that after the 15th, Mrs. Wang wanted to have a banquet. And the emperor told the goddess to prepare a dance. The girl nodded a little frustratedly and said she understood. The woman then began to leave as quickly as she had appeared in the room. Chen Shou watched everything going on between the girls from his small hiding place. As the woman left the room, she slammed the door loudly after her. The lad came out of his hiding place and grudgingly asked what the maid was allowing herself. The moon goddess sadly admitted that she was used to it by now, and attending the banquet was the only way to leave the halls. The guy felt that it was all unfair and such a beautiful girl should have been enjoying life. But instead she was like a bird trapped in a golden cage. After this not-so-pleasant situation, the couple sat in a small silence. Each was thinking about something different. When the moon goddess suddenly spoke, she remembered that she didn't know the guy's name and asked him about it. Chen Shou easily introduced himself to the girl and smiled at her. He was glad that they could talk for a while. The girl repeated his name and blushed embarrassedly. She never looked at the guy after that. The moon goddess's sleeves were wide and she reached into one of them. After that, she pulled out a yummy treat from there and introduced herself. The guy noticed again how nicely the girl was eating. And then I remembered that I had completely forgotten about the most important thing I had brought with me, and took out of his pocket the ring in which he had previously placed all his purchases. He applied a bit of force, and a beautiful thing appeared in front of the moon goddess that completely captured her attention. The guy explained to her that the thing was called a music box and took the girl's hand in his. He pointed to a button and said that if you pressed here, music would play from the box. Chen Shou went on to say that the girl would just be able to dance to her any time. But he interrupted the story as he noticed that the moon goddess was no longer listening to him. The girl was already dancing to the music. She was laughing loudly and developing her airy clothes around her. Chen Shou took out his phone and started taking pictures of her, and he thought to himself that she was now more beautiful than ever before. And it was at that moment that he noticed that the system had sent him a new notification of a completed task. As a reward for successfully favoring the moon goddess and a video of her dance, he would receive 72 transformations. Chen Shou was happy about this, but he was saddened that even with this ability, he was unable to help the moon goddess. There was no way he could help and get out of here because his strength was too small to resist the Jade Emperor. The girl stopped dancing and told the guy that this dance was a gift for him. She was greatly surprised when she felt her new friend's hand on her head. Chen Shou stroked the top of her head and admitted that it was already time for him to leave since it was late. He needed to post a video and get more likes to increase his power, but the goddess stopped him. The girl stopped him as she grabbed his arm and asked him if he would come back to her again. Chen Shou told the girl that she could take it easy and he would definitely come back to her. The moon goddess was very sad to say goodbye, and she did not want her guest to leave, so she asked him to be sure to come back. Chen Shou stepped out of the building into the open area of the moonlit lofts and remembered the girl. And in that moment, he promised himself that someday he would be strong enough to take her away from this place. He turned to the door behind him and made another mental vow to himself. Meanwhile, in the closed Yuktak office, you could be heard yelling about the views on the video. The man showed Miss Moon a video from Chen Shou's account which had once again gained unprecedented popularity. The head of the department thought that the guy was just lucky. The man insisted that it was because of Lun Shui that the guy was making good videos. He offered to steal the guy's account because then they would have a huge resource. It seemed that the head of the department gloomed and was about to scold the man for such an idea. But the man wouldn't listen to her to the end and said that if they got hold of the account, they could split the money from the views between the two of them. He started massaging the woman's shoulders and saying that this was a great opportunity from a business standpoint. This way, they can get rich well and become so popular that the whole company will hang on to them. The woman listened to his sweet speeches and still agreed to his plan, though she didn't appreciate it at first. And the man gloated that women were so easily deceived and thought he was willing to do anything for his own gain. Chen Shou had already returned to his normal world and was sitting in the building at his internship. He edited a video of the moon goddess dancing to post it on his account soon, when his co-worker came up to him and said he would report to the head of the department that he was playing on his phone. The boy looked disdainfully at the man who came up behind him. His co-worker noticed this attitude and thought that the guy couldn't be acting this way because he was just lucky. The man leaned on the desk and said that Miss Lun Zhu was calling the guy to her office. Chen Shou got up from his seat and headed to the office of his company's department head. He walked into the office and closed the door behind him. The woman was sitting at her desk, working on her computer. When Lun Shui noticed his presence, she asked if it was true that he had made a video that had accidentally gone viral on the internet. And when the guy confirmed this information, she demanded that the account be turned over to the company's possession. Chen Shou didn't intend to do anything like that, so he apologized and told Miss Lun Zhu about it. The woman reminded him that he was only a trainee and didn't have enough experience to manage the account. However, the guy said he made the account before he got a job and the company had no right to claim it. Chen Shou realized that she just wanted to steal his account and fame when another man appeared. His co-worker assured him that they would help him finish his internship quickly and the guy could go for a promotion. But all this was only if the guy gave up the account. So he asked what they would do if he didn't. Lun Shui jumped up from her seat and slapped her hands on the table when she heard that even so, Chen Shou didn't want to give up the account. The woman said nothing would happen to him, but also reminded him that the strong always defeat the weak. She walked around her desk and added that she had plenty of ways to ruin his life in store. The man who stood behind the boy put his hand on his shoulder. He said to think it over. He promised that Chen Shou would get a portion of his earnings and asked him not to be stupid as he squeezed his shoulder harder. The boy threw off the stranger's hand and reluctantly thanked him for the advice and reminded him that he was deciding his own future. Chen Shou turned around and started walking towards the exit. He said that he still hadn't processed the video and asked not to be distracted. Lun Shui said that if the guy didn't give the account to the company, he would be fired right away. Chen Shou stopped at the very door, but this statement from the department head did not scare him at all. He turned his head slightly at the woman and said that although she looked like a human, angry dogs had a better temperament. The man decided to teach Chen Shou a lesson and threw himself at the guy with fists and shouting. However, his fist was unable to reach Chen Shou, but hit the protective barrier placed around the guy. And the man was flung to the opposite end of the office with tremendous force, although Chen Shou didn't even move. The man fell to the floor with a clatter and was left lying where he fell unconscious. Miss Lun Zhu walked up to the man and asked how the guy dared to spread his hands. Chen Shou asked why the woman suddenly thought the guy had hit him, and then he shrugged his shoulders and said that the man himself didn't have a leg to stand on and there was no need to get angry about the failed theft attempt. The woman got angry and ordered the guy to get out and pack his stuff because he was fired. However, Chen Shou didn't give her that pleasure and started looking for something in his pocket. He said he didn't want to work in the same company with people like them, and he threw in his resignation letter. The silted leaf flew straight at the angry Miss Lun Shui, but she didn't have time to say anything. Because a grown man walked into the office and wondered what was going on in that office. The woman started shouting that Mr. Wang had come at a very good time to ask to see this mayhem. The man also came to his senses and started telling him that the guy was trying to take all the credit. And Lun Shui said that she wanted benefits for the company, and Chen Shou responded to her anger by quitting and hitting her. The man exclaimed in surprise, and the couple was glad that now the guy couldn't get cocky. Chen Shou frowned and began to stare at the man in front of him and didn't understand how events were about to unfold now. When the man unexpectedly took his hands and began to tell him how happy he was to meet Chen Shou. Lun Shui walked over to Mr. Wang and asked if he had mixed up anything since this guy had caused chaos here. The man got angry and ripped his hand out of the girl's grasp. He shouted, wondering if she was teaching him a lesson. Lun Shui took a few steps back and fell into her partner's arms as she lost her balance. Mr. Wang said he was well aware of the couple's dastardly plans and promised to deal with them soon. After which, he turned back to Chen Shou and spoke about how lucky he was to have such a talented employee. The man said that if the guy kept making videos, he would allocate money for advertising and asked him to withdraw the statement. The man promised that he would fulfill any of Chen Shou's demands if he stayed in their company. The guy understood perfectly well that he was being held on to because of his popularity, and if it went down, he would be thrown out immediately. And he needed to focus on the system's tasks, so he told how Lun Shui had told him off for being insignificant. He said he had decided to listen to her opinion, that he wasn't worthy of working here. And the woman denied everything he said. Mr. Wang didn't listen to her excuses and ordered Lun Shui to shut up immediately. The man asked the guy not to dwell on the bad words because his abilities were at a high level. Chen Shou seriously said that he had already made up his mind and asked him not to discourage him. Mr. Wang didn't want to anger someone so popular right now, so he backed off and let the guy quit. Chen Shou thanked Mr. Wang for his understanding and headed for the door again to leave the office and the company. Lun Shui and her accomplice trembled in fear as they waited for Mr. Wang's reaction to their act. The man turned on them and started yelling at them to pack their things and not to dare even show their faces in town. Chen Shou had already returned to the dormitory and thought that if it wasn't for all of today's squabbles, then he would have long ago edited a video of the happy moon goddess dancing and been able to post it. But now he had only finished in the evening and could send the resulting output to his account. Chen Shou finally posted a video of the beautiful moon goddess and could afford to relax. A man in one of the companies saw that Chen Shou had a new video out and started yelling about it to everyone. Their boss ordered them to push the video to the top of the trends and let him contact the guy. In another company, the boss was telling them that if they could get Chen Shou to join them, they would have enough money to last a lifetime. Chen Shou's phone began to show one notification after another, attracting his attention. He picked up his phone and saw that all these notifications were reporting new comments. Chen Shou was very pleased that he had gotten into the recommendations so quickly, even though he hadn't even counted on it. Especially since his video will garner as many as 200,000 likes in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a new message from Lin Haodong arrived in one of the long-standing chat rooms with a proposal to organize a classmates meeting. All of his former classmates supported the idea. And Chen Shou was surprised that after 4 years, it was remembered today. Chen Shou decided that the guy just wanted to show his former classmates what he had accomplished in life. And another message came to the guy from his longtime acquaintance, Zheng Lexiao. Chen Shou sat on his computer chair and reviewed his new messages on his phone. Some Zheng Lexiao had written to him, but the guy didn't remember who it was at all and didn't know why he should know him. But Chen Shou stood up from his seat and decided that he didn't care about that right now anyway. He needed to increase his cultivation level, so the guy asked the system to open a training room. The system started creating a notification in front of him with which he had to make the payment. Yi Chen Shou confirmed the payment of the training room and paid 1,000,000 likes. The system said payment received and began to open the entrance to the room, and a portal began to appear on the phone screen. Soon the portal had already appeared in the middle of the room and began to transport the guy. Chen Shou found himself enveloped by a small blue glow, and he was transported to the training room. The guy felt the pleasant feeling of the energy around him pleasantly pass through his body. The feeling was like a fountain of water that ran through the body and cleansed every cell. The system said that 72 transformation training was about to begin and asked the guy to confirm his readiness. Chen Shou had seen the Monkey King applying transformations on TV, and he always watched with amusement. The guy realized that although he had a training hall, There was no need to rush into learning since the king had learned the technique in 3 years. So he decided for himself that he would master the technique slowly, and the main thing is to raise the level. Because only if he raises his level and becomes strong, Chensho will be able to protect the queen and moon goddess. In the training space of the system, Chensho spent a full 5 days in learning techniques. The paid training room time was over, and the system was asking if the guy wanted to extend the workout. But Chensho refused because he wasn't going to be in a hurry, and he had other things to attend to. Time flowed differently in the real world, and it had only been a day there, but the guy's whole body was stiff. He got up to stretch his limbs a bit, and the system sent him a new notification. In 5 days of cultivation, the guy had improved his base level to the 4th level and slightly improved his technique. The training was over, and the system asked Chensho to prepare to enter the real world. And a blue glow reappeared around the guy, transporting him to the bed in his dorm room. Chensho opened his eyes as he realized that he was now in the real world and began to feel differently. He threw his fist forward and felt the energy that filled his body become stronger. Chensho felt that his body was filled with strength. He thought that the training room was a great place. The boy got up from the bed and stretched to stretch. Now he was free and could relax a little. Chensho walked outside and passed by a large building that housed a car club. The guy thought it was inherent in people to dream, and he could use a rented car. So he walked into the building where he was greeted by a friendly employee. He asked her to show him a 488 Ferrari. The girl asked him to follow her and led him to the right car through a bunch of others. And so they finally reached the right model. The Ferrari 488 stood out from the rest. The girl started to praise her, but Chensho asked her not to continue as he was already sure he wanted her. The girl asked how many days the guy wanted to rent it for and told him what their rates were. Chensho listened and said he needed the car for 1 week and was willing to sign the contract. The girl asked the guy to wait a bit and left him waiting on the chair for her return. Behind Chensho, a man who knew the guy by name appeared. The man called out to Chensho when he saw him. That man was Lin Haodong. He was the classmate who had organized the meeting. Chensho smiled and waved to his longtime acquaintance in a friendly manner. However, the man did not return his friendliness. Lin Haodong asked if the guy was sure he could rent a car and not live on instant noodles afterward. He made a caustic remark about Chensho's family's financial condition and left, laughing loudly at the guy. Chensho didn't like the fact that he was just being insulted for no reason right away, and decided that the guy had a problem with his head. Lin Haodong approached another car club employee and said that he wanted to rent a Porsche 911. The worker bowed respectfully and said that he would do everything for Mr. Lin right now. Chensho felt annoyed as he watched this and saw the notification from the system. The system offered him a task in which he had to embarrass Lin Haoji. The guy didn't expect such a thing from the system. But right now, he was very pleased that he could do it and cushion the extra reward. The girl came back to the guy with papers in hand and said she brought his contract. However, the guy said he would not be renting a car, which embarrassed the girl. The girl said that they could always look at other cars, but Chensho smiled softly, then pointed to the Ferrari and said he wanted to buy it, not lease it. The worker asked if the guy was sure he could deposit the full amount at once, and Chensho confirmed it. Then he turned to the car and asked if they had a new car not off the showcase, and the girl ran off to clarify. The guy watched her run and wondered if running in those heels was comfortable. 3 minutes later, the girl was telling me that there was only 1 car left in their province, and it would be delivered in 3 days. But they could place the order already, and the guy would get a protective case as a gift, as well as a discount card for gasoline. Chensho took out a map and said he would come to pick up his new car in 3 days. He thought it was a very good thing that he had traded all the gold in advance and could now safely afford an auto. Chensho went to one coffee shop to relax a bit, but he was sitting on his phone again. The guy was staring at his phone screen and was reacting very violently, so much so that he even pounded the table with his fist. This drew the attention of the other visitors, and he felt awkward. But the guy was too excited as his video of the moon goddess dancing has already gained 3,400,000 likes. The likes on this video had just as huge a number of likes as the comments the guy decided to look at. There have been many comments under this video that the girl is overly processed with filters and that the author is just rowing money for pretty girls. Chensho exhaled a little dejectedly. but decided that he didn't care about the criticism because what mattered to him was the likes. Plus, almost all media companies wanted to work with him, which was something he could never have thought of in his life. He was even sent a message by the owners of Pumpkin Talk. They wanted to collaborate with him as the biggest blogger himself. But Chen Shou refused everyone as he had enough money and didn't want to burden himself with cooperation. All the more so because such companies could easily write in the fine print of the contract some unfavorable conditions for him. A girl came to the table telling me that she was delayed because of traffic on the road. It was He Bingu. She apologized for being late and started to sit down across from the guy. Chen Shou said it was fine and held out a menu offering her to choose whatever she wanted. After a while, a waitress approached them and the couple ordered a latte and cappuccino each. He Bingu followed the departing waitress with her gaze, and after making sure she had moved far enough away, she turned towards the guy and asked where the promised photo was, but Chen Shou was already holding it out. When it was in the girl's hands, she opened the bundle and saw there the queen in red robes. He Bingu liked the girl in the photo, and the guy thought that he didn't expect to see the businesswoman squealing with delight. The girl took out a small handkerchief from her bag and carefully wrapped the photograph in it. And only after wrapping it tightly in the cloth did I send it to my purse. She explained to the guy that there are few such beautiful girls on the planet, and one should appreciate them. Chen Shou imagined himself and the queen together in close proximity and realized that the girl was right. Because the queen of the land of maidens was beautiful. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He Bingu distracted him from his thoughts and admitted that she had wanted to ask the guy something for a long time. She drank some of her coffee and admitted that the girl seemed out of their world, and she wondered how they had met. Chen Shou slightly hesitated to answer and quickly tried to think of some excuse. The girl set her cup on the table and said if the look she saw in the photo was to be believed. That girl definitely doesn't see Chen Shou as a friend, but as someone more than that. Chen Shou said he actually met her by chance, and she agreed to make a video out of courtesy. He Bingu was upset because she thought that she could have met her through a guy. The guy didn't understand why the girl was getting so upset about this and asked her. He Bingu said that her research project is now at a dead end and asked the guy not to take her words to heart. Chen Shou smiled widely and said that the girl could say anything she wanted to say, especially she helped in the family. And after that, he reached into his pocket and said he could probably help with research. A pill of preserving youth appeared on the table, and the guy suggested that the girl investigate the components of this drug. In this way, she could create a new brand of rejuvenating cosmetics. He Bingu put her hand on his forehead. The girl bends over the table to the guy and asks him if he's sick because he's talking nonsense. However, the guy's attention was focused on his chest, which was right in front of his face in this position. He Bingu reminded us that youth pills are just a fictitious TV series. Chen Shou smiled and said that he knew the girl wouldn't believe him, but advised him to investigate the pill. The guy promised the girl that the result would surprise her, and she regarded the small pill incredulously. The guy was lying on the bed in his room resting after a busy day, when his phone suddenly lit up, and a notification from the system popped up on the screen. The system congratulated its master for reaching the 9th basic cultivation level. Chen Shou was satisfied. He had never imagined that he could reach the 9th level in 2.5 days. He stretched in his seat, relaxing his muscles, and thought about what a good system he had gotten. The guy got a call from the car club saying he could come and pick up his Ferrari. He also received a message on his phone from Lin Haodong clarifying the meeting place. He appointed a luxurious room in an expensive hotel as the meeting place and aroused the admiration of his former classmates. Chen Shou remembered that there was supposed to be a classmate reunion just today, and a plan was born in his mind. A small group of people were standing near the hotel entrance when they saw a Ferrari pull up. They decided it was Brother Lin, and the full-figured man in the group said he should greet him first. The girl who stood closest remarked that the man was not worthy of it, as he was only an errand dog. Such a reference to himself infuriated the man, and he angrily interjected what the woman had said. The third person in the group asked not to swear and give way to Brother Lin as they all blocked his exit. Everyone pulled happy smiles on their faces as the car door began to open. But everyone was quickly disappointed when they saw a completely different person inside, which turned out to be Chen Shou. Everyone present couldn't believe that they saw Chen Shou in front of them. They asked if he had rented a car. One of the girls appeared next to the guy and said that they all underestimated the arriving Chen Shou. He was the one making the videos that have now become the most popular in recent times. One of the guys started to come closer to him and asked him in a friendly way if he had the phone numbers of all the beauties he was shooting. The obese man got excited too and asked about the picture of the girl's face from the first video. Chen Shou looked at his former classmates and apologized. He said he promised to keep the girl's data secret. The guys were not happy with this answer and tried to get him to give them phone numbers. However, the obese man started sucking up to Chen Shou and said that you have to try really hard to get videos of such beauties. The man assured that no one would force him to give up his license plates if he didn't want to. The girl with red hair took him under her arm and asked why he didn't accept her request, but the other girl said he didn't owe her anything. Their brief altercation was interrupted by the loud sound of two cars colliding. Someone hit Chen Shou's parked Ferrari, and then a man started getting out of his car asking who bought himself a Ferrari and didn't learn how to park. The man saw a guy surrounded by girls and said hello to his old acquaintance Chen Shou. The guy turned to the person responsible for the accident and asked the man what he wanted. It was Lin Haodong, who was glad that the guy wouldn't be able to pay for the damage to the rented car. Chen Shou said as he turned around to see how bold the man was in purposely messing up his car. Lin Haodong was completely unimpressed by the guy's words and couldn't believe that he was trying to pass off the car as his own. He told the others that he saw Chen Shou renting a car at the auto club a couple days ago. Lin Haodong asked how much the car cost and knew the guy couldn't afford one, even through his stupid clips. The guys saw the new leader and began to support his taunts of Chen Shou. The girl who had tried to hit on him before pulled her hand out and got angry at him. Chen Shou watched his classmates and saw that they hadn't changed at all over the years. Lin Haodong was very pleased with himself and was going to completely destroy Chen Shou's reputation. So he put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said he had already called the boss of the car club, and added that if the guy admits he was showing off for nothing, he would consider covering his expenses. Chen Shou spread his hands and reminded him that Lin Haodong was the one who had crashed into his car and should pay for the damages. The blonde man said that the car club workers would be here soon, and then he would see how Chen Shou would behave. After that, an expensive yellow car appeared from which a man got out. Lin Haodong called this man Boss Joe and was glad that he had arrived so quickly. The man approached the scene of the accident and silently began to look at the accidents, the boys standing not far from him. Lin Haodong pointed at Chen Shou and said that this guy was renting a car for the first time and didn't know the rules at all. The serious-looking man turned to a couple nearby and began to frown in their direction. One continued to ask Boss Joe not to scold his acquaintance, but the guy was just pushed away. The man walked up to Chen Shou and shook his hand. He said that he was very happy to meet someone who had bought a Ferrari from them. Everyone in attendance was very surprised to hear from the car club owner that he bought it with one payment. Lin Haodong asked the man how Chen Shou could afford to buy a car and convinced him that he was confused about something. Zhou Yaodong turned unhappily at the blond man and asked menacingly, daring him to doubt him. And then the man reminded him that he only allowed him not to pay the car deposit because of his friendship with his father. And he went and wrecked a rented Porsche. The man came closer to the guy and asked him how he was going to pay for the damage. The girls were standing near the hotel entrance discussing the fact that they would have to chip in to pay for dinner themselves. Lin Haodong got angry and started making excuses that his luxury car was in repair and that's why he rented this one. Chen Shou sat on the hood of his car and said that since he was so rich, he wouldn't avoid paying for the damages. And about the accident, they could have just called the traffic police and they would have decided who was at fault. Boss Joe walked up to the blond man closely and said that he was obliged to discuss this incident with his father. He then turned to Chen Shou and said that the insurance was already in effect, so he wouldn't have to pay for the repairs. The guy thanked him and apologized for them distracting the man so late in the evening. Zhou Yaodong said he was happy to help valuable customers like him, especially since he was not at fault. After that, he got into his car and left the angry and humiliated Lin Haodong with his classmates. Chen Shou now approached the blond man, a hand on his shoulder, and asked him to think before doing anything, and then leaned over and whispered in his ear that otherwise he would embarrass himself and become an object of ridicule. Chen Shou was very happy with how things turned out as he asked Lin Haodong if he needed all of this. Lin Haodong became very angry. He turned to the guy and started shouting at him. The other guys held the blonde man back and tried to convince him that there was no need to create any more awkward situations. The red-haired girl asked Lin Haodong if he was tired of embarrassing himself. And while the blonde man promised that Chen Shou would answer for everything, several more expensive cars arrived at the meeting place. One of the guys noticed that there were as many as 7 of them. They were all the same color and brand. The driver got out of the car and went to the back door to start opening it. A girl in neat black shoes started to come out of there. Everyone was surprised to see her. The girl showed up in a beautiful black and white dress and apologized for being a little late for the meeting. The blonde man recognized the girl as Ching Jan. She was the daughter of one of the real estate management companies. Lin Haodong watched the girl accompanied by some guy heading towards the hotel and thought that he should befriend her. Ching Jan was holding a small handkerchief which she occasionally coughed into. The guys remembered that since childhood the girl had a strange disease, so she did not often come to school. Hearing this conversation between his former classmates, Chen Shou realized why he didn't immediately remember her. The other guys were discussing how unfairly fate had treated such a beautiful girl. After everyone had gathered, their large company found themselves at one large table. The blonde man turned to Ching Jan and said that their family's family owns a pharmaceutical company and he knows a good doctor. The man who came with the girl turned out to be her brother, who was incredulous that the guy thought his acquaintance would be better than 100 other doctors. Lin Haodong said that this doctor usually doesn't show his face in public, and he only knows him because of the family's business. Ching Jan had been silent the entire time, but suddenly she was attacked by a very loud and violent coughing fit. 2 pills appeared on her arm that were supposed to help her calm down. She sent them to her mouth and began to wash them down with a small amount of water, while everyone else watched her. Chen Shou asked the system to see if they had any medicines that could help the girl get rid of the disease. The system scanned Ching Jan and found out that her body was suffering due to stagnant energy, so she had no more than 3 months to live. The guy was surprised that there were also people with energy in this world, and it turned out that the girl had cultivation abilities. He watched Ching Jan being transplanted to another place and asked the system how to cure her. It turned out that the girl would only need 1 pill to clear her ducts to recover. Chen showed something more serious and decided that he wouldn't let her die when she only needed 1 pill. Ching Jan sat on the sofa next to her brother, who excitedly asked how she was feeling. Lin Haodong went to them and suggested that they invite the doctor right now, since the girl was in so much pain. He said that then they would be able to appreciate with their own eyes the skill of a doctor who could pull a person even from the other side of the world. The man felt strongly about his sister and didn't care, so he told the guy to do whatever he wanted. Lin Haodong thought he could connect with such an influential family and took out his phone to call the doctor. However, at this moment, Chen Shou's voice was heard as he approached Ching Jan. He scratched his head awkwardly and admitted to her brother that he could easily cure the girl. The blonde man asked him to stop showing off and assuming that Chen Shou was capable of anything. And brother Ching Jan said that there was no one with a medical background here, and even the best doctors couldn't cure her. The guy asked the girl if she felt pain in her chest at lunchtime, if she started to feel dizzy and had cramps afterward. Ching Jan covered her mouth with her hands in surprise as the guy listed all of her symptoms with precision. The girl had hope when she heard Chen Shou's words, and she asked to give him a chance. The man covered his eyes and decided to let the guy try. He asked if he needed any tools, and Chen Shou measured the girl's pulse and said that he needed to be alone with her, because there were too many people in this room, and Lin Haodong shouted at him and asked him what he was going to do to the girl. Chen Shou replied that if the guy was so worried, her brother could go with them, because only this person could represent Ching Jan's interests. To this, the blonde man had nothing to reply. They were assigned a separate room. Ching Jan lay on the bed while the guy examined her condition. Chen Shou put 2 fingers together and used them to let a small stream of energy flow through. He drove his fingers in the places where the clogged energy streams in the girl's body ran. But they were too blocky, and even using the full power of the level available to him, he couldn't penetrate them completely. Chen Shou asked the system how long it would take him to break through the channels with his level. The system said it would take him a full 48 hours, and the guy asked in a panic if there was another way. It turned out that a channel-clearing pill could speed up the process to 2 hours, but it cost 5 million likes. But despite that, the guy made the decision that he would earn the likes. But Ching Jan's life was priceless. Therefore, Chen Shou decided to save her anyway and asked the system to buy a channel clearing pill. The system acknowledged the likes debit and gave the guy all the knowledge he needed to help the girl faster. She was pointing out the places that needed to be massaged to get her energy channels going. These places were not very decent, but there was no choice. He told the girl's brother that he needed to give her a massage to revitalize the energy flows. Lin Haodong, who for some reason was in the same room with them, started shouting that there was no way he would cure the girl with one massage. Chen Shou understood perfectly well the doubts of the people around him, because he wouldn't have believed such a thing before. But since he was a cheater, who could make a huge profit out of this situation? So he asked the blonde what he would be willing to do if the girl healed after the massage. Lin Haodong promised to eat shit live, and boy did he make sure everyone heard the promise he made. After that, he turned to Ching Jan and asked the girl to lie on her stomach. The girl's brother decided that since the guy was acting so confident, he knew what he was doing and let him start the massage. Ching Jan was very worried and tense, so Chen Shou asked her to relax. The guy touched the first point and began to clear the stagnation in the energy ducts with a massage. It started to help almost immediately, and the girl felt herself relax and exhaled in relief. And Lin Haodong said that the guy is only pretending to treat the girl, but in reality he is just pawing her body. Chen Shou became very angry at the blonde man for saying those words and threw an evil glare at him. He sent a wave of energy to where the guy was standing, and the guy was thrown to the floor by the shock wave. Lin Haodong didn't understand what had happened to him, and how he ended up on the floor as if after being hit. And Chen Shou asked Lin not to shift the dirty thoughts that come into his head to him. Brother Ching Jan said that if the blonde man interfered with his sister's treatment, he would just kick him out of here. Lin Haodong, because the guy was blatantly groping the girl back, didn't even notice it. But in order to stay in the room, the blonde had to admit he was wrong and wait for the familiar doctor. Along the corridor of the hotel, the doctor that Lin Haodong had summoned was rushing to the room where Ching Jan was being treated. He opened the door to the room, and the blonde man immediately turned his attention to him. Lin Haodong shouted to everyone in the room that Dr. E had come, and now he would cure the girl. The doctor saw Ching Jan, whom Chen Shou was just massaging, and became alarmed. He started yelling at the guy to get his hands off the girl because he would kill her. The girl's brother excitedly turned to the man and asked if he was being serious. Lin Haodong pointed at the guy and shouted that he had warned about the strange methods, and said that the guy just wanted to torture her. After that, the blonde man ran towards Chen Shou and started to pull his hands away from the girl. Chen Shou knew that one could not simply interrupt Ching Jan's energy duct cleaning. But he was badly hindered by the boy, and it was evident that the girl's brother believed this strange doctor. He realized that if he continued to treat the girl forcibly, he would be stopped, so he left some of his energy behind. His energy should have stabilized the girl a bit until they resumed the massage. Chen Shou stepped away from the bed, and Dr. E pulled out different-sized games from his bag. Dr. E lifted the girl's arms and stuck needles into her in various places, and Lin Haodong rejoiced and showed how real treatment was done, not just body pawing. And just as he was saying this, Ching Jan started coughing and blood started dripping from her mouth. Her brother got terribly angry and started yelling at the doctor, and the doctor made panicked excuses that he was doing routine acupuncture. The doctor shifted his gaze to Chen Shou and said that the patient's condition had worsened because of him because her blood pressure was too weak. Doctors appeared in the room and were about to resuscitate the girl, while Dr. Ya was telling them that Chen Shou wanted to kill her. The guy realized that this fake doctor was just delusional, and Ching Jan's blood pressure was fine. The energy he'd left in the girl's body hadn't completely disappeared, but they needed to hurry if they wanted to save her. However, the doctors predicted that they were about to resuscitate Ching Jan and ordered everyone to leave the room. When everyone was in the hallway, Ching Jan's brother threatened the doctor that if anything happened to his sister, he would kill them all. Lin Haodong swallowed heavily and trembled his entire body because he realized that this threat concerned him as well. Suddenly, the man stopped shaking the doctor in his hands because he saw his father. Qing Beifang appeared in the hotel corridor with a large number of guards behind him. That was when Lin Haodong decided to throw all of the Qing family's anger onto Chen Shou. He turned to the man and pointed at the guy, telling him that he wanted to kill his daughter, and the doctor confirmed the blond man's words. Just at that moment, the door of the room opened and Mr. Chin was told that the girl's condition was deteriorating and they could prepare for bad news. Ching Jan's father couldn't believe what he heard. He was very worried about his daughter and was angry at everyone around him. The rest of the classmates believed that it was Chen Shou's own fault that he would now be destroyed by the Ching family. Angry Ching Beifeng shifted his gaze to the guy who had been blamed for everything, but he had remained silent until now. He ordered him to say something, and Chen Shou said that he would save Ching Jan's life. Everyone around him thought he had gone completely insane as he almost killed the girl. Ching Jan's father grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes and started yelling that he didn't know what he was talking about. But the guy remained confident in his abilities and repeated that as he had said before. He was able to save Ching Beifeng's daughter. The people around him would stop doing nonsense and let him in with the girl. Ching Beifeng whether the guy realizes the consequences of his words. Yi Chen Shou said that he was confident in his words. He pointed at himself and said that if no one interfered with him, he was guaranteed to cure Ching Jan. And since the father was desperate and the guy was so confidently saying it to his face, he decided to believe him. Chen Shou admitted that he had one condition before he went to Ching Jan's room. The man listened to him intently and asked suspiciously what condition he was referring to. It turned out that Chen Shou wanted 20,000 bucks for his services after everything was over, since he would not just resuscitate the girl but permanently cure her disease. Such a statement surprised everyone present. His former classmates thought he was crazy for almost killing a girl, and now he's making conditions. After this condition, Chen Shou said that if the man does not agree, he will resuscitate the girl, but the disease cure will not. Ching Beifeng agreed to these conditions as he had always clung to every chance to save his daughter. Then the man grew gloomy and said that if his daughter recovered, he would give him 20 million, but he reminded him of another arrangement. And so after traveling such a long way, Chen Shou was once again next to the girl and prepared to clear the ducts. He was completely focused on her condition and wished he had been interrupted and things had gotten out of hand. The rest of the classmates were bunched up and waiting for the outcome of tonight to be known. Lin Haodong excused himself to Ching Beifeng and told him that the guy was completely ignorant of medicine. However, the men said that if he failed and tried to escape, he would be shot immediately. Lin Haodong was glad that he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty himself, and the hated guy would come to an end today. An hour and a half had passed when a guy came out of the room and announced that Ching Jan was fine. Ching Beifeng and Lin Haodong were heading to the girls' room when they saw the guy. No one expected that he had actually succeeded. But when the blond man and the Ching family walked into the room, no one could believe their eyes. In front of them sat a perfectly healthy Ching Jan. She held a glass of water in her hands and called out to her daddy. They threw themselves into each other's arms and began to confess that they thought they would never meet again. Ching Beifeng in front of the guy and expressing his gratitude to him, he confessed that he would forever owe him. Chen Shou reassured the man and told him that everything was fine because his daughter was alive because he believed him. Lin Haodong reminded about how Dr. Ye should be thanked as well, because the guy wouldn't be able to do it without him. However, Ching Jan ordered her not to believe him because this man was a fraud and had no intention of treating her. She said that if this doctor hadn't interrupted Chen Shou, she wouldn't have been on the brink of death. The doctor was very worried and started bowing to the man and telling him that he didn't do all this on purpose. Chen Shou was very angry and asked if this disgusting man was trying to get out of this situation. Ching Beifeng ordered Dr. Ye to be taken so far away that he would never see his face in this city. And as the guards led the man away, he continued to apologize and lash out in a panic. He shouted for Mr. Lin to save him, and Chen Shou recalled that it was the blond man who had called the doctor. The guy asked what was the purpose of Lin Haodong bringing this rogue here. Lin Haodong stared angrily at Chen Shou, who was giving out about his involvement, and one of their classmates said that he had called a rogue just to kill Ching Jan. And the girls were discussing that he had started acting suspiciously ever since the girls showed up. Lin Haodong listened to the people around him quickly change their opinions and tried to figure out how to get out of the situation. Chen Shou said that he didn't need to do such a stupid act, and he advises him not to embarrass himself anymore, and then pointed at Ching Beifeng and reminded him what kind of ending could await him if he continued like this. The guy shifted his gaze to the corner where Ching Jan's father was standing. He felt fear spreading throughout his body. Because Ching Beifeng above him was a formidable dark figure, and the guy felt like the most insignificant person in the world. He was so scared that he started screaming and making excuses that he didn't do all this on purpose. After that, he fell to his knees and started begging for mercy because he just wanted to help her. He reminded her that the girl was alive now and she was fine, but that only made the man angrier. Because it was Chen Shou's doing. Boy, he would never see his daughter alive again. The men shouted that if it wasn't for Lin Haodong's father, he would have killed him right there and demanded an apology. Lin Haodong understood that if he apologized to Chen Shou, the mutation would be destroyed forever. But Ching Beifeng was very serious and was very angry and would not tolerate any other options. Therefore, Lin Haodong knelt down in front of Chen Shou and Ching Jan to make amends. He bowed and apologized to Ching Jan, telling him that he didn't do it all on purpose. And after that, he heartily apologized to Chen Shou, who looked down on him. Chen Shou advised the blonde man not to do something so stupid next time and enjoyed the expression on his opponent's face. Lin Haodong, you were very angry, and hoped that in the future Chen Shou would compensate him tenfold for today's disgrace. The system declared the task complete and rewarded him with 3 good luck spells and 3 bad luck spells. Chen Shou asked about the bad luck spell, and she told him that after using it, a person's luck level would decrease for 1 month. And the guy decided that he wanted to use all 3 failure spells on Lin Haodong at once. The system gladly did its master's bidding and placed 3 failure spells on the blonde man's back. They sprang into action at once, for as soon as the lad stood up, he immediately stumbled to his own feet. He began to fall forward onto the table of food, which flew in different directions, pack his suit, and everything around him. Lin Haodong was covered head to toe with leftover food and drenched in various sauces. All the classmates who used to be to him now scoffed at his failures. The girl with the red hair joked that the guy was so scared that his legs were shaking. And Chen Shou thought it was the guy's own fault, because if he hadn't touched him, no one would have retaliated. Ching Jan stood beside Chen Shou, slightly red. She looked at the guy beside her with admiration and embarrassment. And Chen Shou turned to her father and said that he wanted to ask him something. Ching Beifeng readily agreed and promised the guy that he would fulfill absolutely any of his requests. Chen Shou asked that no one present here now should tell others about what had happened. Ching Beifeng that will keep today's entire day a secret from the public and will do everything to do so. Chen Shou thanked the man and thought that since he was helped by the system, it would be better if no one knew about his abilities. The meeting was over, and now he could send back to the Western world with peace of mind. However, the system still hadn't given him an assignment, and he was worried about how long he would have to wait. He was pulled away from these thoughts by Ching Jan's voice, who asked him to wait and ran after him. She looked completely healthy and said that she was very grateful to the guy, but Chen Shou asked her to forget about it. Then he smiled a little at her and told her that she had not recently recovered and that she should not put her body under much strain for the time being. Asked her to eliminate cold foods and eat a variety of foods as after she gets home. After that, he waved goodbye to the girl and said he had to go now. And the guy went home, leaving Ching Jan to stare after him and hope that they would see each other again. Chen Shou had set up the tripod in his room and was minding his own business when he received a notification from the system. She gave him a new assignment in which he had to go to the Heavenly Palace and rescue a flower spirit. He was promised a weapon of the highest quality, and the boy was already dreaming of how happy he would be when he got it. A notice appeared in front of him asking if he wished to go to the Heavenly Palace right now. And Chen Shou, without thinking long, he immediately pressed the yes button because he really wanted to get the reward. A blue energy appeared around him as usual, which was about to throw him through a portal to another world. It completely enveloped the guy and left only a small trace after his disappearance. It was a densely planted, dense forest that was illuminated by bright sunlight. Just above this forest appeared from another world, created by the system to ferry the guy to the right place. A second later, Chen Shou himself fell out of there. Since the portal was in the air, the guy flew to the ground upside down. Because of this, he had to land flat on his back, which he didn't like very much. When he got up, he got angry at the system and reminded him that he had asked for his landings to be made softer. He looked around and noticed that he was nowhere near the celestial palace the system should have directed him to. Chen Shou realized that he was in some strange primordial forest and didn't quite know what to do. The system told us that each world had 3 heavenly palaces, and yet each palace had its own world. The boy thought about it and realized that the lunar halls and the country of maidens were parallel worlds, just like the heavenly palaces. He realized that all palaces are tower-shaped, where each has its own virtual space. Chen Shou looked around again and asked who he should save if there was no flower spirit around. Just as suddenly he heard a loud howl, and he was blown away by a torrent of wind, and the forest darkened in an instant. Chen Shou remained standing on his feet, but was greatly frightened and asked if the system was here. The system wasn't responding, and the guy was very upset that it had shut down at such a dangerous moment. He stood behind the tall bushes, through which he decided to peek at what was happening on the other side. There he saw a girl with wings and short pink hair and decided she was the flower spirit. This girl was being attacked by a beast that had just a huge paw with huge, sharp claws. Flower Spirit focused on the battle and had no intention of retreating, even though she was many times smaller than her opponent. She used her energy to fend off the impact of a huge clawed paw and dodge. Chen Shou watched how huge the opponent was and how much strength he possessed, and didn't know if the Flower Spirit could defeat him. The guy realized that a normal person would be finished if they decided to fight the Flower Spirit, and he needed to save her. The system came back online when the guy started screaming and accusing her of sending him to his death. However, the system said that Chen Shou could not be considered an ordinary person because he had a system. The guy recalled that he only had a 9th base cultivation level compared to the Flower Spirit. He was weak. But the system said that the host himself agreed and the task cannot be cancelled, or they will no longer be available to him. There was no choice left, and the guy had to concentrate all his energy in his arms and body. And he began to fill his body with tremendous power. He thought he had hit on a very tricky system. But since there was no choice left, he rushed forward to the side where the battle was taking place. He landed on one of the tree branches so he could have a great view from above of the battle going on. This way, he could get a perfect view of the opponent and the fighting style of the Flower Spirit that was supposed to help. Compared to the Flower Spirit, the monster just looked terrifyingly huge, but the girl was perfectly able to deal with its attacks. Chen Shou turned to the system and asked her what kind of monster it was that was attacking the girl. The system told him that it was a Lingzi-level steel wolf that was currently at the 9th stage. The guy was very confused when he heard that it was a steel wolf, because he had heard about it in legends. It was believed to be the only monster that could fool the master's disciples and make Sun Wukong himself cry. All the girls who had appeared next to the protagonist up to this point welcomed the new girl. Chen Shou remembered that to the Monkey King, this beast was just a bug, but he was much weaker. Steel Wolf asked Malva why, after 500 years of peace, she had decided to attack him. The girl was angry when the monster said they weren't bothering each other, asked how dare he say such a thing. After all, she was supposed to raise her level just a couple days ago, but the Steel Wolf had prevented her from doing so. If he didn't, she would be much stronger. The girl shoved the wolf farther away from her. The wolf said that if the girl raised her level, she would absorb all the spiritual energy and he would have hundreds of years to replenish it. He struck back and asked how he could raise his level under such circumstances, and explained to her that in their case, someone else's failure gave them a chance for their own advancement. The girl was very angry and wasn't going to listen to his excuses, much less such. A huge crater formed behind her, and she said that the wolf would answer for choosing to fight her at such an important time for her. She began to concentrate all the energy she had around her chest and began to create a ball of her energy. And when it reached enormous size, she raised it above her head to throw it at the wolf. After which she threw and shouted that anyone who interfered with her would go from her power. Chen Shou watched the fight with horror and asked the system if she was sure he needed to save this frantic girl. Then he asked the system for 5 diamond power spells and 5 stealth spells. After that, he decided to add a lightning spell. At first, he wanted to add 10 pieces, but then he changed his mind and decided to take 20. Chen Shou felt that he should prepare well before engaging in battle against such a strong enemy. Especially if he doesn't save the Flower Spirit, he'll lose his reward and he'll also be stuck here forever. The huge ball of energy that the girl had created in a fit of rage flew straight at the Steel Wolf. He gathered more air into his lungs and prepared to repel this blow with his flames. And after that, he used his fire breath, intending to destroy everything with an explosion. The flower spirit hovered in the air and watched as the directed vortex of fire flew straight in her direction. She didn't expect at all that the steel wolf would defeat her attack so easily and wasn't prepared to dodge. So when there was a huge, fiery explosion on the same level as her, the girl didn't dodge and the flames hit her, causing her to be injured and start falling down. Chen Shou saw that the girls now definitely needed his help and decided that this was the right moment to join the fight. The guy finally jumped out of his ambush and asked the system to give him 3 lightning spells. The system gave him 3 pieces of paper with different symbols that transformed into lightning bolts. And those lightning bolts struck the steel wolf, stunning it from behind. The monster howled and didn't realize who was attacking it. After the lightning bolts, Chen Shou decided to use the 5 diamond power spells. A very bright light appeared in his hand, and all the power was concentrated in his fist. Taking advantage of this strength and the element of surprise, the guy jumped up and punched the steel wolf in the face. The force of Chen Shou's punch was enough for the monster to fly far enough away from the guy. He realized that these techniques could only help him once, and now he had to leave. Chen Shou stood beside the flower spirit and asked the systems what he should do now. She announced that she was opening a portal, and the guy took the girl in his arms and carried her through the portal to safety. The system transported them to the guy's dorm, and when they returned to his world, it was already night. Chen Shou slept his bed, but the not-quite-comfortable position made him wake up. He slowly opened his eyes to check what the heavy thing was laying on him, and he saw the girl he was supposed to save on top of him and panicked, asking the system why she was carried along with him. The guy looked at the pink-haired girl lying on top of him and asked the system why she was here. However, the system sent him a notification that the task was completed and he gets the reward of a sharp eye if he agrees. Chen Shou was so enthusiastic about being able to get a sharp eye that he completely forgot about his original appeal, and he happily pressed the button that confirmed he agreed to receive the award of a keen eye. And a huge amount of bright yellow glow began to appear around the guy and the flower spirit. The light was so bright that it illuminated the entire street outside the dormitory from the window. Chen Shou held his eyes and complained that he felt like he had them tied with gauze. The system congratulated the guy on receiving the award and announced that the next task would be given to him in 15 days. The guy agreed with this and decided to test what his new sharp eye could do. He couldn't wait to see if his description in the legends matched what he was really like. Chen Shou applied his ability and found that he could look through walls without much trouble. The boy was glad, because the Monkey King with his keen eye could easily detect uncleanness and distinguish good from evil. And now he had the ability to look through objects, and it could be of great use to him. The guy turned to see the girl on his bed and instantly realized his mistake. Because with his keen eye, he could look not only through walls but also through clothes, and there was a naked girl lying in front of him. Chen Shou turned off his keen eye and remembered that he had completely forgotten about the flower spirit because of the reward he had received. The guy pointed to the girl on his bed and asked the system what he should do with her. The system sent a notice that it could not interfere in such matters, and the guy was free to do whatever he wanted with the girl. Chen Shou got angry and said that he was a decent man and would not be used for such things. He walked into the system store because he needed the immortality pills of white-skinned flesh soul return. The guy didn't know if these pills would help the flower spirit or if he should even buy them. But he wanted to try and save the girl anyway and help her somehow. So he took one of the pills and put it in the sleeping girl's mouth, hoping it would help at least a little. After the girl swallowed the pill, a yellow glow appeared around her. Chen Shou decided that it was a good medicine because with its help, all the severe wounds instantly healed. Sometime after taking the medication, finally opened her eyes. The girl was sitting on the bed, holding her head when she heard someone else's voice. The girl turned in the direction of the sound, concentrating the energy in her fist, and prepared to defend herself against the stranger. However, the guy asked her not to use her powers and told her that he was not her enemy, but instead saved her and gave her the cure. Flower Spirit changed her mind about attacking and asked what this place was and why she was here. Chen Shou told her who he was and that he traveled to different worlds, and that he had accidentally stumbled upon her when he was wandering around. He told the girl that the world they were in now was called Planet Earth, and this is where he lived. The Flower Spirit said her name was Mallow. She sat in front of the boy on her knees and said she was very grateful for the rescue. Chensho felt very uncomfortable with the girl in front of him in such a pose. The boy wondered if the mallow had always lived in the forest, so he asked her about it. She told me that she had lived there for as long as she could remember, but then a wolf came along and hurt her. She was angry because he couldn't overpower her before and had stopped her from leveling up a couple days ago. Otherwise, she would have gotten back at him. Malva rushed to hug the guy and said that it was very good that Chensho was there in time and was able to save her. Otherwise, that big one would have swatted her by now and they would never have met. The city quietly lived its usual life. The day was sunny and quite warm. The secretary told me that they had never found the girl in the picture, even though they had searched all over the country. The girl assumed that Photoshop had been used to create the photo, and He Bingu scrutinized the photo, after which she said it was impossible since temperament cannot be faked unlike the face. Miss He was sure that the girl from the picture Chen Shou had given her existed in reality. Therefore, the girl asked her secretary to organize a detailed study of Chen Shou's surroundings. He Bingu sat in her chair and thought that she just had to find the girl if she existed. Malva ran over to the tripod the camera was mounted on and asked Chen Shou what it was. The guy explained that it's a video camera he uses for filming and it can capture any event. After pulling out his phone and saying that it was also suitable for filming and in some ways even more convenient, Malva listened intently, then asked the guy with a smile if he could capture her. Chen Shou happily agreed and thought that he was very lucky and could make a popular video again. The guy walked up to the girl and showed her his phone screen so she could see what he was filming earlier. Chen Shou showed a video of the moon goddess, but the girl was more interested in the mysterious rectangle in his hands. Malva asked why the girl, trapped in a small box, was laughing joyfully, and the boy realized that the girl did not understand the meaning of the word filmed. Afterward, the girl also started laughing and said that there were so many interesting things here that she didn't want to go back to her world. Chen Shou became serious and told the girl that she would have to go back anyway. Malva got upset and said that the flow of qi in her body was disrupted, and once she returned, the steel wolf would kill her. She grabbed the guy's hand and began to beg Chen Shou to leave her in this world for a while. The guy looked at the girl and thought that the girl wanted to stay here and share a room with him. Malva began to look even sadder and asked if he wouldn't take pity on her and send her to certain death. Chen Shou closed his eyes and swallowed heavily. He tried his best not to give in to the girl's entreaties. Malva let go of the guy's hand and turned away from him. She said the guy could take her back. And then she started crying and saying that no one cared about her and no one cared about her. And Chen Shou immediately let her stay. Malva's mood immediately improved and she ran towards the guy. Chen Shou watched this and felt as if he had been tricked. The girl was happily running around the room, and Chen Shou was thinking about the fact that Malva would need to find a place to live. But then he remembered that the girl was from another world and shouldn't be left alone without supervision. At that moment, Malva spoke up from the bathroom. She familiarized herself with the faucet and shouted that the water could be controlled. Chen Shou opened the bathroom door and started telling the girl that it was getting late and it was time to go to bed. But then he saw Malva, and his whole face turned very red and the boy felt embarrassed. The girl was sitting on the floor of the shower room with a shower head in her hands. Malva was wearing only a wet t-shirt. She saw the guy standing on the doorstep and smiled broadly at him. Then she asked him if he wanted to go swimming together. Chen Shou refused the offer and mentally tried to calm himself down. He told himself that the girl was from another world, and so she doesn't understand anything, and Malva followed the guy and didn't understand what was happening to him. Chen Shou didn't look at the girl and handed her some dry clothes. He asked Malva to change her clothes so that she wouldn't get sick. The girl took the dry clothes from the boy's hands and looked at them carefully. Then Malva used her powers and was surrounded by black butterflies and water droplets. Then she turned to Chen Shou, pointed at herself, and said that her clothes were now dry. The guy said that in the human world, it's best not to go outside the building and such things. He said he would buy her new clothes tomorrow, and the girl happily agreed and promised to be obedient. He Bingu walked down the corridor of Dongfang groups and thought back to the last meeting she had been to. The girl was saying that there's a press conference for international goods next month, and they should be releasing a new product, because otherwise all the company's shares will fall and investors will leave for competitors. One of the men was alarmed and said they had researched every possible product recipe and needed a new one. He said it was impossible to invent a new recipe in just a month. And he frowned. A co-worker met a gloomy girl in the hallway and asked her if everything was okay. He Bingu held out a pill to the man and asked him to analyze its composition if he had time. Mr. Tan took the pill and asked what it was, and the girl told him that according to her friend, the pill would keep her young. The man agreed and looked at the departing Miss He and realized that she was at an impasse. He Bingu was very worried and thought she was stupid for giving the man a pacifier, but it was worth checking out. Because if there's something in it, girls all over the world will start fanaticizing about Dongfang Group's products. Outside, someone called out loudly to Chen Shou. Malva pointed to the grill and said they cook lamb kebabs there, which smelled really good. She really wanted to try it, but the guy talked her into buying clothes first and then eating. The girl got upset and started to persuade him to eat now, but Chen Shou was determined to buy clothes first. So they soon found themselves in a women's clothing store, which was attracted by the variety of things. Malva held the pink dress with hearts at the collar in her hands and asked Chen Shou if it was beautiful. The guy smiled and said that it wasn't bad. Behind was Wang Shui and her friend, who noticed the couple. Chen Shou told Malva to go to the locker room and try on the outfits she chose there. The friend pointed at Chen Shou and asked Wang Shui to look over there. The blonde turned around and really saw her ex. The girl said that she didn't think Chen Shou preferred younger girls but his companion. However, Wang Shui didn't listen to her and walked angrily towards the guy. Her friend saw this and asked her to wait for her. They walked up to Chen Shou and the blonde haughtily greeted the guy, calling him her former subservient boyfriend. Chen Shou turned to Wang Shui and said that his mercurial ex was standing in front of him. The blonde said she didn't think the guy had such disgusting taste, and asked how he was able to choose such a cheap store. Her friend added that he wouldn't have enough money for clothes even at this store because the cheapest one cost 50,000. Chen Shou did not respond to the girl's sarcastic remarks, and this made Wang Shui very angry. Malva came out of the fitting room and asked who the older women were and why they smelled so bad. The girls were furious and started yelling that they weren't elderly and were generally using the best perfume in the world. Chen Shou said that the perfume smells good, but once it gets on Wang Shui's body, it starts to stink for some reason. And then the guy added that Wang Shui's temper is stinky. She has no respect for others, and mud constantly pours out of her mouth. The girl gloomed and wanted to start arguing, but Chen Shou threw one of her dresses in her face and said that nothing would block out her stench. With that, he turned away from the girls, and he and Malva headed toward the fitting room exit. Wang Shui was angry because Chen Shou dared to humiliate her because of another girl. The blonde was furious and screamed that she would show the guy some more. Just let him wait a little longer. Malva and Chen Shou had bought clothes and were now walking through the streets of the city. The girl stayed in her new pink dress. Malva was angry and asked Chen Shou how such ugly people could exist in the world. The guy stroked the top of her head and told her to stop being mad at girls because they weren't worth it. Chen Shou explained that the more she argued with such people, the more they would enjoy it. But the guy used too many words that were incomprehensible to Malva, so she didn't quite get the point and asked again. Chen Shou decided not to continue the unpleasant topic and cheerfully told Malva that they could go eat. The couple had a good day, and Chen Shou returned to the dorm late. He opened the door and had a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Guy walked into the room and put down the bags of Malva's clothes and was able to exhale in relief. The bouquet in his hands began to glow and a pink aura began to swirl around the flowers. The pink smoke cleared, and in the guy's arms, instead of a bouquet, was a laughing Malva. Chen Shou was embarrassed and asked the girl to give a warning next time she transformed back into a human. The girl slid to the floor and promised to warn her next time about her transformation. Malva was happy and humming contentedly went towards the bags to sort out her new things. She pulled out a joyfully red dress, and the lad thought that humans and female spirits alike liked pretty things. Chen Shou turned to the girl to ask her to give her a warning when he decided to change his clothes. But the guy didn't finish as he saw that the girl had already started to undress right in the room. Chen Shou's nose was bleeding and he quickly turned away. Malva didn't understand what was wrong, and the guy yelled for her to stay where she was. He threw his clothes over the girl with his eyes closed and yelled that changing clothes in front of the guys was not allowed, and it was better to go to another room. Malva understood him, and Chen Shou decided that he had to think of something or else he would have to suffer. After that, he went to bed and woke up the next morning with the whole room illuminated by sunlight. The guy heard a woman's voice calling him and asking him to wake up soon. Chensho opened his eyes and saw a girl on all fours next to me in a nightgown saying it was time to wake up. Chensho jumped up and started to ask loudly and nervously if the girl was not shy and afraid of him at all. Malva thought for a moment, then admitted that the guy had saved her life, so she wasn't afraid he'd hurt her. Chensho decided that spirits didn't understand anything about such things, and Malva didn't even know what he was talking about. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. Malva and Chensho were surprised and looked at the veer. The woman behind the door shouted that she had come to check the room, and Chensho began to panic. He realized that if the dorm supervisor found a girl in his room, he was finished. Malva didn't realize that, so she calmly got out of bed and walked to the door, about to open it for her guest. Chensho managed to grab her hand and quietly asked the girl to keep her voice down, or better yet, become a plant again. Malva turned to the boy and said that her energy flows had not yet recovered, and she would not be able to be a plant for long. The woman at the door thought there was no one in the room and decided to open the door with her key. She warned that she was coming in. Chensho apologized to Malva, grabbed the girl, and quickly dragged her to the bed. He laid the girl down, hovering over her, and in one motion threw the blanket over them. Malva exhaled in surprise as the guy tossed her onto the mattress, looking up at him in surprise. She was even more surprised when Chensho suddenly placed a seal on her forehead. The guy covered the girl's mouth with his palm and sternly ordered her to behave as quietly as he could. Chensho turned around at the door and thought he had cast an invisibility spell on Malva just in case. The woman entered the room and saw that Chensho was in bed. She asked why it took him so long to open the door. And the guy lied to her that he had just woken up while the woman scrutinized the room. Malva lay on the bed beneath her boyfriend's body and couldn't understand why her heart was beating so fast. The woman finished her inspection and told the guy to follow the safety rules, and they said goodbye. The door closed and Chensho and Malva were left alone in the room again. The boy jumped up from the bed and exhaled a sigh of relief. He was glad they hadn't gotten caught. Chensho used his strength to remove the invisibility spell from the girl, and the seal that was glued to Malva's face glowed and then disappeared. The girl was lying on the bed, her nightie was pulled up, and the straps were falling off her shoulders, and she looked disheveled. Malva was also sweating, so Chensho turned away and handed the girl a change of clothes so she wouldn't catch cold. But Malva said she wouldn't catch a cold because she was very hot under the blanket. Chensho fell face down into the mattress and shouted that he had asked for a change of clothes, while he himself was alarmed by the sight of the girl. Malva was surprised at first, but then smiled happily and agreed to change clothes if it was important to Chensho. Miss He was sitting in her office when she got a call and started shouting into the phone that there was a result. Mr. Tan shouted that the pill she had given really did have rejuvenating properties. He Bingu jumped up from her chair and couldn't believe that it was really like this. But the man said that this pill can keep skin looking young for 5 years, and if research continues, they have a chance. The girl stood at the panoramic window and thanked Mr. Tan for the good news. He Bingu hung up the phone and pondered over everything that had happened to her recently. She sat down in the chair and realized that Chensho had not deceived her and the rejuvenation pill really did exist. The girl thought about just helping his family, and he gave a pill worth hundreds of millions of yen. She thought the guy didn't know the value of the pill, but then she remembered his words and confident face and realized he knew everything. She was trying to figure out where an average guy who had recently graduated from high school got such a thing. Chensho and Malva went to a restaurant. There were many different foods on their table, and a guy was sitting on his phone. Malva was delighted with the delicious taste of her new food. She told Chensho how delicious it was. The guy smiled and said that Malva could eat more if she liked it that much. Chensho noticed that he had few likes left due to the fact that he often bought a lot of pills and spells. The guy realized that he needed to come up with a new idea for a new video, because dancing might make subscribers tired. The girl screamed and Chensho took his eyes off the phone to ask what had happened to her. Malva asked what to do because she had soiled the clothes they had bought her. Chensho stood up from his seat and said that the most important thing was that the girl didn't get burned. The guy handed the girl a napkin and said they would change their clothes and wash the dirty ones at home. And suddenly, Chensho realized that he had a good idea for a video related to the change of clothes. He sat down next to the girl and asked if she could dance, and Malva said she could as she wiped her dress. Chen showed a video of the moon goddess dance and asked how about it, and the girl said she had no problem dancing. The guy asked if she minded if he videotaped her because it was his job, and promised that as a reward, Malva could ask for whatever she wanted and Chen would do it. The girl looked at the guy carefully and asked if he was sure he would fulfill absolutely any request. She moved very close to him, and Chen blushed at such unexpected actions by Malva. The guy pulled back and started promising that he would do his best. The girl smiled happily and said she wanted to be in this world for a couple more days. Then she shouted that she wanted to eat at this restaurant again, and Chen was very surprised. They came to the studio, and the girl asked why they were filming here. Chen said that there were few people here and the girl could use magic. He wanted to add the background later, but Malva heard that they needed a nice background, ordered the guy to watch carefully. And a second later, the room disappeared, and beautiful pinkish trees appeared around the couple. Malva explained that she knew how to create illusions, and her magic could save the guy some time. Chen smiled happily and stroked the girl on the top of her head. He thanked her for her help. Malva was dressed in a business suit. She had square glasses and black-heeled shoes. After that, there was an image with shorts and a top. The girl put a shirt on top, and on her feet were sneakers and stockings. Then Malva twirled happily in a short, puffy dress with white stockings on her feet. Chen watched Malva dance intently, changing images, and thought that life was good. Chen phone rang, and someone shouted for Chen to go back to the university immediately. Chen asked what was the matter, and his interlocutor shouted that he was in big trouble. Malva and Chen arrived at the university and walked through the corridors near the principal's office. In the hallway, they met the anxious principal, who was glad the kid had finally arrived. The principal shouted at Chen and asked what he had done to offend Miss Ching so much. The guy wondered who Miss Ching was and remembered that she was the daughter of the director of Beifang Group. The principal said she came to their school today, accompanied by people in suits, and said she was looking for him. Chen asked the principal not to worry because he would now go into the office and find out for himself. But he didn't have time to open the door, so his hand froze where the doorknob should have been. Ching Jan stood in the doorway and was very happy to see the person who had saved her life again. The girl turned to her father and said that Chen had finally come. Ching Beifeng was sitting on the sofa. The man turned towards the entrance and told Chen that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chen began to approach the man and asked what he had come to see him for. The director watched this and thought he was worried for nothing. It turns out they have quite a good relationship. Following the guy, Malva walked in. Ching Jan looked at the girl with interest and surprise. She was upset and thought that Chen had gotten himself a girlfriend in the time they hadn't seen each other. Malva felt the blonde's displeased look on her and couldn't understand why she was being looked at like that. The Ching family and Chen and Malva sat down on the couches, so the principal said he was leaving them. The director thought that Chen was not an easy guy since he was able to strike up a relationship with a business tycoon. And then he clenched his fist and thought with admiration that he was not a student of their establishment for nothing. Ching Beifei said that next month was Ching Jan's grandfather's anniversary, and he wanted to personally thank the guy. So Chen was invited. The guy said he was honored to be invited and he would come. Ching Jan hesitantly asked the guy if he had any free time right now. Chen looked at the girl and said that he had time and asked what was wrong. Ching Jan got excited and said that a new pastry shop had just recently opened nearby and suggested that they go there together. The boy happily agreed, and Malva nearby jumped for joy and shouted that she agreed too. The girl asked her father if she could go for a walk with the boys, and Ching Beifei let her. The girls sat at the same table while Chen ordered desserts. Ching Jan looked at the girl unhappily. Malva noticed this and wondered if she had something on her face since the girl was looking at her so intently. Ching Jan was embarrassed, but decided to tell the girl that she had one question for her. Ching Jan nervously clutched the fabric of the dress in her hands, trying to calm herself down. Malva leaned on her arm and relaxed, and asked what Ching Jan was interested in. The blonde gathered her thoughts and asked if Malva was Chen girlfriend. Flower Spirit smiled and chuckled when she heard exactly what the girl was so concerned about. Ching Jan sat in front of Malva and was very anxious to hear a positive answer. But Malva asked in surprise what Chen girl meant. Ching Jan was confused and didn't know what to answer. At that moment, a guy came over to the table and asked what the girls were talking about. Malva happily turned to Chen Shou and said that they were talking about his girlfriend. The guy was very surprised when he heard the topic of conversation, and Ching Jan was embarrassed. The girl explained that Malva follows him around all the time, so she thought the couple was dating. The waiter brought them desserts, and Chen Shou told the blonde that he and Malva were just friends. The girl was glad they were just friends and thought that if that was the case, she still had a chance. Malva ate cake and told me that the guy saved her life, so he became her best friend. Ching Jan rejoiced and shouted that Chen Shou had saved her life as well. The blonde said she had been seriously ill since childhood and would have died by now if not for her boyfriend. Guy didn't think that girls from different worlds would find common ground so quickly when He Bingu called him. He left the girls laughing and talking and stepped back to answer the phone. The girl asked if Chen Shou had any free time tomorrow afternoon. The guy went outside and stopped near the cafe. Afterwards, he said that he had time. He Bingu was in her office and said that in that case, she wanted to meet a guy at Dongfang Group Company. Chen Shou remembered that he wanted to ask Miss He if she could help him with something else. The girl asked what he needed help with, and the guy asked if she knew any realtors. Chen Shou wanted to buy 2 apartments, one near the center for his parents and one farther away for him. He said that he would soon graduate from university and would have to leave the dormitory and would like to provide his parents with good conditions. He Bingu said she would help him find apartments, but she wondered where he got the money from. Chen Shou laughed and said that his videos were popular and he was able to get money from them. Miss He said she would help because the guy helped her a lot by giving her that pill. The guy thanked the girl, and she set down a cup of coffee and asked Chen Shou not to be ceremonious with each other since they were already friends. The guy agreed with the girl and said goodbye to Bingu. He turned around to go back to the cafe, but the girl stopped him and asked him if the girl in the photo wanted to meet her. Chen Shou said that the girl had some business and went to her home country, and they didn't contact each other for a long time. Bingu was a little upset and asked the guy to invite the girl as soon as he contacted her. Chen Shou was embarrassed as he was partly lying, but he promised the girl that he would try his best. The guy went back to the cafe and thought he was going to have a hard time if the queen got into his world. Chen Shou posted a video of Malva, and in the evening saw that he was able to gain 500,000 likes in one day. He was trying to figure out if he had enough accumulated likes to buy a training room for a day. And then he thought about it and remembered that Malva's spiritual wounds still hadn't healed. The guy asked the system if the girl could use the training room for recovery, and the system said that the spirit wouldn't even have to pay. Chen Shou was indignant because of this injustice. The system explained that the flower spirit does not belong to this world and is considered a virtual unit, so it does not need to be paid. Chen Shou was not completely satisfied with such an explanation, but he called out to Malva. The girl was lying on his bed saying goodbye to someone, not paying attention to him. The guy walked closer to the girl and asked her what she was doing. Malva showed her phone and said she had been chatting with Ching Jan. Guy didn't know when they had managed to become friends. Chen Shou noticed that the flower spirit quickly adapted to his world and even learned how to use the phone. The guy folded his arms across his chest and asked if the girl was going back to her world. Malva said that her power had not recovered and it was very dangerous for her to return alone. Chen Shou said that he had a training room and could share the place with the girl. He promised that in her she would quickly regain all her strength and could become even stronger than before. The girl began to hug the guy and complained that with great difficulty she was able to find 2 friends in this world. She cried and said that she hadn't tried anything in the new world yet, and Chen Shou was already kicking her out. The guy hadn't expected such a reaction and was trying to figure out from whom the girl had learned to be so cranky. Chen Shou said he was joking and asked the girl to go to the training room and then they would talk again. A portal appeared in the room, and the guy asked Malva to pick a time to end her training once she was in the room. The girl said she understood and headed into the portal, leaving the guy alone in the dormitory. The girl disappeared, and the guy stood next to the window and watched the portal close. The system sent a new mission. It was to escort the flower spirit and kill the steel wolf. Chen Shou agreed, and the system said that the passage was already open, and it would begin teleporting. So a few seconds later, another portal appeared in the room and the guy disappeared into it. He was transported to the primeval forest. He realized that his power was far inferior to that of the steel wolf. He took out a pill and thought he needed to use the spell pills and ingenuity he had gotten from the system. Behind his back, a couple hundred meters away, he heard the loud howl of a steel wolf. He opened the system and ordered her to create a magic cloud to move quickly to the wolf. He flew toward the howl, thinking that since the wolf needed to be killed, a direct confrontation was pointless. The boy hovered a little behind the wolf and realized that if he was careless, he would be killed. The steel wolf spoke up. He was angry and questioned how such a petty lowlife dared to come back. The beast said that last time the guy was only able to win because of his attack from the back. He shouted that if it wasn't for that attack, the guy in Malva had been cut to pieces long ago. Cheno dodged the attack on the magic cloud and asked the system if this task was feasible. The system said that it was up to the master to decide how to complete the task, and Cheno was angry. The guy realized that the system wouldn't give him any clues, and he would have to act on his own. Cheno started moving forward on his magic cloud and used a lightning spell. A huge number of lightning bolts of different sizes appeared all around. They appeared as if from the sky. The steel wolf was surrounded by lightning, and a couple hit right into the wolf's body, and it screamed. When the lightning stopped, the steel wolf's body was covered in abrasions, and he wanted to take revenge on the guy. The steel wolf used the dragon flame breath technique, and a huge fire wolf appeared above him. A fire wolf attacked Cheno, and the guy was forced to dodge the fiery maw. The fire vortex swept past the guy and continued its forward motion. The guy hovered above the wolf on a magic cloud. Cheno stood up and told the steel wolf to at least look at the target before striking. The steel wolf was furious and threw himself at the guy. He shouted for such a lowlife not to dare to despise him. But to the wolf's great surprise, his punch did not hit the target. Cheno, who was standing in front of him in the sky, disappeared. Cheno stood on the ground and asked the steel wolf who he was looking for in the sky. Cheno used his signature move to anger his opponent in order to weaken his defense. The plan was working and the steel wolf was furious. He was screaming that the guy dared to cheat him. The wolf shouted that it would destroy the guy. Cheno realized that the steel wolf was now being led by anger and would act rashly. A loud explosion rang out amongst the primordial forest, and a pillar of light rose into the sky. The guy rode the magic cloud up into the sky again, and the wolf was yelling for the guy to fight him. Cheno asked, wondering if he wasn't fighting him face to face right now. Cheno's second signature move was to attract attention and attack at the most unexpected moment. The steel wolf yelled for the guy to come down to him immediately and get closer. Cheno used the prepared seal with an incantation, and the steel wolf was struck by a lightning bolt of immense power. The steel wolf fell to the ground, and a large dent formed around its body. Cheno asked, did an experienced steel wolf really want to fight a cultivation novice? The boy stood next to the steel wolf's muzzle and asked if he thought he was a fool. Cheno's third signature technique was to anger the opponent by talking. The guy pulled out a spell seal and said that the steel wolf was very neglected and only the grave would fix him. Cheno raised his hand with a seal that began to glow and said that he had to send the wolf to the other world. The guy used a holy banishment spell, and the steel wolf was engulfed in a bright light. The fourth signature move worked. The guy waited for his opponent to stop resisting and took the victory beautifully. The task was completed and the guy was rewarded, and then he saw that there was some sort of orb over the wolf's body. He picked up a glowing orb, and the system explained that it was the stone of incarnation and it would allow him to manifest anything. Cheno got excited and asked how he could use the stone, and the system asked him to drop blood on it. The guy was unimpressed and told the system it was the most old-fashioned ritual he knew. Despite this, Cheno still dripped his blood onto the reincarnation stone. Cheno observed the stone in his hand and said that he had not come here this time for nothing. The system announces that the time for the mission is up, so it opens a portal to return. The portal opened and began to bring Cheno back to his world, leaving a defeated wolf behind. After a while, someone else's legs appeared in front of the steel wolf's body. The man looked down at the steel wolf's body carefully, but the man remained silent. The guy sat on his dorm bed, not realizing where he'd managed to get himself into. Not only did he tie himself into the system, but he began to live the lifestyle of a rich man. Cheno thought that he was becoming more powerful, and he even managed to kill a strong monster. But Cheno realized that despite that, he felt himself getting stronger. The boy clutched the reincarnation stone in his hand and worried that there would come a moment when he would have to start over. At this moment, a notification from the system appeared beside Chensho, and the guy turned to look at the sign. The system congratulated the hidden task completed and said that the main line task was open. The guy was pretty surprised that there were hidden missions and a main line. It turned out that the system provided hidden tasks that depended on the host's behavior. The guy said he had to think about the consequences, because the system wouldn't save him if something happened to him, and the system confirmed it. The main line is the secret of connecting worlds. After Chensho solves the mystery, he will get the reward. The system said the host must find 5 key artifacts in both worlds. Each of them will provide a clue. Chensho was surprised. He had certainly known for a long time that these 2 worlds had something connecting them. The guy wondered about Ching Jan. She was from the real world, but she had cultivator energy. Chensho pondered and realized that in order to unravel this secret, he needed to start with the Ching family. The guy was shown the house and told that there was a developed infrastructure nearby and the center was 15 minutes away. He Bingu said that it was a very nice apartment, and she advised the guy to take it. Chensho thanked the girl. They were riding in Chensho's red Ferrari, and He Bingu said she was very curious. The girl looked at the guy and asked where he got the youth preservation pill from. Chensho said he was returning home and bought medicine for his father from an elder, and the latter gave him a pill. He Bingu turned away and asked if the guy was telling the truth. Chensho said that he was. They stopped, and the girl asked Chensho to wait for her here for a while. Chensho said he would park while He Bingu retreated to his business. The lad thought he must find the right moment to tell Bingu everything and dispel his doubts about him. Some man saw the girl. He said that Director He was in front of him, and the girl turned around. He Bingu was annoyed, and the man asked if the girl was sad because she couldn't think of a new product. The man slapped the girl and said he would give her 1 prescription if the girl would be his. He Bingu pushed the man's hands away from her and shouted for him to move away. The man called the girl a stroppy lady and asked if the girl knew how dire her company's situation was. The man began to stretch his arms towards Bingu and say that he would take good care of her, so there was no need to reject him. Chensho appeared nearby and managed to stop the insolent man by grabbing his wrist. The guy covered the girl with himself and ordered the man to remove his hands. The man yelled for his hand to be released. Chensho threw back the arm of the insolent man, and the man began to fall to the ground with a scream. The man was lying on the floor and was very angry that some guy was allowing himself to be raised on him. He shouted that in his entire life, no one had ever dared to treat him so rudely, and he wanted to hit Chensho. The boy only smirked at such a glaring reaction from the man and prepared to fight back. Chensho put his hand to the man's neck and asked if he was the one being rude to him. The man tensely froze and stared at Chensho's fingers in front of his caddy. Chensho felt confident and recalled that the man himself had asked for his hand to be released. Chensho said, judging from the suit, "The man works as a supervisor but acts like a lousy dog." Such a comparison angered the man, and he started yelling at the guy, asking what he was saying. Chensho leaned into the man's ear and said that if his wife found out about the molestation, he would have a hard time. The man was angry. No one in his inner circle knew he had a wife, and he didn't understand how the guy knew about it. Chensho told the man not to try to find out how he knew, and not to try to pester Bingu again. The man couldn't do anything to Chensho because he didn't want trouble with his wife, but he was very angry. The man started to leave and shouted that the guy was just lucky. Chensho thought that although the man looked arrogant, he was afraid of his wife. He Bingu walked up to the guy and asked, "What did you say to him that he ran away and was so scared?" Chensho said that he didn't say anything like that to him, but just reminded him of one important detail. Bingu said she was afraid the guys would fight. Chensho said that real gentlemen settle the matter with words. The girl said that it was Liu Quan and his company is under the protection of the Xia family, and it brings them trouble. Bingu was angry and said that if it wasn't for the Xia family's protection, she would have gotten his company long ago. The guy tried to calm her down and promised that Liu Quan wouldn't dare molest her again. He Bingu was surprised and looked at Chensho with a question in her eyes. Then the girl calmed down a little, looked at the guy carefully and said she believed him. Night came and the guy went back to his dorm room after a busy day. Chensho sat on the edge of his bed and pondered over the fact that he had 4 artifacts to collect. Chensho was at the 16th level. His cultivation stage was at the dawn period, and he had 72 reincarnations. Chensho realized that he only had 3 levels to go, and when Malva came out of the training room, but he didn't have time to finish his thoughts aloud because a knock sounded behind him. Chensho turned around at the sound and saw Malva on his bed being thrown out by the portal. The girl was wearing her clothes and complaining to the guy that she was in a lot of pain. Chensho was worried about the flower spirit. He asked if she was okay and why Malva had fallen. Malva laughed a little and admitted that she had overdone it when she left the room, and the boy asked her to be more careful. Malva began to tell me how wonderful the training room was and that not only had she recovered, but she was stronger. Chensho listened to the girl, and then an idea came to him, and he couldn't understand why he hadn't thought of it before. He smiled broadly at Malva and asked if she could help him. The girl was surprised and asked what she could do to help. Chensho admitted that he needed to move and they could do some interesting things in the big rooms, but the girl will have to expend some effort. Malva listened to all the criteria and was worried that the guy wanted to get her into bed. Chensho put his hands on the girl's shoulders and said that only Malva could help him with this. Malva was embarrassed and asked if they were in a big hurry. She started to say something about their relationship. But Chensho said they were in no hurry and could take care of it right after they moved in, and Malva agreed. They soon moved into Chensho's new home, which Bingu helped him choose. Malva was grim and felt uneasy when she realized what the guy was really talking about. The guy was attacking the flower spirit, and the girl was yelling that it wasn't fun and interesting. Chensho shouted to Malva to fend off the attack. They transformed the room into a clearing and started practicing. Malva put her arm forward and concentrated her strength to fend off the guy's attack. Chensho saw the power of the flower spirit and realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. The next moment, there was a massive explosion that destroyed the wall of Chensho's new house. Malva was pissed because that wasn't what she was expecting at all and yelled at the guy to have fun with himself. Chensho was thrown back by the explosion, and the battered guy was hanging on a tree branch and didn't understand why the girl was angry. Chensho followed the girl and asked why she was angry at him. He said that nerve cells don't recover. Malva stopped on the stairs, turned to the guy and asked if he realized his mistake. Chensho froze in place and realized that he didn't know what the correct answer was. The girl started to walk away again. Chensho said that he shouldn't have attacked her with magic and apologized. He started crying and said he heard about her strength and remembered how weak he was, so he wanted to practice with her. Malva turned to the boy and slapped his cheeks. The boy stopped crying and looked at the girl in surprise. And then the girl started pulling the guy's cheeks and yelling that he should have talked about working out right away. Malva was very confused and asked why the guy was speaking in riddles, and she explained that she had misunderstood everything. Chensho was glad that the girl agreed to train with him, and Malva said that only she could help him. Chensho said that Malva was very good, and he would forever remember the kindness of the flower spirit. The girl agreed, and Chensho said that they could now start practicing again. The guy moved quickly around Malva, and the girl was bored by his slowness. Chensho was in front of her and said that he found her weak spot and jumped forward. Malva easily dodged the attack and told Chensho that he was slow and weak. The girl ordered the guy to try again and attacked him with a ball of pink energy. Chensho had time to turn around and tried to repel the attack. He told Malva that it was very powerful and ferocious. Chensho's blue ball of energy and Malva's pink ball of energy collided. Their power released, and the guy was thrown back hard, and blue and pink lightning bolts began to appear around him. Chensho was lying on the grass and breathing heavily after his next loss. Malva stood next to him and said he could take her punch, but he still needed to practice more. The girl said that his abilities could only be considered cool in his world. Malva shrugged and said that in a parallel world he wouldn't have lasted a second. Chensho grudgingly said that he understood and would try harder when his phone rang. Chensho sat down on the grass, picked up the phone, and said hello to He Bingu. The girl was panicking and screaming into the guy's phone. She stuttered and talked about the youth pill. Chensho asked He Bingu to calm down and speak more calmly so that he would understand. The girl said that the pill and all the important research results had been stolen. Chensho promised to come over. Chensho told Malva that he had some important business to attend to and asked her to wait at home. Flower Spirit was a little surprised that the guy was leaving so quickly, but agreed to wait for him. The guy was driving and realized he could give the girl another pill, but they'd be in trouble if it was stolen by the competition. Because in that case, the damage to the company would be huge. Chen Shou started to drive faster. He arrived at a high-rise building that belonged to Dongfang Group. He Bingu led the boy into the laboratory. There were scientists lying on the floor, and the boy asked what had happened. He Bingu was very worried and said that she had already called the police, but she hadn't expected this to happen. The man said the CCTV system was destroyed, no prints were left, and even the bullets were taken away. Chen Shou was sure that there was a traitor among the scholars, and since they had weapons, they had hired foreign fighters. Chen Shou said to Bingshu's subordinate to find out which competitor had recently traveled out of the country. The boy looked at the man who lay closer to him and noticed something strange about him. The man's hand was clenched into a fist, and he had something in his hand. Chen Shou walked closer. He crouched down next to it, pulled out the strange item, and mentally asked the system to scan the button. The emblem on the button was the logo of a group of international assassins called the Dragon Clan. Chen Shou took the button with him and went to He Bingu. He held it out to the girl and said that he found it from one of the men. He Bingu looked at Chen Shou's outstretched hand and couldn't believe her eyes. An employee came and said that the Liu family's company invited foreigners under the pretext of an investor meeting. He Bingu became even more worried when she heard about the Liu family's company. Chen Shou put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her not to worry so much. He frowned and said that those who dared to steal his item and kill innocent people were horrible, and he promised He Bingu that the rascals would pay severely for what they had done. It was late night outside, and the events were taking place in a city hotel. The men and the girl sat on the couch and were praised for getting a much-needed item. Liu Quan smiled and asked, wasn't it time for them to sell this thing to him now? The man said he suddenly changed his mind, and now this product is worth 200 lil bucks. Liu Quan couldn't believe that the bandits had named such a huge sum of $200 million. The man showed the folder and said it was simple. Liu Quan gives them the money and they give them the goods. The bandit placed the merchandise folder on the table with a loud clatter and slightly pushed Liu Quan aside. The man smiled and said he just had to pay to get the goods. Liu Quan said that they had originally agreed on the price, but now they were demanding more. The blond man said that if Mr. Liu didn't want to buy the goods, they would sell them to others. Liu Quan was very angry. He thought about the fact that he wanted to get the research results right now, and he had been tricked. Suddenly he heard Chen Shou's voice behind him saying that instead of gains, he would receive losses. Chen Shou said that the higher powers see everything, so the man would pay for his deed. Liu Quan didn't understand how the guy got to the 20th floor through the huge number of bodyguards. Chen Shou told everyone present that he assumes they were the ones who killed the company's employees. The bandits realized that Chen Shou was in front of them, but they couldn't understand why Liu Quan was so afraid of him. The man said he doesn't know how the guy got here, but now he has to say goodbye to his life. Muchtka waved his hand in the guy's direction and ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Armed men rushed at Chen Shou from different directions, but the guy remained calm. He closed his eyes as the bandits rapidly approached him and wondered if that was it. Chen Shou began to dodge other people's attacks as if they were just child's play for him. The guy said that dealing with the bandits was too easy and unleashed his spiritual power, and shoved one of his attackers aside and said they were even easier to deal with than he thought. One of the men fell unconscious right in front of Liu Quan. The man was very frightened. The man couldn't believe that Chen Shou was able to dispose of the bandit in 1 second. Meanwhile, the guy punched another thug in the face and he flew off screaming. Chen Shou jumped up and disarmed another of his opponents with his foot. Another bandit appeared behind him. He swung his sword at the boy and shouted that he was finished. But Chen Shou dodged and kicked the man in the face, throwing him away from himself. The man flew into the wall and a huge dent was made at the impact site. The blond man stood up from his seat and told Chen Shou that he was a great fighter. The man took out a gun and pointed it at the guy and said that Chen Shou would definitely not be able to dodge it. But in the next second, Chen Shou was already at the side of the man and was already jumping on him to attack. The blonde didn't expect Chen Shou to move so quickly and couldn't believe it when it happened. Chen Shou punched the man in the face and knocked off his glasses. The man flew to the floor. The blond man lay unconscious on the floor, and Chen Shou stood calmly in the middle of the room. One of the thugs couldn't understand how the guy had managed to do something like that. Chen Shou walked over to the man and asked him not to worry. The man squeezed himself into the sofa. Chen Shou smiled at the man and said that it was now his turn to pay. Chen Shou asked the man if he had killed the employees of He Bingu's company. The man turned gloomy. He looked down and gathered his strength to confront Chen Shou. The man squared his shoulders and said he had killed those lowlifes and they begged to be spared. The man said those people were very boring, so he sent them to heaven with one blow. He shouted that he did it about like this and threw himself at Chen Shou to attack. The guy saw that a large amount of evil energy suddenly appeared in the man's body. The man said that Chen Shou was a good fighter, but he had never met such strong enemies like him before. The guy released his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his fist, and entered the battle. Their fists met, and the energies began to confront each other, painting the room with different colors. The man was shocked and didn't understand how an ordinary man had the strength to resist him. Chen Shou said that they were in the middle of a battle and the man was letting himself get distracted. Chen Shou's spiritual energy absorbed the other man's hand, and he said that the man didn't realize how weak he was. The blue light that was spreading on the hand dissipated, and the man's hand disappeared. The bandit was thrown backwards and hit the floor and wall. There was still a blue glow around his body. The man grabbed his shoulder in an attempt to stop the blood and began screaming and begging for mercy. Chen Shou approached the man and asked if he had decided to ask to be spared. The guy recalled that the man did not spare those workers when they asked him for mercy. Bandy shouted that if Chen Shou dared to kill him, the Black Dragon clan would take revenge on him. Chen Shou asked why he thought he was going to be killed and created a small needle of energy. The guy threw his energy at the man and said he wouldn't get his hands dirty on him. A needle of spiritual energy hit the bandit's forehead and his eyes began to burn brightly. Black and red smoke came out of the man's mouth. The bandit screamed in terror. Afterwards, his body fell to the floor and Chen Shou realized that a nasty energy was controlling the man, but it wasn't clear where it came from. Liu Quan was hiding from the guy behind the sofa. He thought that the guy wasn't human since he could deal with so many people. Chen Shou turned to the man and asked if Quan wanted to try the same. The man shouted and admitted his guilt. Liu Quan fell to his knees and started shouting that he shouldn't have plotted something against him, so he was worthy of death. The man was crying and begged the guy to let him go as he had already taken the stolen pill. Chen Shou looked down at the man. He wondered if Quan thought he would get off so easily. An anxious He Bingu appeared in the hotel room with the police officers. She called out loudly to Chen Shou. The girl was shocked when she saw the scattered bodies of the bandits and Liu Quan, who was kneeling in front of the guy. He Bingu ran to the guy and started asking if he was all right. Chen Shou gave the girl a folder and asked her to see if all the documents were in place. He Bingu checked the contents of the folder and cheerfully replied that all the documents were there. The girl smiled at the guy and started to thank the guy for helping her. She wanted to say something else. But Chen Shou said that since she had all the documents in place, she could handle the rest of the matters on her own. Chen Shou walked towards the exit of the building and tried to figure out where the man got the nasty energy from. And He Bingu watched the guy leave and thought about how grateful she was to him. Chen Shou lay on the chaise lounge and thought about how energy from the parallel world appeared in people. He thought the connection between worlds existed long before he had a system. The guy was distracted from his rest and thoughts by a new notification from the system. He looked at the notification. The system asked the host to find the Shadow Star Charm artifact within 3 days. After the guy found the artifact, the system would give him a new task. Chen Shou was surprised by this news. The system said that if the host failed in the allotted time, it would deduct half of the likes from his account. Malva was coming down the stairs after her shower and humming an unobtrusive tune when she heard Chen Shou shout that finding an artifact in 3 days just from the outline of the necklace was not realistic. Chen Shou continued to shout that 3 days to search for such things was too little and unfair. Malva was trying to figure out what had happened to the guy and why he was so angry since yesterday. The girl decided not to alarm him and wait for his mood to improve before asking. 2 days later, Chen Shou asked if Ching Jan had called them to visit. Malva knelt in front of the guy and did her best to convince the guy to go. Chen Shou turned to the screen where the search engine was open and said that he was busy looking for one thing. Malva said there might be a nice event while visiting and he might find what he was looking for there. The guy agreed and they headed to the Ching family's house. Chen Shou asked the girl how she was feeling. Ching Jan said that thanks to the boyfriend, she no longer had any symptoms. The girls started to talk to each other while the guy watched Ching Jan. After she was healed, the girl's energy began to pour out in a torrent of energy in her body. The guy thought that before, this energy was as if under lock and key. The system said that the girl's energy flow was fully restored. Chen Shou thought it was strange that the other members of her family had no traces of spiritual energy. The guy was surprised when the idea that Ching Jan might have turned out to be a demigod came to him. The blonde turned to Chen Shou and said that they would go to her room a little later, but now she wanted to show him something. The guy smiled awkwardly at Ching Jan and agreed to look at what the girl wanted to show him. All three of them headed for the stairs. The girls walked ahead and laughed at something. They arrived at the right room, and Ching Jan pushed the doors open to let the guests in. A small room that belonged to Ching Jan appeared in front of the guys. Malva looked at the room with rapt attention and said that it was beautiful. But Ching Jan thought that the girl was exaggerating. Chen Shou said that as a guy, he shouldn't interfere with the privacy of his best girlfriends. Malva grabbed the guy's hand and clung to him. She asked the boy to stay with them. Chen Shou agreed, and the three of them sat around the round table drinking tea and eating cake. Malva enjoyed every bite of the cake and said she just loved the delicious food. Ching Jan asked the girl to eat more since she liked it, and told her that they would be getting other dishes soon. Chen Shou realized that the time for the task was coming to an end, and he still hadn't found a single clue. Ching Jan said that she heard from Malva that the guy was looking for a Shadow Star charm necklace. Guy said it was true, but he never found anything, and he tried to figure out how Malva knew about it. A maid came to the table with a box in her hands. Ching Jan said that she had this necklace. The maid opened the box, and on the pillow lay a necklace with a huge blue stone in a silver setting. Chen Shou recognized in the necklace the outline of the artifact he needed, and Ching Jan said that she hoped it was the one he was looking for. The necklace was indeed very similar to the image the system had shown him when it gave him the assignment. Chen Shou was very curious as to where Ching Jan got the artifact that the system had asked him to find. Chen Shou mentally asked the system to check the necklace to make sure the artifact in front of him was authentic. The system checked the artifact and said that this thing eliminates any dark energy and has powerful healing properties. The boy smiled as he realized that everything was correct and the name and appearance of the necklace matched what he was looking for. But the guy realized that the necklace belonged to Ching Jan. If he just told her that he needed the necklace, it would be impolite. While he was thinking about it, the girl closed the box and moved it closer to the guy. Then she asked him to pick it up. This really surprised Chen Shou. The girl said that she knew that the guy had agonized for 2 days looking for this necklace. Ching Jan smiled widely and said that he could have it if he needed it so badly. Chen Shou felt awkward and told the girl that this necklace was too expensive. The blonde asked the guy not to be shy and said she still had plenty of beautiful jewelry that was just as good as this necklace. So the girl said the guy could safely take it for himself and consider it a thank you for her saved life. Chen Shou bowed and thanked the girls and thought to himself that thanks to them, this task was too easy. Malva said that since they are friends, they should help each other and asked the guy to stop being so polite. The system announced that the assignment was complete and it would soon publish a new assignment for its host. Soon, a sign appeared beside Chen Shou, telling him to go back to the dev country and calm down the queen. Guy wondered what had happened to the queen, so he got up from his seat and called out to Malva. Chen Shou told the girl that he had to leave for a long time on business and would be gone for about half a month. Ching Jan said that the guy could go about his business in peace, and Malva could stay with her in the meantime. Flower Spirit was happy when she heard her friend's proposal and asked loudly if she could stay. Ching Jan confirmed that she would be happy for her friend to live with her, and the girls smiled happily and started laughing loudly. Chen Shou looked at them and thought that he could now not worry about the mallow and go to the land of maidens in peace. The queen stood beside a body of water called the Sky Pool and watched the glare of the sun. She thought about how good it would be if Chen Shou could be by her side right now. The system opened a portal just above the Sky Pool and sloppily tossed the guy out into the parallel world again. Chen Shou fell into the water with a loud pop, and the splashes flew in different directions. The guy got up and started yelling at the system that she was being too mean to him. He fell silent when he heard the queen standing behind him, who assumed he had spoken all those menacing words to her. The girl said that she was the one who should be saying all those words to him, and her dress was wet. Chensho saw that he had muddied the queen as he fell, and how gloomy the girl was. He began to justify himself to her. The queen grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to her. She didn't want to hear his excuses. The guy was nervous and asked the girl to calm down and talk calmly about everything that had happened. He pointed out to her that she was all wet and needed a change of clothes soon, or the queen might catch cold. But it made the girl even angrier, and she yelled like the guy didn't give a damn about her health. Chensho didn't realize what the girl was saying, and there she reminded him that he had promised to return soon. She tossed the guy back into the river and yelled at him to count how long it had been since he'd been here. Chensho tried to keep himself from falling into the water and instinctively grabbed the queen's sleeve. The queen stared in surprise at her hand and the way the fabric tugged off her body. The guy fell into the heavenly pool with a loud splash and splashed a lot of water around again. He quickly dashed back out and started yelling to see if the queen was okay. The girl stood in the middle of the water, and her dress slept off her shoulder and barely covered her breasts. Chensho was afraid that he would be finished because he accidentally almost undressed the queen. Chensho asked the queen to hurry back to the palace, or else she would catch a bad cold. He thought that although the queen was different from the queen in the book, he shouldn't piss her off time after time. The queen was frowning and turned disgruntled to the guy who was standing next to her in the water. She then slapped Chensho's face, venting her anger at the guy for being gone for so long. The queen proudly adjusted her clothes and thought about what a creep the guy was. Night came and Ching Jan watched the stars through the window. The maid said she knew the importance of the necklace. The woman said that although the guy saved her life, she shouldn't have given such a thing to an ordinary person. Ching Jan said that Chensho has completely cured her, and the maid still thinks he is an ordinary person. The blonde said that Malva wasn't ordinary at all either, and the maid would continue to think he was ordinary. Ching Jan said that since the guy left Malva with her means that he is not afraid that she will find out their secret. Ching Jan said that she thought Chensho knew that there was a lot of spiritual energy in her body. The girl said that her dad spent a lot of effort to find her mom, but it didn't yield any results. The maid asked if Ching Jan thought that Chensho could help them find Madam. Ching Jan enjoyed the night air and said that the guy could really help them. They were in the palace and Chensho couldn't believe that the mother lake could dry up in just one night. The queen changed into a white top and long white skirt and confirmed that this was the case. Chensho was shocked and loudly asked what was even going on in the Dev country. The queen said that a couple days ago, residents who drank water from the lake began to feel fever and muscle aches. Doctors tried to use all sorts of medicines, but this only alleviated the symptoms of the patients. The queen then sent people to the mother lake, but it turned out to dry up overnight. They were never able to find out the cause, and the queen was greatly worried about what might happen if this continued. Chensho asked the queen not to worry. He pointed to himself and told the girl that she had him. He promised that he would do his best to solve the problem of the Dev Kingdom as soon as possible. Chensho mentally asked the system to help investigate the causes of the lake drying up and report the solution to the problem. The system said someone had poured poison into the lake, and they needed to get the water back and find the spiritual mountain flower in the mountains. The system offered the host to provide the flower immediately for just 2 million likes. The guy thought it was too much, but the system said the mountains were dangerous. Plus, the flower was guarded by monsters. The system asked the host to be very careful if he wanted to get the flower himself. Chensho told the queen that he had to go to Mount Dulin tomorrow. The queen got nervous and asked the guy if he even knew what Mount Dulin was. She said it was too dangerous and no one ever came back alive from there, so no one goes near it. Chensho admitted that in order to solve the problem of the lake, he would have to go there. The guy asked the girl not to worry and promised to take care and return safely. The queen frowned and wasn't going to believe the guy. She confidently said she would go with the guy. Chensho looked at the queen and couldn't believe that she was going to follow him to such a dangerous place. He said he would go alone and the queen could not risk her life for her people. But the girl said she just had to go because she was the queen of this country. She said she was willing to do anything for her people and ordered the guy not to discourage her. The queen said that if anything happened to him, she would feel guilty. Chen Shou listened to her carefully and decided to agree and go on a journey together. The guy gave the girl a thumbs up and said that the two of them could easily handle the queen's magic. Dulan Mountain was surrounded by dense fog and the tree branches were dry. Using Chen Shou's system, he opened a portal to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. Chen Shou carried the queen in his arms as he jumped out of the portal onto the ground. The system told the host that the flower was in a cave and he needed to be very careful. The guy set the queen on the ground and suggested we go inside and see what was there. They walked into the cave. Chen Shou walked ahead, checking the path. The bats were watching them from above. Chen Shou said that the cave was very dangerous and asked the queen to stay behind so that he could protect her. At this moment, a bat appeared behind the queen and was about to attack the girl. The queen turned around when she felt movement behind her and saw a bat. Chen Shou shouted to the girl to be careful and used his spiritual power to destroy the monster. Guy asked the queen to remember to look back and be extremely careful. The queen looked at Chen Shou and thanked him for saving her from the bat. They were staying on the same spot when they heard and saw a flock of bats flying at them. Chen Shou complained that he didn't understand why there were so many of these pesky critters in the cave. The queen frowned and told Chen Shou that she could handle the monsters herself. The girl used the Sacred Purity Zone spell and seals appeared in the air. A barrier appeared around the pair and the bats couldn't fly through it. The queen turned to the surprised Chen Shou and said that they could move on. The guy was upset because he said he was going to protect her and ended up screwing up so quickly. They walked further into the cave, and soon the queen asked what that thing in front of them was. They were standing next to a flower. The boy remembered what the system had said about protecting this flower. The boy sensed the danger and turned back to make sure of his sensations. The next moment, the guy took the queen in his arms and jumped away with her from the blast site. Chen Shou told the girl that there was a beast in the cave that was obliged to guard the flower. The queen scrutinized the monster in front of her and realized that he was the culprit. And it was because of this monster that no one had ever come back from a cave alive before. The monster called them lowly humans and told them not to even dream of getting a spiritual flower. Then he directed a beam of spiritual energy at them. The guy shouted that he didn't have to start fighting right away. The queen used her magic and began to create a protective barrier for Chen Shou and herself. They found themselves in a ball of protective barrier and jumped away from the alien attack, avoiding the explosion. The queen said that this beast was huge and fast, so it could kill them very easily. Chen Shou agreed and told the girl that it was unlikely that they would be able to escape. Therefore, he was going to put his recent cultivation achievements to the test and began to create a blue ball. He directed his strongest attack towards the monster, staying close to the queen behind the protective barrier. The huge beast saw the attempted attack and responded with an attack of its own. The monster's energy easily met Chen Shou's attack and dispelled its energy. The guy was not in the barrier and watched in shock at how futile his attack was.
The pair continued to fight to battle the monster for a chance to get their hands on the coveted flower. The huge beast didn't make a huge effort to restrain the mages and protect its treasure. While the monster was taunting the humans and trying to test how long they would last, Chen Shou began to notice that he was failing to overpower his opponent. The barriers were very difficult to break through, and so far the mage had not succeeded. But the queen came to the rescue and pulled out the amulet of the Land of Maidens, and the monster noticed that the people had new powers. The monster replied that he didn't care about the magic staff. The flower's protector had promised the humans that they wouldn't kidnap the plant under any circumstances. But the men themselves realized that their goals must be accomplished and still attempted to attack the barrier. The pair were able to unleash a punch of immense power, hoping to sneak through the defenses to their target. But even the efforts of the Devil Country's amulet were not enough for the monster's barrier to crack. The young mage saw that things weren't working out for his partner and decided that serious decisions needed to be made. The boy threatened the monster that he would now have to use the incarnation stone to get to the flower. A magical artifact appeared in front of the guy's face and Chen Shou began to recite his incantation. In the warrior's hands, the stone turned into a shadowy wolf spear, which he used to prepare to attack the barrier. The guy explained his plan to his partner. They needed to get to the heart of the monster. In Chen Shuo's opinion, it was the stab to the heart that would be fatal to the opponent and bring them victory. The queen began to examine the huge monster and asked where such a creature could have a heart. For such a case, Chen Shuo had a golden pupil that helped him find his opponent's vulnerabilities. The magical artifact told its owner that the heart was in the middle of the entire body. The monster saw what the guy was up to and warned him that even if he found his weak spot, he still wouldn't be able to overpower him. The brave guy asked his partner to deal with the barrier for the time being while he would use his spiritual power. The mage ran with his charged spear to the center of the monster's body and threatened him that he was about to behold the full extent of his power. The flower guardian didn't believe in the immense power of his unexpected guests, so he mockingly called them brats. Chen Shuo jumped with his staff and prepared to display his magic power through lightning strikes. The forces of the two rivals came together against each other, and at the beginning, it was very difficult to determine the winner. But that wasn't the smart guy's whole plan. He gave the very same signal to his partner to do her part. The girl channeled all her available power to help the guy who was confronting the monster. The queen's help came in handy for Chen Shuo, who was able to get much closer to the monster. The monster began to slacken, and the mage felt his power and superiority over his opponent. The young lad had the opportunity to land his blows on the monster that he had prepared in advance. Thanks to his spear, the warrior was able to inflict a wolf lotus that did a lot of damage to the behemoth. But that wasn't all either. Taking the opportunity while the enemy was disoriented, Chen Shuo was able to deliver a through strike. A small hole appeared in the guard's body right in the area of his heart. The mage delivered a final lightning strike, killing his opponent with it. The path to the cherished flower was already open, and Chen Shuo only had to take it. The flower began to float above the body of the slain monster, and there were no more obstacles to get it. Chen Shuo was also quick to notice what the huge beast was fighting for. The fight and the guy's efforts were worth it. He was able to take the flower in his hands and shout victoriously that their task was done. The queen looked admiringly at her teammate. She rejoiced at his success. The beauty swept up the guy's skills in battle and praised him for defeating the monster. The mage replied modestly and couldn't take flattering words in his direction. He believed he had managed to overpower his opponent due to teamwork. A joyful Chen Shuo held the long-awaited flower in his hands and declared that they would now be able to save the land of maidens. The queen, too, was pleased with her comrade's work and nodded affirmatively back at him. In the middle of the couple's conversation, the guy started getting blown away by the wind and couldn't stay on his feet. The wizard was spinning in a small hurricane, and the queen was trying to grasp his hand to save him. Nothing worked out for the girl, and Chen Shuo lost consciousness as he spun around. He woke up in a place completely unknown to him, and tried to understand how he had gotten here. Opening his eyes wide, the mage saw that he was bound and unable to move at all. From the bed, Chen Shuo could see the scorpions that were coiling around the tree. From the guy's attempts to find out where he had gotten to, was distracted by a woman's voice, which the magician heard very close. As the wizard himself had suspected, it was the Scorpion Queen, the girl confidently heading towards the bed. The system confirmed its owner's assumptions, and the angry mage could say nothing. The guy tried to shout to the system to ask for help and get out. The system said that the queen's magic power was very powerful, and advised the guy not to resist. The wizard never got any support from the system, and the queen was already sitting on the bed asking the guy if he knew who she was. Chen Shuo chose the path of flattery and called the queen as beautiful as a goddess and added that it was impossible not to know her. The girl ran her finger over the wizard's lips and said that he knew how to flatter. At the time, the mage himself was cursing the damn system that had once again ditched him at a critical moment, and he would now have to act on his own. The captive still hoped to escape from such a powerful sorceress, but realized that if caught again, he would simply be killed in terrible agony. For himself, the wizard decided that since he would not be able to overpower the girl, he would have to use soft force against the queen. Chen Shuo remembered one of the legends that said that the queen had dragged a Tang monk into Pipa's cave to do lewd things with her. Theories were already starting to form in the guy's head about how he now found himself in this bed too. The guy looked at the girl and realized that although he was a Tang monk, and not in the same legend right now, but apparently he would have to spend time with the queen. The girl bluntly told the wizard that she wanted to spend a nice night with him. The boy wasn't happy about it. He didn't want to stay here forever at such a young age and be the queen's husband. The queen herself was already taking the first steps towards her happiness, but Chen Shuo stopped her. The captors said that they were not yet familiar enough and knew very little about each other, so it was too early for them to get close. The girl stopped and asked if the guy only wanted to spend the night with her after the wedding. Chen Shuo said that this was exactly what he meant, because all such matters should only happen after the wedding. The guy also emphasized that he was now tied up and couldn't escape anywhere. Next, the wily captive offered to untie him so they could chat over a drink. The guy reasoned that after talking and drinking, their relationship would go skyrocketing. The girl trusted the guy and started to untie him, and the cunning wizard realized that he was getting good at tricking her. Now all that was left was to figure out how to escape. Chen Shuo's thoughts were also preoccupied with the queen of the maiden country. The guy was thinking about what his partner was worried about him. But the queen was in no hurry to untie the guy and reminded the one that he was now in her bed and asked him not to forget that. Turning around, Chen Shuo heard the girl's indignation over the fact that the guy had allowed himself to think of another. The offended queen didn't bother to untie the guy and threw him back on the pillow. The girl voiced that all men are very greedy and cannot be trusted under any circumstances. It dawned on the wizard that the Scorpion Queen could read his mind after all. The surprised captive wondered how the girl could have known about his thoughts. He also wondered if she had heard the conversation with the system. The girl replied that the wizard had dared to think in her bed about the Queen of the Land of Maidens, and she could feel it. The guy was reassured by these words. He realized that no one could read his thoughts, and the insidious beauty only senses the thoughts of the queen. The Scorpion Queen could still sense the guy's thoughts and picked up on the fact that he apparently loves the Queen of Virgin Country a lot. But this made the girl even more excited, for the man of the Queen of the Land of Virgins would be hers this night. Chen Shuo begged not to do this to him and said that he didn't want to die in this place. A girl entered the room and expressed her surprise and called the Scorpion Queen a monster. It was the Queen of the Land of Maidens who swept up that a girl had fallen very low if she forcibly dragged men into her bed. The passionate girl immediately recognized who came to her and angrily called the guest the Queen of the Country of Virgins. The Scorpion Queen told her rival that she dared to spoil her plans. The Queen of the Maiden Country did not respond with words and had her own plan of action to help Chen Shuo. After a little spell from the Queen, the guy started to slip out of the kidnapper's hands. With this spell, the girl was able to bring the guy back into her hands, which Chen Shuo himself was infinitely happy about. The couple started to run away from the evil queen's bed, and the guy was expressing great gratitude to his savior. The indignant cave mistress grabbed her staff and said that the pair might not even dream of escaping. The wily queen tried to attack the boys from behind with her spells, but the other queen had an answer for that, and she put up a sacred barrier before attacking. But the barrier wasn't the most effective way because the sorceress hadn't fully recovered her mana. The evil queen let out a flame of fire from her mouth that nearly caught up with the pair. Chen Shuo asked his queen to untie him, and together they confronted the forces of the villainess. While the girl untied the wizard, the Scorpion Queen reprimanded her rival for showing up on her turf and stealing the man who was in bed. Before her strike, she added that the Queen of the Land of Maidens wouldn't be able to just run away from here. But things weren't so dire for the couple, as the girl managed to untie Chen Shuo, who went into battle. The guy had failed to fend off the queen's attack, and his partner was worried if he was okay. The villainess said she was just curious about the skills of the man the Queen of the Land of Maidens had chosen. The girl said she found charm and courage in the guy, so it's no wonder how he was able to melt a woman's heart. The Scorpion Queen said that if the girl didn't die, she would greatly hinder them. The ground beneath the guy's feet began to shake, and Chen Shuo saw small cracks. The couple was surrounded by huge scorpion stings that were also poisonous. The wizard did not think long, and realized that he urgently needed to save the queen, so he covered her with his body. But despite the guy's best efforts to keep his queen safe, the villainess managed to get her hurt. A small wound was visible on the girl's shoulder, and that indicated very bad consequences. The evil queen warned the couple to give up, for this poison is so strong that it can kill a horse. The girl insisted that the boys surrender, for the queen's death would be agonizing, and she would rather die of shock than poison. The kidnapper laughed loudly and talked about how the girl had no more than 6 hours to live. The wizard realized that the magic power of the Scorpion Queen was very great, and his partner fainted from poisoning. Chen Shuo realized that if he continued to fight against the offending woman, he would suffer huge losses. The villainess said that no one would interfere with them now, and suggested that the guy obey so that nothing would happen to the queen's corpse. The guy, even though he realized his position, he still refused the offer. He called the girl not attractive enough for him to bow out. The queen herself expected her offer not to be accepted and simply called the guy pathetic. But also the passionate girl couldn't just taco this and started charging her staff. The Scorpion Queen channeled almost all of her strength to attack Chen Shuo and his partner. But the guy himself was not frightened by the strong attack, but instead said that the girl fell into his trap. After being struck by the Scorpion Queen, Chen Shuo was able to use movement magic. The girl examined the site of her blow and decided she had overdone it with too much force. There was a huge hole in the cave, but the queen wasn't so simple, and suggested that the guy might have used a displacement technique. The villainess looked around for anything left behind by the guests, and was finally convinced that the guy himself wanted her to attack him. The queen realized that by catching the right moment, Chen Shuo was able to escape with a move. The girl went to her chambers and called these people very interesting. A tense Chen Shuo stood behind the stone and recoiled at having taken such a risk to save the queen. But also the guy remembered about his wounded partner and told himself that it was urgent to bring her back to the palace. If the wizard procrastinates, the queen may not survive, and then the whole country will have huge problems. In the queen's chambers, the subordinates were worried about the girl's condition, so they did not move away from her and the doctor. Chen Shuo tried to assure the maid that he was making every possible effort to save the queen. The queen herself was badly wounded, the life force beginning to leave her body. The doctor instructed the maid to prepare the medicine according to his prescription and not to worry about the queen's health. Despite his promises to the maid, Chen Shuo himself realized that things were very bad for him. The guy didn't understand exactly how to get the poison out of the queen's system, and even thought it was impossible to heal her. The doctor remembered the Shadow Star Charm necklace, which had healing properties. The mage asked the system if the necklace could cleanse the girl's system of the poison. The system replied that the necklace had such properties, and it was just enough to be worn around the neck. Then Chen Shuo rejoiced. But the system also issued a warning. This necklace is one of the artifacts needed to complete the task, and its properties are very important. Especially, it can only be used once. The system specified that once used, this necklace would turn into a mere piece of jewelry that has no meaning. Chen Shuo was faced with a serious choice. He could save the queen's life or fulfill an important task. Chen Shuo was faced with a choice. The guy could use an important artifact to help him solve the mystery of the system. Also, the wizard could sacrifice his task and save the queen who was willing to sacrifice herself for him. The choice was very difficult, and so the system warned the host to think carefully before deciding. The doctor reminded himself that he could only use the necklace once, and if he saved the queen, he would sacrifice the task. But the mage could not afford the queen's death, and he made the choice to save her. Chen Shuo's hands placed the necklace around the dying queen's neck, and the artifact immediately began its work. The guy started looking around and waited for the necklace to heal the girl and get all the poisons out of her system. After a while, Chen Shuo noticed that his queen was able to open her eyes. Beauty was saved from death, and the joyful wizard was charged with a good mood. The girl hardly understood where she was and what had happened to her, so she asked the guy how they got here. The wizard took the queen's hand and explained that they had managed to escape from the scorpion cave. The guy also explained that he was able to clear the poison from the queen's system, and now all she had to do was rest. The queen asked Chen Shuo in surprise, how did he manage to breed such a powerful scorpion venom? The magician decided to lie and said that he was just a very good doctor and such problems were nothing to him. The queen realized that the doctor was deceiving her and asked if it was true. Chen Shuo replied that they started to flee from there, because such a strong opponent even the two of them could not defeat. The queen expressed some misgivings about it. She explained to the guy that the villainess has a very difficult character and won't be able to just leave them alone. The doctor asked the girl not to worry, assuring her that he had an idea how to solve the problem. Chen Shuo was resolute and assured that he would not just make the Scorpion Queen get away from them, but destroy her completely. Concerned, the queen asked the magician what exactly was he plotting against the offending woman. The wizard asked the girl not to worry about it and just rest after the injury. Chen Shuo ran over to the Moonlight Devotions, where Chang'e asked him about his intentions to go to the Light Palace and find the Star Spirit. Guy replied that that was exactly what he wanted, to drive the Scorpion Queen out of the Land of Maidens. But Chen Shuo himself had his doubts about it, because in the legend, the Monkey King only found the Star Spirit after receiving instructions from Bodhisattva Guanyin. The guy talked about how only Sis Chang'e could help him with this case. The girl told the guy that she would like to take him to the Light Palace, but she is not allowed to leave the place. There are guards all around the moonlit lofts, and any unauthorized person can go in. But if suddenly no one is there, the alarm will sound. But even for this case, Chen Shuo had one idea on how to help Chang'e get out of the lunar abysses. The guy saw a rabbit and used the shape-shifting technique. The little rabbit turned into an exact replica of Chang'e with a carrot in its teeth. Chen Shuo explained to the girl that if she was replaced by a rabbit, then the Moonlight Attics would not be empty. Chang'e asked admiringly if it was possible to do that, and the wizard replied that she should have guessed that before. The guy stroked the girl's copy on the head and said that while they were gone, her pet would have to stay in her guise for a while. The mage had called the girl to help him, and now she willingly agreed. But he also warned Chang'e that he hadn't fully internalized the reincarnation technique, so it wouldn't be in effect for more than an hour. But since the little sister knows the way, they should be able to handle everything and get back in time. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Land of Maidens, the queen overheard the maids discussing the splendid physician. The queen was greatly interested in the conversation, so she moved closer to eavesdrop on the girls. One of the maids talked about how the guy had to use a magical artifact to heal the queen. The girl remembered how the guy had thought for a long time about whether to donate an important magical item for the queen's treatment. The interlocutor replied that if the doctor chose to save the queen by destroying the magical properties of her artifact, then he was a very good man. The queen began to blame herself that the guy was able to sacrifice an important artifact for her life. Chang'e and Chen Shuo managed to reach the Light Palace, and the guy introduced himself as the minister of the Diva country. The minister revealed that they had recently been attacked by a scorpion queen, and now needed help. The guy told them that only the spirit of the star could help them deal with the queen, and so he had a request. Chen Shuo himself was worried that he looked foolish in front of the bodhisattvas and couldn't ask them for salvation. But the voice outside the gate replied that if the guy asked him for help, he just couldn't say no. The overjoyed wizard thanked the deity for his help. He actually thought it would be much harder. The boy boasted to Sister Chang'e that he had succeeded in obtaining the bodhisattva's blessing. And so the wizard, already with the support of the deity, headed for Pipa's cave, where the scorpion queen was sitting. The queen told the guy that she herself let him run away last time, and didn't expect him to come back to her so quickly. The villainess asked if the guy missed her, or if maybe he had awakened feelings in him. But Chen Shuo didn't come here for caresses, and informed the Scorpion Queen that she thought too much of herself. Chen Shuo immediately revealed his intentions to the girl, saying that he didn't come here to talk, but to kill her. The queen laughed at the guy's threats and told him that with his current cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to hurt her. But the wizard did not lose hope, and pointed out to the girl that he was obliged to at least try. The girl called the guy very handsome and interesting. She was even willing to forgive him. But Chen Shuo himself wants his death too much if he dares to threaten her. The boy was also amused by the queen's words and was able to dodge her powerful blow. Daredevil mockingly asked his opponent if she could aim first before striking. The guy's banter wasn't over, and he pointed out that even having a low level, he could still easily dodge the queen's attacks. The queen didn't believe the guy won and said his jokes were funny, but he shouldn't doubt her skill. The queen was preparing her next attack and explained to the lad that at this rate he would quickly lie in a coffin. The girl let out a strong stream of flame from her lips and promised the guy that he would find death today. Chen Shuo realized that his agility and wit were lacking, so he began to run away from the battlefield. The queen asked the lad where his courage had gone and why was he now cowardly running away from her. The mage replied that he wasn't running away at all, but simply pursuing his own battle tactics that he liked. The girl appreciated the guy's boldness, and once again remarked that he had the nerve to sass her. Chen Shuo asked the girl not to jump to conclusions, because it was still unclear who would be the prey in this situation. The guy wished the girl good luck and unleashed his main trump card, which should turn the tide of the battle. In front of the girl, a small beast resembling a chicken appeared out of the flames. The queen laughed off the guy again and said that no one had ever humiliated and underestimated her like that before. Chen Shuo once again reminded her opponent not to jump to conclusions. The self-righteous queen called the guy and his assistant fantasists and rushed to attack the guys. But she was stopped by a huge shadow that appeared abruptly from the object behind her back. It was already a bigger bird, a huge monster standing right behind the frightened queen's back. It was the star spirit of Anji. The queen herself was already familiar with it and realized that she had the power to defeat it. The huge bird called the queen wicked and ordered her to surrender immediately if she still wanted to live. The fight didn't last long and the deity was showing Chen Shuo a small ball. The great magician explained to the lad that he had imprisoned the spirit of the evil queen in this orb, and the wizard could keep it. Chen Shuo looked at the scorpion ball, crossed his arms and bowed before the deity in gratitude. Relief dawned on the lad that he had been able to deal with the main problem of the land of divas. Chen Shuo sat in his chambers and held the used necklace in his hands. The guy examined the artifact and noticed that for all the time he had spent in the parallel world, he had been able to greatly raise his cultivation with the help of the local aura, but also the wizard, and did not forget about the real world, in which it has been too long since he made a video. Besides, that wasn't the only problem. Chen Shuo still hadn't figured out how to activate the necklace again, and the system disappeared at the most inopportune moment. The guy had to see for himself if he could buy something with likes, and later he has to find a way to recover the artifact. But then the boy's attention was torn away from the phone by the voice of the maid, who called out to him with a shout. The girl explained that the queen wanted to see the doctor in her chambers right now. The boy took the necklace and put the phone away, then headed out of his chambers to the queen. The servant led the lad to the queen and informed her that he had arrived. Chen Shuo bowed to the queen and asked her why she had called a doctor. The queen turned around with a disgruntled look, and the wizard asked what was happening to her. At first, the mage thought she was angry because he hadn't notified her of his victory over the Scorpion Queen. So the guy notified the queen that he was able to destroy the villainess and admitted his guilt for not reporting it right away. But the girl was interested in something else. She urged the guy about how exactly did he cure her. Chen Shuo decided to lie and ridiculously said that he was able to expel this poison with energy. Well, the medicine also helped him. The girl immediately made it clear that she was aware of the guy's lies and demanded right now the truth from him. The wizard guessed that the girl knew about everything, but he didn't understand exactly how she could have done it. The queen began to blame herself for not only putting the guy in danger, but causing him a lot of trouble. The girl reiterated that the guy had lost a very important thing to save her. The queen was about to reprimand the boy for his noble act, but he interrupted her. Chen Shuo had her own opinion on this matter, and she said that she had lost nothing after being cured. The guy explained to the girl that her life was far more precious to him than any artifact in this world. The girl tried to blame herself again, but the wizard prevented her from doing so. Especially Chen Shuo himself had already figured out how to recover the valuable artifact. Only his method of recovering the necklace would require the queen's help. The girl didn't even hear what exactly was needed from her, and immediately assured the guy that she would do everything in her power. The queen thanked the guy for saving her country and her life, so she's willing to do anything to help. Chen Shuo embarrassedly said that it wasn't that serious, and the queen would just need to participate in the filming. The surprised girl interjected, what exactly would she have to participate in? The queen stood in an erotic pose and said she was only doing it as a thank you and would never do it again. A delighted Chen Shuo with camera in hand couldn't take his eyes off the girl, who resented the shooting. The queen warned the guy not to let anyone know about it, or she would tear him apart. The guy assured the queen that no one would know about it, and asked to move around more and change poses. The girl grudgingly asked the guy to finish faster with his camera, while the cameraman himself praised her for her grace. The wizard showed the girl a camera and explained that thanks to this apparatus, he had captured her. The cameraman also praised the girl and complimented her, calling her pictures very beautiful. The queen herself, taking the camera in her hands, marveled at the fact that some box could show the past so clearly. Chen Shuo suggested that the girl change a couple more outfits, and afterward, she would make a video. The guy said they could start already, but turned around surprised at the queen taking pictures of herself. The admiring wizard glared hard at the girl's body, and she cast a displeased look at him. Chen Shuo sensed the girl's resentment and averted his gaze, then added that they could definitely start now. The guy set up a tripod with a camera right in front of the green-clad beauty. The guy counted down from 5 to 1 to get the girl ready, and the pair set to shooting. The queen's outfits changed very quickly, and in each of them she looked simply gorgeous. Chen Shuo, who was admiring the beauty of the queen, even had a nosebleed from excitement and feelings. The queen herself was also starting to enjoy the shoot and thought she didn't know what it was for yet, but was very happy to help. Already in the evening in his chambers, Chen Shuo was already reviewing his work, which had gained 500,000 likes in a day. The guy realized that this was still not the end, because many internet users like to look at beauties. Also, since the guy hadn't posted a video in a while, the site's moderation promoted it to trends. There were also comments there, most of them positive. But one user joked that the guy apparently has no money if he revealed the face of the hottie. Chen Shuo didn't like this criticism of himself, and he brought up the fact that he hasn't received any money from these videos yet. The system reminded the guy that he was making all these videos to earn more likes. Chen Shuo said that the system is right, but he unfortunately has no other choice. The wizard wanted to ask if his number of likes would be enough to recover the artifact, but the system said no. The system explained that the guy's level was too low right now and he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he drastically broke through. The boy guessed that there was a way to fix the necklace after all. He just wouldn't be able to do it. The queen passed near the lad's chambers and asked if he was in place and if she could come in. The girl asked the guy if he had found a way to recover the valuable artifact. Chen Shuo said with despair that he must have made a mistake when he thought it would be easy to repair. The queen suggested the guy show her the artifact. Maybe she herself knows something about it and can help. The guy pulled an artifact out of his pocket and held it out into the queen's hands and said it was just a necklace. It didn't take long for Mistress to examine the necklace, to recognize it as an artifact from the books. Chen Shuo asked what was wrong with the queen and did she realize what they were dealing with. The queen remembered reading about this artifact in one of the books. In that book it said about the colored drawing on the wall of the cave of 1,000 clouds. It had this particular amulet drawn on it. Chen Shuo realized that the artifact the system had sent him for was in the cave of 1,000 clouds, which meant that there might be other clues for him there. The queen spoke of the cave of 1,000 clouds being filled with a lot of energy, and there is a soul recovery pond in front of the entrance. It is enough to contact the artifact with spiritual water, and it will restore all its original functions. Chen Shuo asked, "Does the soul recovery pond have heavenly energies?" The girl answered in the affirmative, but warned the guy that she had never been there and was just reading a book, so there was no way to be sure his artifact would recover. The wizard understood that it was necessary to go there anyway, for the amulet was depicted there for a reason, and there should definitely be other clues about the artifacts. The overjoyed mage grabbed the girl's hands and warned her that they would move out tomorrow morning. The girl didn't appreciate the guy's caresses and pushed him away with the necklace in her hands. The disgruntled queen noticed that the guy acts like this every time he gets really excited about something. Already in the real world, in the Ching family's house, the girl called out to Malva to look at her phone. She showed Chen Shuo's TikTok account, hinting that there were some interesting videos there. A surprised Malva looked at her sister and asked which account we were talking about. The girl explained that she watched the video in TikTok, then went to the author's channel and saw her sister there. This piqued Malva's interest, and she asked for the phone to be placed in her hands. The girl recognized the video and said that Chen Shuo filmed it a long time ago. The blonde asked if that could mean that the account belonged to Chen Shuo, and the sissy said yes. Malva put the phone back in the owner's hands and said there was nothing of interest there. The blonde noticed that the guy last night posted a video of a girl they had never seen before, also very beautiful. Malva started to get jealous and asked her sister in more detail, "What kind of girl are we talking about?" The sister showed the very video that Chen Shuo had made with the queen. Malva's mood changed drastically. She was outraged that the guy had tricked her. He told the girl that he was away on important business, and the student was not seen for half a month. And it turns out that he goes out with hotties. Angry Malva also pointed out that he didn't even take them along for the fun. The blonde asked Malva not to get angry, and offered to question the guy when he showed up. Malva calmed down and said it was a good idea to get information out of him about his secret affairs. Already in the world of the Land of Maidens, Chen Shuo started sneezing loudly while he was searching with the queen for that very cave. The partner asked the guy if it was because he slept without a blanket and caught a cold, but the wizard himself explained that it was most likely someone remembering or discussing him. The queen caught herself thinking that she had known Chen Shuo for a long time, but knew nothing at all about his country. The mage pointed his hand toward the pond and said that there was some body of water similar to what the girl had described. The queen herself confirmed the lad's speculation and said that this was exactly the place she was talking about. Mistress suggested we go over to the pond and take a closer look at it. As he got closer, Chen Shuo saw the very same spiritual source that the system had told him about. Right in the middle of the lake was a huge and sturdy tree, which meant that it was a spiritual spring. The girl suggested the guy try to fix the amulet, and he took it out of his pocket. The wizard spoke a spell and lifted the water up so that it enveloped the amulet and repaired it with its power. The queen watched the mage try to fix the amulet and asked how the progress was going. The guy said nothing worked and the artifact didn't regain its magical properties. Chen Shuo realized that just using spiritual water to recover would not be enough and would have to look for other ways. The queen realized she was wrong about the book, so she thought of ways to help the guy too. The wizard realized that it looked like the amulet could only be repaired by the system's advice, which meant that he would have to look for experienced cultivators. The guy remembered that Malva, Chang'e, and the queen all had cultivation, but it would be difficult to get them together. Chen Shuo realized that it would be almost impossible, and it was better to forget about this idea forever. The pair were about to walk away from the lake before the head of a crocodile-like beast emerged from the water. A huge three-headed serpent swooped full length out of the water and greatly frightened the guests at the lake. The mage was surprised that there was a huge monster living in the spiritual source. Based on the legends, there shouldn't be such a thing. The queen surmised that from the look of the place, the monster had been living here for a very long time. But the huge serpents were not solitary. The mouth of one of the heads opened and there lurked a girl. The underwater resident left the mouth of the monster and told the couple that they were not welcome here and it was for nothing that they dared to trespass on her territory. Chen Shuo and the queen immediately told the girl that she looked disgusting and covered in the slime of a huge monster. The girl didn't continue to listen to the taunts and pulled the boys farther away and assured them that they didn't have long to live. The wizard said he had come to a good place and questioned whether the territory belonged to a nasty girl. Chen Shuo asked the villainess if she was holding the real owner of this place captive, considering it her territory. The girl called the guy a stupid bastard and promised that he would die right now. One of the serpent heads spat out a huge cloud of gray smoke from its mouth, which covered Chen Shuo and the queen. At first, the couple feared that this smoke could be poisonous and they had no cures left. But the wizard decided to do a little analysis, and after rasping the smoke on his fingers, he realized it was aluminum. The girl ordered with hand gestures to one of the snakes to attack the guy and his partner. Chen Shuo realized exactly what the villainess wanted to do, given that she had sprayed explosive gas. A violent explosion erupted at the place where the defender of the maiden country stood, following the order of the giant dragon lord. But the queen managed to put up a barrier in time. Chen Shuo was surprised that these monsters had such powerful abilities. The villainess scoffed at the wizard and said she expected more power from him. The dragon's mistress also added that the guy can only hide behind the queen's skirt, and he doesn't have the courage to come out for a fair fight. The queen suggested that the old plan would work, that Chen Shuo would quickly rip out the monster's heart, and then they would kill the girl herself. The guy used a golden pupil to find his opponent's heart. The surprised guy exclaimed that it wouldn't work, and the girl asked why that was. The guy's skills didn't find this monster's heart, which means it just isn't there, and they won't be able to kill it quickly. The pair hid behind a barrier, and the queen could not believe that the creature had no heart at all. The girl assumed that the monster's heart was separate from its body, and Chen Shuo confirmed it. The guy said that if they couldn't find any weakness in the monster, then fighting it would just be pointless. The villainess scoffed loudly at the unwanted guests and asked them what they could do. The Dragon Lord also asked the boys if they really believed they could find a weakness in her. The girl stood gracefully in front of her huge monster and said that apparently the wizard and the queen were joking about her. The guy tried to use the transformation technique to buy some more time, but to the wizard's great regret, it didn't take long for the spell to activate. While the guy was trying to find a way to distract his opponents, the dragon managed to unleash his attack. The queen managed to fend off the monster's strike, but the fumes from the attack were poisonous. The queen had already begun her transformation and said that she would have to use all her power to keep the offenders away. The girl put all her strength into the attack, although it succeeded in distracting the three-headed dragon, but the enemy didn't receive much damage. The villainess appreciated the queen's attempts and said that this girl apparently wasn't as easy as she seemed at first. The queen collapsed on the ground without strength, and Chen Shuo immediately ran to her to lift her to her feet. The guy was worried about the girl's condition and excitedly asked if she was okay. The exhausted queen suggested that the boy urgently run away from the scene of the battle. What scared the sorceress most was that the villainess could attack them again, and they wouldn't be able to withstand it. As the dragons prepared for the next attack, the queen once again reiterated to her partner that they should run away from here immediately. The slippery fiend commanded her dragon subordinate to turn the pair to dust. It doesn't take long to persuade the monster, and it immediately shot towards the guys from all three of its heads. The girl looked at the crater after the impact, and not finding any corpses, she said that unfortunately they were able to escape. But the monster's mistress didn't despair, and told her monster that they could catch up with them later. Chen Shuo and the queen were able to escape and hide behind a tree in the forest, where the guy was worried about his partner's health. The annoyed wizard said that at the most crucial moment, the artifact did not want to transform. The queen suggested that it might have been the poisonous fumes that did this, and the guy heeded it. The wizard also called it odd that the girl could very well have set off in pursuit and caught up with them, but for some reason she didn't. The queen also found it odd that the monster did not run after them, but turned around towards the pond. The girl suggested that they were hiding something in the place, and the guy picked up on the idea. Chen Shuo said that they should wait for the right moment and attack them, taking the monster by surprise. The girl agreed to her partner's plan without any apprehension or hesitation. The queen and Chen Shuo floated down the lake in search of the monster's lair and its mistress. The guy's face was covered in abrasions and beatings he had received before he was even submerged in the water. The outraged queen called the wizard too brazen because of previous events. The story shifts to 20 minutes ago, where the queen resents the fact that she can't wear the outfit her boyfriend gave her. The girl asked her partner why she had to swim underwater half naked, but what confused her more was that the guy himself was in a closed wetsuit and fully clothed. Chen Shuo tried to get out of the situation and said that these clothes were designed to fit the queen's size. The guy asked his sister not to pay attention to the fact that there was little material in her clothes, because serious work had been done on them. The magician also added that he designed this swimsuit by the law of physics so as to increase the girl's speed underwater. Hiding the transformation stone behind his back, Chen Shuo explained that this swimsuit was the best option for a girl. The disgruntled queen accepted it and explained to the guy that this swimsuit would be her thanks for saving his life. The boy turned away and began to thank the magical artifact for its reincarnation properties. In the bushes, the girl saw the guy's camera and asked herself, "What is he doing here?" The queen took the camera in her hands and, calling her partner over to her, asked the guy what he was doing in the bushes. Chen Shuo was not confused and immediately lied about having lost it and further thanked the girl for finding him. But when the wizard turned around, the girl noticed the stone of transformation in his hands and realized everything. The queen guessed that the guy made such a swimsuit on purpose so he could secretly video her. Even though Chen Shuo denied all of this, the queen still decided to teach him a lesson with a solid punch. The scalded boy apologized to the queen and swore he would never do such a thing again. The girl accepted the apology and told the guy they had to get on the road. The pair paddled around the lake for a long time, each of them trying to find some sort of passage. Chen Shuo found something that looked like a passageway, and the guys realized that this was where they needed to go. Swimming towards the light source, the pair surfaced out of the water, and Chen Shuo was already on a small rock. The guy put his hand up to his queen and asked her to climb up carefully so as not to damage anything. The wizard was enraptured by the place, and he looked at everything with great wonder and pleasure. Jellyfish swam above the boys' heads. The entrance to the cave was illuminated by a bright light, and the magician continued to gaze into this beauty. The girl quickly found the passage next and beckoned Chen Shuo to go quickly with her. The partners saw a staircase that led upward, and the queen said that this was apparently the place. The queen assumed that this was the very thing the three-headed serpent was faceting. At the end of the stairs sat a little girl with a ball in her hands. She held the artifact with her eyes closed. Sensing the presence of strangers, the little girl opened her eyes to look around. Chen Shuo assumed that this vile mistress of the three-headed monster was holding a little girl hostage. The little girl asked the boys who they were and what they were doing here. The queen decided she needed to learn more about the artifact the girl held in her hands. The girl asked the little girl, "What on earth is a little girl doing here all alone?" The little girl wanted to start her story, and in a trembling voice she spoke the three-headed serpent. Behind the pillar stood the same monster mistress who had called the pair from the land of Maiden's young men. The villainess praised the couple for being able to find the place she'd been hiding so much after all. The guy used the illusion-dispelling ability, and the couple returned to their normal clothes. Snake regretted not killing the guys the first time. She said that if she had known about them being so stubborn, the guests would have been corpses by now. The villainess charged her staff and directed her power towards the poor girl with the ball. But the blow was able to be stopped by the queen, who was able to use her scepter to put up a barrier. The girl asked the little girl not to worry, and assured that she and her partner would protect her. The girl noticed that she was protected by a scepter and guessed that it was the queen. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Shuo tried to attack the snake himself while it wasn't expecting it. Snake praised the guy for a nice try, but pointed out that he categorically lacked speed. Chen Shuo was confused that his opponent was missing, and the snake herself had already attacked him from the back. The girl was able to plow the powerless guy to the ground where he could only curse her. Snakey pounced on his opponent and promised that this time he wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. But to Chen Shuo's rescue, the queen came to the rescue and applied heavenly gravity. And the hard snake kick that should have finished the guy went nowhere. The queen was worried about the boy because of the heavy damage, but the wizard himself assured that he was fine. The villainess called the guy a weakling and made sure he couldn't take her treasure. But Chen Shuo said that he wasn't going to steal anything from the girl, which put the snake in a stupor. The wizard said he'd just straight up ask the child for her to give him the artifact. The snake itself was heading closer to the guy to scare him and anyone else nearby. The villainess suggested that the guy try it right away if the girl still had the courage. The little girl herself realized that she now had a very difficult choice to make. As a strong argument for the villainess, there was a huge serpent behind her back. The girl herself explained that a lot depended on the child now. The wicked girl threatened the captive that if she dared to give the orb to the humans, she would die at once. But in case the child gave it to her, the serpentess would think of mercy. The queen was outraged that the villain was threatening the child and called her very vile and despicable. Chen Shuo took the girl's hand and said that he believed that the little girl could make the right choice. The little girl had already made her choice and stood to her feet after the words of the queen and Chen Shuo. The girl confirmed the snake's words, that she was indeed afraid of death. The villainess was pleased at her captive's words and asked that the artifact be placed in her hands in order to survive. The queen realized that they had already lost, for the artifact could only be taken from the girl's hands. But Chen Shuo took her by the shoulder and asked her not to jump to conclusions because of the little girl's words. The girl said she would die either way and the snake would kill her even if she got her hands on the artifact. That's why the little girl decided that her death shouldn't be meaningless, especially if she could help. While the girl held the orb firmly in her hands, the villainess left no attempt to sway her to her side. The mistress sent her snakes to attack the captive, but the queen of the land of virgins was able to repel her with her scepter. The enraged snake wished the queen dead and began to attack her already. Looking at the queen being endangered, Chen Shuo decided to intervene in the small fight as well. The wizard used a moving technique and was able to cut off the snake's arm from behind its back. The villainess realized that she had been outplayed and with shrieks and screams claimed the loss of her arm. The mage said the villainess was thinking very lightly when she hoped he would let her get her way. The little girl realized it was the right time for her to come out and activated the anti-snake artifact. The evil three-headed serpent mistress could only see Chen Shuo's spear flying at her. The villainess realized she had lost and began to dissolve in front of her opponents. The artifact's power finally finished the villainess with its powerful blow, and her screams ended. The queen noticed that the girl was beginning to lose her strength and slumped to the floor. The couple immediately went to the exhausted child to find out what had happened to her. The girl simply thanked Chen Shuo and the queen for everything they had done for her. Chen Shuo held out an artifact that resembled a small blue ball to the girl and asked if this thing was important to her. The wizard said he had to return this artifact to the girl and handed it over. The girl eagerly accepted the artifact back and placed it at the level of her head. The little ball took on its properties and began to glow brightly green after reuniting with the girl. The girl took on her true appearance as the guardian of the Thousand Clouds Cave, Hua Yin. A surprised Chen Shuo noticed that the girl had changed her appearance, and he didn't expect that she was a real guard. Hua Yin suggested that the guys calm down and go outside to talk things over. The guardian told the pair that she had been guarding the Cave of 1,000 Clouds and was waiting for the Red Cloud Master to appear. And anyone who breaks the artifact's spell can become the master of the Red Cloud. One day, a three-headed serpent, who also wished to become Red Cloud's master, broke in on the guard. The girl failed to dispel the enchantment, so she became angry and put a curse on Hu Ying. She also ordered her life crystal to be guarded under threat of death. Chen Shuo called the snake woman too cruel, but he also asked why she gave her heart to the man she was holding captive. Hua Yin explained that the villain was forcing the girl's energy to be put into her crystal to become stronger. The wizard remembered the system's words about the 5 artifacts and guessed that the Red Cloud might be one of them. The guard told the boys that if they came here, they must be interested in a spiritual artifact. The guys replied that they were really looking for it, and the joyful mage couldn't believe his luck that he could blindly find 3 important artifacts at once. Hua Ying rose to her feet and motioned for the queen and her partner to follow her. But the guardian warned the pair that they would only be able to obtain the artifact through their skills. The girl led her partners to a closed gate that led to a secret cave, and Chen Shuo remarked that this place looked very dangerous, and it was better to keep a close eye on it. Hua Ying opened the gate to the cave with a small movement of her hands and an incantation. After the gates were opened, torches were lit in the cave corridor to welcome visitors. The guardian warned the artifact hunters that they must pass through traps on their way to the Red Cloud. Chen Shuo looked around and said that they would have to take a risk for their goal. As the couple left, the wizard asked Hua Yin to wait for good news from them. The girl wished the departing couple good luck, which they would need on their journey to Red Cloud. The queen and Chen Shuo had already passed the initial corridor and entered a spacious cavern that resembled a mine. While the guy was admiring the expansive views, his partner noticed a strange sound from the front. The wizard confirmed the girl's fears and claimed to hear a strange sound as well. In front of the pair was a long but rather narrow bridge, at the end of which was a passage into the next tunnel. The sound came from that very hole, and was heard louder and louder with each passing second. The cause of the sound turned out to be a huge boulder that rolled toward the couple. Chen Shuo, all this reminded the events of the movies about the adventures of Indiana Jones, and it slightly amused the guy. The queen ordered her partner to duck and do nothing until she destroyed the huge rock. After making sure she wouldn't hurt anyone, the girl began to charge her magic scepter. But the queen's blow wasn't enough to crack the cobblestone, and she realized it was the stone of a sleeping tiger. The queen began to worry because the huge obstacle was getting closer and closer, and the couple had nowhere to hide. Chen Shuo asked his partner not to worry and assured her that he had his own idea about it. The wizard took up his tool and said that if the stone could not be broken, it could be tossed up to fly over them. The mage was able to pick up a huge boulder on his lever, which he made into a weapon. The boy shouted loudly and exerted all his strength to throw the rock aside. His partner's health was also starting to worry about the queen, who asked him to stop. But to the surprise of the girl, and Chen Shuo himself, he was able to move the stone to the other side. The queen praised the wizard for his clever decision and called him strong. But the triumphant man himself said that power had nothing to do with it, and he was just using his knowledge of physics and geometry. After praising the queen, Chen Shuo's eyes lit up and invited the girl to cross the bridge faster. The bold wizard who had just carried a huge boulder on his back was frightened by a small spider as the pair crossed to the other side. It also creeped the guy out how his queen was freely holding a snake in her arms. An excited Chen Shuo was glad that they had traveled the path where they had encountered snakes and spiders. The queen explained to the lad that Red Cloud should definitely be waiting for them ahead. The pair advanced further down the tunnel, and Chen Shuo saw a staircase in front of him that led upwards. Raising his head higher, the wizard saw the barrier and realized that Red Cloud was hiding behind it. The boy guessed that if he managed to pass through all the trials, he would be able to bypass Red Cloud's protective barrier. The queen noticed some writings on the stone and told the wizard that they might be clues. It was written on the stone that the deity of Red Cloud had left a relic here that could be obtained by the Chosen One, and to become Chosen One must pass all the tests. The guy saw the panel in front of him and realized that he was going to have to explore it now. Chen Shuo thought that he would have to step on squares that would be illuminated, and if he made a mistake, he would be roasted by fire. At first, the wizard found this task too easy, because he only had to step on the right squares. The guy saw 4 squares in front of him that were illuminated and realized that he needed to place his limbs there. After a short manipulation, Chen Shuo was able to fit all of his arms and legs in the right places. The wizard was glad that he only saw 4 squares, which meant that his limbs would suffice. But to a huge shock to the guy, a 5th square lit up under his belly. The mage himself couldn't put his mind to putting it on the 5th square so as not to touch the others. Chen Shuo also heard the countdown and realized that he had limited time for this trial. The guy was startled by the queen, who saw that he was failing and came to his rescue. Seeing his partner, the wizard calmed down a bit and realized it was his aid in this ordeal. In addition to the 5th square, a 6th square lit up above the guy's head. Chen Shuo asked for help from the queen. The girl saw the right square and immediately reached into it with her hand to close it. A few seconds and a couple more squares later, the girl was in an erotic pose on top of the guy. The guy glared in surprise at the girl's face, who asked him not to jump to conclusions. The queen said she was only doing this so they could pass the test. Chen Shuo was lying down with a highly satisfied face, and the girl asked him to remove the smile from his lips. Right next to the guy's head, another square lit up, to which the queen had to put her head. The guy wanted to point it out to her, but she interrupted him and said she knew what to do herself. The queen put her head to the lighted square and drew even closer to Chen Shuo. The boy was content to feel the queen's body and warmth so close to him. The time counter sped up even more and Chen Shuo became more agitated. More squares lit up, and the guy started protesting about needing so many people for this challenge. But the queen said 2 of them were enough and the test was over. The girl looked up the stairs and notified her partner that the barrier from the artifact was gone. The boy approached the blade and asked the queen if it was definitely Red Cloud. Chen Shuo walked even closer and dared to take the glowing weapons in his hands. The wizard realized that the artifact in this case was a divine tool. While the guy was just holding it in his hands, he could already feel a huge surge of power from the artifact. The ground behind the pair shook, and the queen and Chen Shuo began to look around, waiting for another trap. They were stone monsters that climbed out of the floor in huge groups. The boy was glad to have unexpected guests and said that he just wanted to try out the new sword in action. The stone warriors surrounded the guy who had kidnapped Red Cloud and prepared to attack him. Chen Shuo didn't run away from the monsters and attacked first. With his new sword, he was able to scatter his opponents like in training. The Red Cloud has 2 forms. The first form is called the Red Hilt. It is more accurate and vulnerable. In addition, this form stores energy in itself from each successful strike against an opponent. The guy was taking down his opponents very easily. The new sword gave him a real strength he had never felt before. After the fight, the guy landed on the ground and held a fully loaded sword in his hands. Chen Shuo called all these stone warriors too weak for him and his new sword. But this was not the last wave of the attack, for the wizard heard an earthquake that was much stronger than the previous one. It was already a new stone warrior that was much larger than the previous ones and looked truly terrifying. The energy in the sword itself was charged to maximum, and it could open his second form. Now, because of the maximum energy, the sword turned into a cloud axe. The guy with the new weapon prepared to fight the huge stone monster and adopted a fighting stance. After a brief battle of glances, the wizard pounced on his opponent, and in the course of a small brawl, he emerged victorious. Chen Shuo said that with the new weapon, he would no longer have to use the 100 Incarnation Stone in battle. The only thing the mage regretted was his small level, unable to fully unleash the full power of this weapon. The queen told the guy that if he got the weapon he wanted so badly, they could go back to the land of maidens, and the guy agreed. Chen and the queen hurried to the guardian of the cave, the Thousand Clouds, who was waiting for them at the gate, hoping they had survived. Suddenly the gate opened. Yin saw Shuo with the leader of the maiden country. The protagonist shouted that they were finally back, and everything was fine now. The guardian of the cave remarked that they were extremely lucky, for they didn't have a single scratch on them. Chen worriedly said, "There is one very important matter." He needed cultivation masters to restore the Shadow Star Charm necklace, and asked Yin for help. Hua thanked Shuo, saying she would definitely help him, which the young master was genuinely happy about, since the matter was already practically solved. After a while on the courtyard, the protagonist was sitting at a table. He reasoned about restoring the magic amulet, and since Chanye could not leave her palace, only the empress, Malva, and Huayin remained. Thus Cheng was only missing one person. At that moment, he was called out by the queen, assuming he was thinking about how to recover the amulet. Noting that at the spirit pond, everything is ready and all that is left is to gather people, Shuo muttered that he didn't know where to find another master. The empress had swept up that he should look for someone with a base level, that they put their energies in during the restoration of the amulet. The queen began to eat the grapes. The young master seemed to be illuminated. He thought of Ching Jan, who had the energy of a cultivator, which meant all was not lost, for with her help, they would be able to recover the necklace. The leader of the country of maidens inquired who Jan was. The protagonist ignored her question, but thanked her for her help. Declaring that she would go to her world for Ching right away, the empress stopped Chen, asking me to take her with me because right now she has no business in her own country. Shuo literally froze in place. He didn't expect the queen to want to keep him company. In addition, he was well aware that John and the leader of the country of maidens might not be able to find common ground. The empress said that if it was so difficult for him, then he shouldn't even think about it. The young master still decided to take her with him, asking her to obey him in everything. The queen agreed, and the protagonist activated the portal. Afterward, he took her hand and pulled her into the magical teleporter. Chen asked Madame to follow, and hold on to him tightly. A moment later, they stepped into an interdimensional portal. As a result, Shuo and the empress ended up at his house, where the young master, as always, assumed a horizontal position. The protagonist hurriedly got to his feet, and the queen apologized to him. Chen then took out his phone and got ready to call Ching Jan. The inquisitive empress watched intently what he was doing. Seeing a picture of a young maiden, she inquired whose wife it was, adding that this much younger face, she was quite familiar with it. Shuo questioned her in surprise. Did she really know Ching? The queen replied that she had not heard her name, but had seen the girl in question somewhere. The feeling that she was her longtime sibling never left, meanwhile. Chen got through to John. The protagonist was extremely surprised that she did pick up the phone. The master inquired if she was free for the next couple days. In response, Ching stated that he must have gotten a big kick in the head. Shuo didn't understand what she was talking about. John instantly corrected herself, saying that it wasn't addressed to him. In fact, Ching was playing a video game on a console with Malva, and it was during this time that she was on the phone with the main character, who in turn asked to meet with them tonight. After a while, they all went to the shopping street together, where they entered a cafe. John noted the pretty queen. Malva realized why Chen had been missing for a long time and smiled at him achidically. The young master urged the girls to talk about more important things. They sat around the table and discussed the current situation they found themselves in. After 20 minutes, Shuo was able to state the whole gist of what was happening. Malva said confidently enough that she agreed to help him, adding that unfortunately Ching is not from a parallel dimension. Jean in turn understood that Chen couldn't be lying, but it was also quite hard to believe. She raised her palm, in which a certain blob of energy glowed. Ching stated that this essence had been hindering her life since childhood, but if she could use it for Shuo's benefit, she would agree. The empress, as if she suspected something amiss, and glared at Ching. The protagonist realized that if it wasn't for a fortunate coincidence, John would no longer be with them. She mouthed enthusiastically that she was ready to take her in after all. The young master was touched and replied that he was immensely grateful to Ching. Jean declared that it was she who would be eternally grateful to him for his generosity. At that moment, the queen suddenly jerked up from her seat. The worried empress stared at Ching. She thought that there was something wrong with her face. The leader of the maidens stated that ever since she saw her wipe, one question had been plaguing her. Jean couldn't understand what portrait she was talking about. Chen said what she meant, her picture in her phone. The anxious queen asked if Ching knew the goddess of drawing, Danking. Jean in turn was shocked by such an unexpected question. The confident empress seemed to have no thought of taking her eyes off her. Malva said that the goddess of drawing has secluded herself in the Kunlun Mountains, and she cannot know her, because the goddess still hasn't come out of there and is unlikely to show up at all. However, Ching became visibly nervous, starting to clutch her dress more and more tightly. After which she asked if they were speaking for Zhang Danking. Malva asked in surprise if she knew her. Jean stated that it was her mother. Everyone was shocked by this answer. Malva literally froze in place. The protagonist also couldn't believe what was happening, interrogated her. It was indeed hard to believe, but still Ching didn't lie. Chen began to remember that the system had once told him that their worlds were connected. The Virgin Queen asked John to tell her where her mother was now, saying that she was an old acquaintance of hers. Ching asked to talk about it later as they were busy with Shuo's problem right now. The master asked her not to pester her with questions, because maybe she didn't want to remember her family. The empress was convinced of her assumptions, for two different people could not be so much alike. The protagonist asked if Malva's body had recovered. The girl stated cheerfully enough that she was perfectly fine. Chen similarly asked John as well to tell him if she felt uncomfortable. The girl graciously agreed, whereupon Shuo activated the portal, calling everyone to get ready, because in a moment they will be going to that world. And in the next second, they walked into a magical teleporter. However, something didn't go according to plan as they appeared in the sky, resulting in flying down to the ground from a great height. The main character literally started panicking and saying they were about to crash. At this moment, Chen felt someone grabbing him by his clothes. Turning around, he turned his attention to the maiden queen who hurriedly put her skills to use. In the aftermath, they landed quite successfully, which Shuo didn't see, as he closed his eyes and thought he was finished. Then, feeling the ground beneath his feet, he fearfully opened his eyes and found for himself the pleasant news that he was safe and sound, to which he was extremely grateful, the brave empress. The queen stated that everything was already fine, and he could take it easy like that. Meanwhile, Malva flew in with a frightened Ching in her arms. The protagonist, assuming a victorious posture, proudly mouthed that nothing would happen to them as long as he lived. His bragging, naturally no one appreciated. Suddenly Malva remembered one thing. After all, they never deigned to pay at the cafe where they had lunch before going to the other world. At that moment, in the cafe, an anxious waiter came to the table where they were sitting, and realized that the young men had simply run away without paying. The young master said that they should hurry to the lake. John asked them to go slower. She scrutinized her surroundings and marveled at the beauty of the local nature. Noticing the large spiritual stalks, Ching dared to approach them. Malva urged her not to get so close, as the dragons would leave their excrement on them for fertilizer. After a while, they still came to the lake where Chen greeted Hua, who said she was ready to start any time, even now. Shuo noted the fairly clear water in the lake and wondered if it was her doing. The smiling Huayin replied that it was her duty and she should keep it clean. Afterward, the main character introduced her to her friends, Malva and Jean. Yin greeted them politely, saying that she was protecting the lake in question. Malva remembered Ching's energy and asked if she could release it here. Jean pitifully replied that she had used it all up last time. Caring Malva said she could feel the energy flowing through her, and urged her to concentrate it in her hand. Adding that the most important thing in this matter was to take her time, Ching began to try to manifest energy. The small glowing ball of light in her palms began to increase in size dramatically. Jean, in turn, tried extremely hard to concentrate as much energy as possible. As a result, a stream of endless power literally rushed from her hands. It sent a huge beam straight into the heavens. Everyone was amazed at its capabilities. Then the stream turned back into a small glowing ball. Ching wondered if she was doing everything right. Everyone was still puzzled. Chen's implication was that next time she should reduce her power by half. Jean in turn smiled sweetly and replied that she understood. After which they headed to the center of the lake where they began to cultivate. Shuo asked the Ching sitting behind him, twirling the energy in her hands if she was ready. John smilingly replied positively, then began to concentrate her power. The energy ball gradually increased, and the queen began to form her power after her. Malva similarly began to cultivate, creating a sparkling orb. Finally, Huayin too began to concentrate her energy. The main character created a stream of endless spiritual power, channeling it into the amulet. Afterward, they gradually rose into the air, forming a magic circle. As a result, a kind of maelstrom formed, which grew larger and larger. Toward the cultivators elevated to the sky, streams of water rushed out as well. They were literally pulling out of the lake and headed for the necklace. The amulet in turn vibrated, and some sort of reaction ensued. It shone with a magical sunlight which everyone noticed. Young Master Chen understood what they were getting at as the amulet reacted. Shuo immediately asked Ching, giving him more of his energy. Jan extremely diligently began to increase the flow of power, which headed through the powerful wave of the protagonist in the necklace. Thus, an unimaginable might, an energy beam, was created. However, at this moment, everything around shimmered, literally blinding the cultivators. The source of this resonance was precisely the magic amulet. Ching worriedly asked Chen what was going on. The others similarly became nervous, not realizing what had served to cause the necklace to react this way. After a few seconds, it was over, and in the middle of the lake, only a small glowing ball remained. Jean assumed she had messed up and asked Shuo about it. The young master enthusiastically hastened to persuade her otherwise. Claiming that they had succeeded meanwhile, the recovered necklace hovered in the air. Everyone stared at the amulet within the sparkling sphere. At this time, Ching visibly weakened and seemed like she was about to lose consciousness. Concerned Malva instantly picked up the exhausted Jan. The protagonist expressed his gratitude to everyone for their help. Malva said that he had helped her once, hence she repaid him in kind. Chen noticed that Ching had expended too much energy and offered to walk her home. Jan tried to reassure Shuo, saying that he shouldn't be so worried about her since she was already fine, adding that she is honored to help him as this is her mother's hometown. The queen suggested that she celebrate the Day of Butchery, which would soon take place in the Land of Maidens. Malva was thrilled at the idea, and happily agreed. Ching asked what kind of holiday it was. The empress replied that it was a momentous day for them, and all her people were looking forward to it. Yin remarked that she had heard a lot about this feast, and asked to keep her company. The queen naturally agreed. Chen assumed that in the Land of Maidens, they would definitely be safe, saying that since the empress was inviting them, they would stay for a couple days, which the ever-satisfied Malva was only too happy to do, anticipating a good time. After a certain period of time, they all went to the colorful Land of Maidens. Where the festive morning came, Shuo became reluctant to wake up. Being in a half-asleep state, he headed to the balcony and admired the incredible view, catching himself thinking that he was originally worried about Malva in his world, but now he was worried about Ching in the parallel world. However, Chen had no idea how skillfully they could adapt to their new living conditions. But on the other hand, the Land of Maidens beckoned with its beauty, and most importantly was a safe place, where in the crowded streets the meat feast began. All the vendors smilingly beckoned people. The protagonist never ceased to be amazed by the good-natured environment. Walking through the lanes, Malwa, Ching, and Hua were really enjoying their time in the Land of Maidens. Surprised at every step at something new to them, suddenly they saw a scene in the distance and came closer, passing through the pandemonium of people waiting for the spectacle, where a maiden on stage urged everyone to respect the queue, and said that the butcher's candle-blowing contest would be starting soon. Jean and Malva were in anticipation of the moment, for they did not know what was about to happen. Meanwhile, the artiste congratulated everyone present on the holiday, and just moments later, giant candles appeared on the stage, which couldn't help but impress the onlookers. Malva and Ching were just as pleasantly surprised. The host then stood in front of the huge candles, intending from her bow with a flaming arrow to light all the wicks. A second later, an arrow flew out and went exactly through all the wicks. As a result, absolutely all of the candles consistently lit up. People immediately squealed with pleasure and began to applaud. The rules were pretty simple, the principle of the arena, and whoever defeated last year's champion would become the new title holder. Plus, in addition to champion status, the winner will receive a VIP card for free admission to Mom's candy shop for a week. Upon hearing this, Malva was thrilled and realized she had to participate. After which, the artiste announced the start of registration for the contest. Ching was surprised to see Malva asking to participate. The young pageant host loudly announced the first contender, then asked the audience if this girl could be the new champion, and hastened to invite to the stage the first brave lady of the Land of Maidens. Following her and called out last year's champion, the Fatal Rose of the Western Lands, whose name was Su Mengzhou. She was an incredible-sized, manly, muscular maiden. It felt like a healthy man just wearing women's clothes. John and Yin, in turn, became supportive of the cocky Malwa. She jumped onto the stage rather spectacularly, Zhou glaring at her arrogantly. The perky presenter asked the young lady what to call her. Malva defiantly stood in front of the huge Meng and called her name. Zhou was underestimating the little girl. It was written all over her face. Meng smiled wryly, confidently stating that she wasn't going to give in, thus urging Malva to be careful. In response, our heroine proudly mouthed that she should start worrying herself. The artist asked the heated audience who will win in this competition, and whether the Fatal Rose of Zhu can defend his championship title. Viewers were literally going crazy, naively believing that Maine would win. After which, the host announced the start of the 78th Games, candle blowing. The mangy Zhou, with the confident Malwa, stood face to face. Then they directed their gaze toward the burning candles, setting themselves up for victory. Meng offered her to start first, however. Our heroine declined. The thug immediately walked over to the candles, saying he wouldn't be ceremonious for long. She began her preparation for the ordeal by pulling her face forward, after which she sat down a bit. trying to concentrate as much as possible. People started shouting out that the champion was using that very tactic, which she hasn't used in 4 years because of the enormous energy expenditure. It is said that she disperses the air in her mouth with her tongue and directs it with her hands. And as the tongue speeds up, Main starts using jet speed. With this, Joe can activate his ability, Gentle Hurricane, which she ended up doing. A huge whirlwind passed over several candles and put out the fire. The people were in awe of Sumengjo's skills, noting the incredible strength and speed. In the end, Main was able to snuff out 7 candles, breaking her record from last year. Turning to Malva, she blurred into a smile and said it was her turn. The self-assured heroine glanced around the audience and then at Joe, after which she stated that as a human, she had performed quite well. Now, however, it was finally her turn. Malva headed for the candles, where she actively began to apply her abilities. People were excited for the moment, for they didn't know what to expect from her. A kind of magic shone around Malva. Meng, meanwhile, became visibly nervous and watched the scene. Ching and Huayin couldn't stop shouting words of encouragement. Malva, in the meantime, had gotten as much air into her lungs as she could, after which she instantly sent her magic hurricane towards the candles. Even the protagonist, who was standing on the balcony, saw this vortex. The townspeople were puzzled, as was the presenter who announced 10 extinguished candles. Former champion Sumengjo seemed to be at a complete loss for words. The audience never ceased to be amazed, saying that Malva had extinguished all the candles. The leading artiste rushed to announce the new champion of the pageant. A surprised Jew inquired who she was and how she had done it. Our heroine got into a victory pose and said her name was Malva, and only the young master could not understand what happened there. At this moment behind Chen, the empress suddenly appeared, who said that Malva and the girls attended a candle-blowing contest. The queen asked that Shuo call them because the festive ceremony would soon begin. In the meantime, she will change her clothes. The protagonist naturally agreed. After a certain time, it was late evening. The maidens under the palace began to blow their horns, thereby announcing the beginning of the festive ceremony. A crowd of girls outside the palace, waiting for the empress to appear. A moment later, one of the queen's maids appeared on the doorstep. She called on all the people to salute her majesty. The ruler of the land of maidens came out in a frilly outfit. All the maidens started shouting out wishing her happiness and prosperity. Jean decided to capture the ceremony on Chen's phone while Malva devoured her well-deserved sweets. The queen stated that it was the feast of the meat fast, and according to tradition they do not eat meat on this day, in gratitude to the spirits of nature. Afterwards, she also expressed her gratitude to the man who has contributed to their country in many ways. After all, he had helped restore the dried-up mother and child lake. Shuo was at this time coming up the stairs to her. The empress went on to say that he had risked his life for their well-being by obtaining the mountain flower, then said the name of Chen, who was only thinking about Ching remembering to take a picture of him. Walking up to the queen, the young master got down on one knee before her and wished her prosperity. The ruler of the land of maidens said she wanted to enjoy the festive feast with him. Shuo thanked the queen. She in turn gave him a gift of the finest ingredients in the country. The main character was impressed by this surprise, saying that he had read about them in various short stories. The system reported that eating the earth pearls would increase his health and add years of cultivation. Chen naively thought that if he ate everything at once, he would become immortal. The empress swept the given ingredients, extremely very for cultivation. The young master was truly grateful to the lord of the land of Divas. Her Majesty struck her staff on the floor, urging everyone to cheer. As she announces the beginning of the celebration ceremony, all the maidens rejoiced. After that, the beautiful fireworks started. Jean started filming them on her phone. The main character Shuo, in the company of the queen, also stared at the colorful sky. Meanwhile, Malva turned her attention to a distressed-looking Jew thunderbolt, who left in an unknown direction. She rushed after her, telling Ching that she would be coming up soon. The country of the virgins, at the same hour, was immersed in the atmosphere of the meat pasture feast. Everyone was having carefree fun, and not even aware of the chaos to come. From the outside, it appeared that those who wanted to sow sadness and confusion were watching the fun. Dressed up in masks, the fierce rebels were perched in a tree. At this time, Su Meng, as it later turned out, came to the orphanage, where she distributed gifts to the children. At this moment, the son was asking his dad without understanding why they were obeying the heavenly palace. Father replied that they were dragons and had to obey them, because otherwise dragons wouldn't even exist, which was strongly disagreed with by the rebel, who decided to solve this problem in a ruthless way. His henchmen asked if they could begin to act, naming their lord, the crown prince. The prince urged him not to call him that, threatening to kill his servant. Thoth in turn claimed he was joking, urging him to attack the land of maidens while they were having fun and more vulnerable. The disgruntled prince hurriedly jumped down from the branch without answering anything. He surprised his henchmen, who grinned evilly. Meanwhile, the guards at the south gate were devouring various delicacies, talking about how much they crave meat and there is literally 1 day left to be patient. Suddenly one of them saw an unknown man and inquired who he was. The guy greeted the girls, saying he had lost one thing in town, and kindly asked permission, intending to get in. The guards replied that for the duration of the festival, the town was closed. After asking him to leave the area, the unidentified man stated that he wanted to resolve the matter amicably. Afterward, he noticed that there was someone behind the young maidens. One of them hastened to give him a final warning. However, at this moment, another guard with a frightened look urged everyone to turn around. The commander turned back and saw something terrible. Fear instantly settled in her eyes, but she didn't have time to do anything. Eventually, the villain was already opening the main gate. All the young guards turned into dried-up corpse bodies. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Land of Maidens, the celebration continued. Ching told the queen and Yin about the daily routine of her life in the other world, saying that girls take a purse with them on the street, while Chen was busy taking pictures of the dancer on his phone and asking everyone to subscribe to the channel. At this time, the Lord's maid said that the first empress wanted to see her and Dr. Shuo. The ruler hurried toward her, ordering her servants to take care of the guests. Then Her Majesty announced the end of the celebration. Everyone began to thank her. Wishing the young queen glory and prosperity, those present bowed low to her. The maid asked the guests to follow her, while the empress called the master with her. Concerned Chen inquired what was wrong. The lordess replied that they needed to report to the first empress. The protagonist was taken aback, and out of surprise he interrogated the ruler. After all, he didn't think the queen had a mother. At least it wasn't in the book. Realizing that not everything the book says about the land of virgins is actually true. After a few minutes, the queen changed her clothes and walked out to Shuo, ordering the guards to stay here. Calling for the young master to follow her, he graciously agreed. The empress wondered to Chung if he wanted to ask her anything. Once the main character started asking about her mother, he was interrupted by the lordess, stating that she was the only daughter of the first empress. Upon reaching adulthood, the inhabitants of the Land of Maidens accept the gift of the Lake of Mother and Child, thanks to which their country has a high life expectancy, much less the rulers. Shuo began to wonder what the age of such a young ruler was. She turned around abruptly and asked how old he thought she was. Chen stated that she was 18. After walking through numerous corridors, they came to a mysterious door. With an emerald stone on it, the master didn't realize that the palace had such buildings. The queen stated that after the abdication, her mother settled here, and this door opens with the help of her spiritual energy. The protagonist watched intently as the ruler unlocked the door in question. She said it had been a very long time since she had seen the first empress, after which they went into her mother's chambers, watched by an impostor who had secretly entered. He was well aware that this might be his only chance. Walking down the long staircase, Chen asked what her mother was eating. The lordess sadly said that she was starving, having remarked that he was the first person the first empress had summoned to her. After correcting herself by saying that Shuo was the first person of the opposite sex, the protagonist was impressed. Such exquisite construction. It was literally an underground palace. The queen said it was where her mother was. Heading along the river, the young master asked what kind of water it was. The ruler replied, it was the Lake of Mother and Child, adding that this source has been protected by rulers at all times. Finally approaching the main door to the palace, the empress announced that they were in position. Suddenly she kneeled down. Chen watched in amazement. The queen mouthed that it was a great honor for her to see her mother. Then Shuo also fell on his knees, and said that he was infinitely happy to meet the first empress. And a few seconds later the gate suddenly opened. The atmosphere of the underground settlement was indeed quite gloomy. What the main character was thinking about, he even got goosebumps running down his skin. After which, the young ruler abruptly rose from her knees and urged Chen to go inside. The young master did not know what to expect from the mysterious meeting with the first empress. Upon entering the palace, Shuo began to look around carefully. When he saw the huge female statues, he asked who they were. The queen said that they were past lords, adding that it is not only a sacred palace, but also a tomb. At this time, they approached a large statue of a bird. The main character asked what it meant. The queen stated that it was a deity that protects the country of maidens and the Silian mainland. The first empress who suddenly appeared said that this deity is the first ruler. The young master was extremely surprised to see the old grandmother. After all, this was not how he had envisioned the mother of the queen of the Land of Maidens. Chen began to bow, saying that he was genuinely happy to meet her. The old lady asked him to get up, saying it wasn't necessary. She thanked Shuo for helping her through the crisis, after which he and the lordess graciously greeted each other. She inquired what her mother wished to see her for. The first empress began to admonish her on her appearance, saying that a woman is better with her hair gathered. The young master watched them with a smile, filming everything on his phone, which didn't please the queen, who gave him a disapproving glance. The elder ruler said she called them to tell them something important, asking her to follow her, as this was not the place for such serious talk. Then they went up to the hidden floor, the divine palace, where there was a colossal number of books. The queen's mother gushed that she loved to read here. The protagonist has made the observation that it would take forever to read such a large library. The old lady stated that she did not want to interfere with the younger generation, so she liked it here. The queen sadly pronounced that the child of the empress would inevitably follow in her mother's footsteps. Her mother began to remember her young daughter trying to sneak into the palace unnoticed, as a result of which she fell down the stairs and she was very worried. Chen smiled, noting that as a child the cold-blooded queen had been a naughty girl, who was always running away from the palace to play outside with the children, and the guards were always looking for her. The young queen asked her mother to talk about more serious things. Suddenly, the old woman called out to Shuo. He in turn was surprised. The elder empress inquired if he was from this world, adding that the main character is also not a person of this era. The old lady said she couldn't understand why he was helping them. Assuming he had an ulterior motive, the queen tried to stop her mother. But the first empress was aggressive, saying that Chen wanted to rob them. She pointed her staff in his direction, at which point he found himself bound by magical threads, hand and foot. As the noose around his neck tightened tighter and tighter, the old woman asked why he had gotten close to her daughter, threatening him, because if he didn't tell the truth, she'd kill him. The dumbfounded queen shouted out that in fact, Shuo had saved her life, and asked him to weaken his magic immediately because he might die. Her daughter sided with the young master, assuring her mother that the protagonist was a good man. However, the old lady was convinced otherwise, saying that he wanted to ruin Xiliang. Chen realized that he couldn't tell them the story of the system that had thrown him into this dimension. The young master had already begun to say goodbye to his life, thinking he was finished. Panting, he muttered that he had actually come to help them since Xiliang was in trouble. A couple seconds later, the magical threads disappeared from his body and he fell to the ground. Coughing Shuo, unable to understand what had happened, the worried queen ran up to him. Asked how he was feeling, the protagonist said he was fine. The puzzled old woman wondered whether he had told the truth or had deceived her. Chen had a bad feeling, for he uttered the first thing that came to mind. At that moment, the system offered him a hidden task to rescue Xiliang. Where the difficulty level was extremely high, Shuo realized that it wasn't going to be easy. He had no idea that saying that to save himself would turn out to be quite the task. The first empress hurriedly apologized to the young master, saying that as a mother she could not have reacted differently and was forced to take action. Chen stated that he understood her perfectly, as she was worried about her state and her daughter. The elder queen divined that he was a man of prophecy, for the threads of fate kill those who lie. And he in turn survived. Shuo was extremely surprised to hear about his fateful role in this world. The young queen was just as amazed, for she had never heard of this prophecy. The protagonist realized the disadvantage he was at. The old woman began to tell the story of the founding of the Land of Maidens, where Niuwa was fixing the firmament and the soul stones began to fall from above. One of the shards was filled with female yin energy. It fell into the settlement of one tribe, forming a crater, and soon a pond of souls. After that, the people started to drink that water. Eventually, they started to have only girls, but the power of the stone attracted the monsters. They constantly attacked the tribesmen, intending to get their treasure. The spirit bird Bifan flew to the defense of the people. It chased away all the evil, but began to take away the stone of souls from the settlement. Transformed into a woman, she lived with the tribe and founded the Land of the Maidens. Chen and the queen were impressed by this narrative, realizing what secrets this land held. The young empress inquired of her mother what this prophecy was. The old woman sighed heavily, then said that it all started with the king of the unclean, which was locked inside the seal but never destroyed. As she aged, Bifan began to gradually lose her power, leaving behind a prophecy to her descendants. If the unclean king is unleashed, he can only be defeated by a warrior from another dimension. Therefore, all the rulers eagerly waited for the appearance of that man from the prophecy. The protagonist asked why the king of the undead needed a soul stone. The old woman replied that the yin shard was a treasure of goddess Niuwa, capable of changing the lives of all beings. And if the king of the unclean does get it, he can destroy not only the land of Xiliang, but also its inhabitants. The inquisitive master showed interest again. If the king had not yet appeared, why exactly was Chen the man from the prophecy? The elder queen stated that the subordinate lords of the netherworld had dried up the mother and child lake, searching for the yin stone, adding that the scorpion queen serves him, and perhaps the leader of the undead is already watching Shuo. The old lady sincerely believed that the appearance of the main character was not accidental. The master realized that the ruler of the undead might already be on the loose. The queen's mother stated that she senses a dark aura around the land of Xiliang, a dark aura. This has not happened for thousands of years, so we can assume that the Lord has returned. Chen wondered if he could have altered the cause and effect relationships in this way, or if it was all a coincidence. The first empress asked her daughter to approach her, after which she formed a spiritual power in her palm, then leaned her hand on the queen's head, saying that it would help her unlock new abilities, adding that she is no longer young, and the life of the land of Xiliang and the people is on her shoulders. The young ruler did not know what to say to her mother, realizing what responsibility she was now carrying. The queen's mother declared that the life of her daughter and all the people of Xiliang depended on Chen. A confident Shuo replied that he would do his best to save the land. After all, he is a true doer of justice, will not allow the death of innocent people. The old lady thanked him, after which she asked them to come back, as she had already told them the most important thing. The protagonist once again fell on his knees before the elder empress. Her daughter likewise wished glory to the queen and bowed low. In response, she asked me not to honor her like that anymore because she was getting quite old. Then our majestic heroes headed back to the palace, reflecting on all that has happened and realizing the gravity of current realities. Suddenly the young queen turned around and looked pitifully at her mother. The first empress, in turn, wished to be kept by her ancestors, adding that Cillian will definitely be saved and will gain true freedom. The gate closed, and the old woman was alone again, with her thoughts. She had no way of knowing that she would live to see that very day, when prophecy is fulfilled, and the key to salvation will appear. The elder ruler began to pray for the sacred land of Cillian and its inhabitants, realizing that age had spared her and she would soon see her ancestors. She had missed them for so long. It was as if the old lady had a premonition of her end. As she approached the tomb of her predecessors, she immersed herself in memories, back in the days when she was a very young queen of the land of maidens. Meanwhile, brooding and sad, Chen and the queen walked up the stairs. The main character asked the system if he was really in the book, Journey to the West. Since the events were too different, the system urged him to think to understand. Suddenly, the sad ruler turned to the young master. Concerned, Shuo wondered what had happened. The queen demanded that he tell no one what had happened, or she would kill him. The young master had no idea that the queen was so sweetly angry. She was well aware that being the ruler of the state, she was obliged to control her emotions. Afterwards, she took off the earrings and thought of her mother again. Examining the ornament in her hand, the empress was clearly aware that she would not have it easy in the coming future. Then suddenly turned to the pensive Chen Shuo to thank him for everything he's done for Cillian. The protagonist understood that it was difficult for her now, and tried in every way to support the queen. Meanwhile, Ching was telling funny school stories to Hua about Chen, about how he scared the principal who thought he and John were from the same family. They were having a carefree and cute conversation with Yin as Ching suddenly had a change in her face. Remembering Malva, for she still hadn't returned, Hao Ying suggested to John that they go together to look for her, saying that she had lost some of her spiritual power, but by working together, they would definitely be able to sense Malva's aura. Ching formed a portion of spiritual energy in her hand and asked Hua if it was enough. Yin replied that it was enough, and John transferred some of her power to her. Hua Yin instantly activated her skills and tracked down Malva in the western part of the city. Afterward, Hua stated that she would go after her and bring her back soon. Concerned, Ching wondered if she had wings. Yin replied that she couldn't fly. However, she has someone who knows how to do that, and with his help, she will surely track down Malva. Hua Yin released her pet, which looked like a small spirit. John appreciated Hua's talents, saying that it was incredible. Ching started stroking Yin's cute spirit animal. His name was Dudu. Hua Yin asked him if he could take her to Malwa. The spirit replied positively, then changed its shape so it could be ridden. John asked if she needed to fly with her. Hua stated that it was not necessary. Afterward, got on Dudu and they set off in search of Malva. At this time she was chatting with Mengzhou, who was surprised by the fact that Malva appeared to be a spirit. Su Zhou stated that she could feel the kindness in her soul from her. Malva in turn asked why such a strong Meng was living in the land of maidens. Mengzhou told her the story of how she served in the border troops and kept Jiliang safe. But her compatriots began to die one by one, and eventually she was left alone. And earlier, they had agreed that whoever survived would protect the children of dead co-workers. And so, after completing her military service, Zhou got a job in an orphanage. Some of them have grown up and now help the orphanage themselves. Su Meng remembers those days with sadness, especially when she looks at the children, her dead girlfriends. However, her comrades cannot be brought back, which means she must do her duty. And raising all her friends' children is the only thing she can do. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to look her co-workers in the eye when she was in the other world. Malva sympathized with her, asking Zhu if she was bored with leading a measured life after her long service in the army. Meng admitted that she really misses those times, but raising children is far more important to her. At this moment, a golden dust flew by. Malva was extremely surprised when she saw the magic sand. She wondered if there were sand winds in Cillian. Zhu also didn't understand where it came from because after the whole city was planted with trees, they disappeared. Malva decided to give her winning card to Mama's Sweets, then hurriedly went home so her friends wouldn't worry about her. Su Meng called out to her, telling her that she had lost in that contest, which means the prize should be hers, especially since Malva loves sweets. She turned to Zhu and pronounced it was more for the kids than for her. Mengzhou was touched by such an act and thanked her from the bottom of her heart. Malva spread her wings at the same hour and said it was time for her to fly away. Adding that they would definitely meet her again, Su Meng wished her good luck. An overjoyed Malva flew across town thinking that Ching and Hua were already asleep, so she should have walked carefully into the house so as not to wake them up. But she found the golden sand again, not realizing where it was coming from. She decided to fly after the mysterious dust to track down the source. When she reached the tree in the middle of the street, she found no people, but the sand was wandering in that very spot. Especially in the land of maidens, there was no curfew, which meant that on the day of the holiday, people had to walk around town. At the same time, the magic sand was becoming more and more abundant. At that moment, someone started shooting Malva in the back. The girl began to suspect something wrong. It was as if she felt someone's eyes on her. Turning around, she saw the silhouette of a man hovering in the air, who moments later unleashed a ball of flame at her. Malva, in turn, lightning quickly jumped aside. Just a couple seconds later, another fire sphere rushed at her, our heroine once again dodging the attack, suspecting a certain person using sand in his atrocities. Which she was not mistaken about, because it was exactly Huang Fenglin, who stated that he hated the flower race for their sensitivities. Malva had swept up that he had killed a great number of her tribesmen, and now he was wreaking havoc here as well. Han responded by saying that he didn't come for her, as her race was no longer a threat. Though he missed the good carnage, the impulsive Malva couldn't stand it and threw herself in his direction. As she flew up into the heights, she rushed to strike him. However, Fenglin was not so simple, stating that he would leave the killing of the townsfolk for later, but now he would kill her, freely dodging attacks from Malva, who was beginning to realize how fast he was. Huan noted her explosive nature, but she also lacked speed and strength. The girl, in turn, flew past him and instantly turned around. However, Fenglin still had damage in the form of a severed hand. A confident Malva menacingly declared that she would not allow him to kill innocent people, after which applied her ability, namely a pair of moonflowers. This time, the arrogant Huan didn't have time to react to her sudden attack. As a result, there was an explosion, the shockwave of which threw Malva backwards. To make matters worse, a sudden pop damaged one of the city's buildings. The heroine urged him to get out immediately to her Feng Wang. Taking a closer look, Malva noticed that he was missing half his body. Fenglin took stock of the fact that she had managed to catch him off guard after all. And for her age, she's got some pretty good skills. However, he could regenerate his health, and after a second he was already in one piece. This only made Malva even more angry, and she threw herself back into the fray. Huan said he was tired of messing with her and hurried to finish the fight. Applying his skill, the sand leopard shot. Golden dust embraced his hand. In the aftermath, numerous fiery grains of sand flew into Malva. Our heroine was forced to retreat back, thinking that he was immortal, and all its power seemed to lie in that fiery sand. Suddenly, Malva had one idea, which she rushed to realize. The girl abruptly turned around and rushed towards the defiant Fenglin. He, in turn, continued to shower everything with fiery grains of sand. Malva flew to meet Huan, successfully dodging his attacks. Praising once again, Fenglin noted her maneuverability, while the brave heroine has already gotten close to him. Then she applied her skill again, a couple of moonflowers. However, she now activated the division, thus a multitude of blossoms headed towards Huan. In doing so, his arms were torn off again, but he regained his health again without difficulty. A savvy, overly primitive ability on her part. Malva suddenly used her special skill, summoning a hurricane. Naive Fenglin didn't think she could do anything, but our heroine understood that he was recovering with sand. Huan grew nervous, realizing that Malva had found a way against him after all. She set about engulfing him, her magic swirling around him. Realizing what awaited him, Fenglin began to beg for mercy. But Malva wasn't about to let him live, ignoring his pleas for help. After a while, all that was left of Huan was his head. The distraught heroine continued to engulf him with her hurricane. After making sure Fenglin was gone, Malva stopped. However, still small grains of golden sand began to show. As a result, Huan, in a lightning-fast movement, grabbed her by the neck, saying that she was extremely intelligent, something he had never seen before among her race. And if they had brains, they wouldn't have hit rock bottom. Adding that even such a strong wind, he is absolutely not afraid. Malva tried to hit him, but Fenglin managed to apply a sand prison. Afterward, she was restrained, unable to move. Huan sensed that she had great potential, and suggested she join them, saying that Baigu would reward her with incredible strength. Malva naturally wasn't going to accept this offer, stating that Baigu was nothing. In response, Fenglin uttered that the Lord would like her aura and took out a certain magical skull, adding that their army is already in the city and no one can stop them. And when Baigu fully regains his powers, they will rule the world. And soon, uncleanness will fill the entire globe, gaining power and unprecedented power. Malva proudly declared that she would never join them in her life. Huan actually realized that she wouldn't agree, and there was no way to change her mind either. The girl said that her race didn't accept him in his time, and now he's gone crazy and started killing everyone. And people like him should die because people like him only want power. Fenglin listened carefully to Malva's unyielding stance, after which he sadly said that in that case, death awaited her. The monster's huge fiery maw suddenly began to close. Realizing she was about to die, Malva looked into Huan's eyes without fear. And when my jaw was about to close, a miracle happened. In the last few seconds, she suddenly disappeared from sight. Fenglin was perplexed. As it turned out, Yin managed to snatch Malva out of the sand monster's mouth. who in turn was prepared for the worst. Hua inquired if she was okay, noting Huan's tremendous spiritual strength, therefore urging Malva to retreat soon. Fanglin was furious and declared that they couldn't escape so easily, after which he immediately sent his sand kite after them. Huayin realized that he could catch up with them, so it was necessary to throw Huang off his tail. She let loose a sea wave in his direction, trying to stop the madman. After rinsing Fenglin with an endless stream of water, Yin still managed to restrain him. Hua continued to actively use her magical abilities, surprised at how easily she was able to fight back against him, which Malva noted as well, stating that Huan had stopped following them, and this was their chance, because he spent a lot more time regaining health, because of the water technique. Malva noticed that Huayin's attacks were able to contain his skills, causing her to have some sort of plan in mind, and in order for it to work, she asked Hua to douse her body with water, confidently stating that they would definitely be able to defeat Fanglin now. Meanwhile, in the palace, the queen was discussing the successful feast with her maid, who stated that she was respected by all and wished her health. The ruler realized it was better to wish it on her mother. Releasing her faithful maid early, the empress reminisced about her childhood with her. The girl, in turn, graciously thanked her majesty. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran in and said that she should not disobey the orders of the elder empress. The young queen asked her maid Sewer to leave the room, stating that her mother's whereabouts were top secret. She asked how the guard knew of the order. Besides, the guards are forbidden to enter the queen's chambers, and she apparently doesn't know the rules, so it's safe to conclude that he had an extremely poor disguise. The overlord gripped her blade in a flash and called for help from the guards. The warriors who ran in pointed their spears at the stranger. The ruler of the Land of Maidens ordered the guards to capture him immediately. At this time, the main character sat in his room and digested the information. Chen was perplexed by the daunting task and didn't know what to do. The system tried to cheer up its master by telling him he was lucky. Shuo indignantly replied that she was always missing, at the most crucial moment. In response, the system stated that it would grant any wish of the Lord after completing a hidden task. The young master was surprised and asked her again, making sure she wasn't deceiving him. The system assured the protagonist that it would keep its promise. A few moments later, Chen's room suddenly staggered. He thought it was an earthquake and started looking around. At that moment, one of the frightened guards ran in to see him. She muttered that there was some sort of explosion in the queen's chambers. The young master naturally rushed to save his empress, realizing that the prophecy had indeed begun to come true. However, Sho didn't expect it to happen too soon. At this time in the queen's room, all the guards lay unconscious. The ruler summoned the villain to show his true colors, saying that there was no need to disguise himself as he would be caught sooner or later. John Doe agreed to assume his natural appearance, noting the strong insight of the young empress. It turned out to be the son of the fourth Dragon King, who demanded the treasure be given to him. In response, the lord stated that his race served the ruler of the undead, so he would get nothing. Baigu replied that his race was too cowardly, and only the king of the unclean could save them. Afterward, he again demanded that Cillian's treasure be given to him, threatening to kill such a young ruler of the Land of Maidens. To which the queen laughed loudly. Baigu was puzzled. The queen uttered without fear in her eyes that she was not afraid of death. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the empress of her country. The son of the Dragon King didn't expect such boldness from her. She swept her eyes over Baigu's stooped servility to the Lord of the Unclean, for which he would soon be executed, which naturally, the dragon race representative doubted. The queen, lightning fast, began to use her abilities. Sharp daggers on chains swung towards the cocky Baigu, who in turn easily dodged her attacks. The son of dragons stated that he would kill her if she didn't want to cooperate with him, after which he hurriedly activated his dragon flame. As a result, large spheres of fire flew at the empress. The ruler at the same hour applied the seal of the four images. Suddenly, Xuanwu came to the queen's rescue and covered her with a magical barrier. The queen didn't expect to see her, especially at a time like this. Following her, the rest of the elite warriors came running in, one of them instantly attacking the son of the Dragon Emperor. She actively used her sharp daggers that were called White Tiger Fangs. Baigu stated that these were rather childish techniques and she wouldn't be able to defeat him. He timely activated the dragon scale armor. In the aftermath, the Guardian was unable to do him proper damage. However, there was also Ju Qiwei behind him as well, coming to his aid. She aimed her restraining chains at the arrogant dragon. But Baigu was too strong, unlike the queen's elite troops. He stated that even by immobilizing him, there was nothing they could do to him. However, the warriors tried to change his mind about it by releasing a green dragon tooth, which in turn was capable of piercing the dragon's scales. A moment later, the spear pierced through the arrogant Baigu's body, thus causing him significant damage that he had in no way expected. The spear literally nailed him to the ground, with the dragon being restrained by Ju's chains, with the help of which Kaye was able to keep him on the floor. The queen remarked that her guards were elite fighters, and he had underestimated them for nothing. She wondered why the son of a dragon lord, worshipping the emperor of the unclean. Baigu remained silent in response, and hurriedly disentangled himself from Ju's shackles. His body began to disintegrate into small grains of sand like gold dust. After a few seconds, he disappeared, leaving only chains on the floor. Everyone thought they killed him, noting the weak dragon race. However, the young ruler realized that he was not so easy to defeat. And this is another ploy. Once behind them, the dragon declared that the enemy really shouldn't be underestimated. And against him and his race, the wretched men can do nothing, because they are unable to recognize true power. The guards saw dragon scales on the floor and thought it was a clone. Xuan Wu rushed towards him, saying that no one had the right to threaten the queen. She attempted a series of attacks on him, using her huge shields. However, as it turned out, it didn't work. The dragon easily stopped Zuyan's fierce impulse. He literally held back the shield with one finger, stating that they wouldn't have the strength to handle it. Pressing harder, cracks went down the shield. Baigu said it was worth pushing on people's shortcomings. How they are immediately vulnerable, after which they can be destroyed. At this second, the shield disintegrated into small shards, and the dragon began to counterattack Xuan. Having activated his race's strength as well, he was indeed extremely strong. As a result, there was a loud explosion, the shockwave of which flung Xuan away. She lay unconscious on the ground, and her body was mangled. The guards began to realize that the dragon carried a huge threat, because it seemed impossible to kill Xuan Wu so easily. The empress urged everyone to immediately attack the maddened Baigu. The elite troops of the Land of Maidens, lightning swooped down on him from different directions. The dragon, in turn, fearlessly threw himself into the slaughter with them. Biding his time, he formed a magic sand in his hand. One of the guards decided to attack first, thus diverting his attention. Baigu activated the dragon flame again, but the girl managed to repel his hand, thus preventing him from being able to get a clean shot off. He was then chained up again, the dragon stating that they still lacked strength. In response to all of the warriors' attempts, Baigu only smiled achidically. At this moment, he was hurriedly attacked from the other side. The warrior let loose a spear at him, which shattered into small pieces, from which he was puzzled, not realizing how he had managed to break the dragon's tooth. Baigu confidently stated that he could not be destroyed by a spear alone, since he is a descendant of the dragon family, and glared menacingly at the guard, who seemed hypnotized by him and couldn't move. The others began to shout out to the green dragon that she shouldn't be afraid of him. Chie said that she had already locked his spiritual power, and it was worth proceeding, urging Baiga not to cross the chains because his energy would go to her. Dragon's implication is that it's a pretty good idea, but they don't realize where it's going to lead. He put his hand out in front of him, then clenched it sharply into a fist. At this time, Ju's heart suddenly clenched, cutting off her breath. Baigu muttered that his power would cause her body to reject it. In the aftermath, Kie suddenly collapsed unconscious on the ground. The concerned warrior asked what had happened to her. When she realized that Ju was dead too, she became furious, whereupon pounced upon the distraught son of the Dragon King. There was no way the green serpent could come to her senses while under his hypnosis. Baigu said that they were to blame for their own troubles, and if they had just given the treasure away, no one would have been hurt. After which he dodged the attack and dealt a fatal blow to the warrior. The girl died on the spot before she could do anything about it. The dragon stated that they would all die as they were too weak. He smiled as he stood over the breathless body of the warrior. The green dragon under hypnosis was no longer a threat. In this way, Baigu killed all of the empress's subordinates. A multitude of bloody bodies filled the young queen's chambers. The queen looked back at them, realizing how strong an opponent he was. Baigu defiantly approached the ruler and again demanded that she give him the treasure, adding that if not, she will join her charges. The ruler muttered that she was ashamed of herself, for she had allowed the uncleanness to sneak into the palace. And even if she dies today, he still won't achieve his goal. She still tried to counteract the fourth son of the Dragon Emperor. Taking the staff in her hands, the lordess resorted to her ability to set up a protective barrier. A magical mist enveloped her at the same hour. Baigu in turn applied the dragon seal. As a result, a huge serpent met the sacred barrier of the state. The queen was under a large dome, a magical shield. The dragon embraced her orb and began to squeeze, trying to break the barrier. The empress realized that she could not hold back his onslaught for long, because the dragon's power was beyond anything I could have imagined. All she had to do was hold out until the main character arrived. Baigu said that since she resisted and did not want to obey him, he would take away her spiritual power, after which activated the dragon gathering ability by clenching his palm into a fist. The huge serpent opened its mouth to devour the queen. The fearless ruler, however, had very different plans. She declared that he would not receive a drop of her spiritual energy, then hurriedly applied her ability, the Holy Maiden's Ban. At this moment, a sudden beam of fire pierced the dragon. Baigu couldn't understand what had happened, and started looking around. The empress enthusiastically shouted out the young master's name, who had rushed to her aid and was already resisting the dragon. The young queen of the Land of Maidens was genuinely pleased at his appearance. Chen turned to her and with a smile said he would save her, of which the queen had no doubt, for she believed in the prophecy. Shuo said that it was humiliating on Baigu's part to attack the girl child's country, and urged him to fight the man, saying that henceforth he was his enemy. The surprised dragon asked what in the land of maidens this guy was doing. After that, he began to actively use his abilities. His hurricane attacks, in conjunction with the dragon seal, flew towards Chen. The cocky protagonist rushed to confront him, beginning to chop with his mighty blade an enormous-sized vortex, then activated the red cloud to speed up the process, and came close to destroying the hurricane with a celestial strike. The cloud literally began to eat away at the whirlwind arrogant dragon. The young wizard had picked up on the fact that he wasn't really as strong as he thought he was. The empress saw Baigu attempt to attack Chen from the side and urged him to turn around. The dragon was cunning, and the hurricane was only a distraction, which, in the next second, Shuo thought about. But Baigu was already too close, and once again he used his beaten technique in the form of the dragon seal, as well as the Six Claws ability, which greatly increased his damage. The protagonist defended himself with his sword, holding off Baigu's attack. The ground beneath his feet crackled, the dragon sensing that Chung would have a hard time holding back his onslaught. In response, the young master said that he was on the contrary helped by his blows, because with the help of them he would become stronger. Suddenly Shuo's eyes blazed with fire. As a result, he easily tossed the cocky Baiga aside. The dragon hurriedly formed the energy in his hands. The protagonist was well aware of how devious he was. He said he couldn't cope with his incredible attack speed. Chen immediately attacked Baigu, thus not giving him the opportunity to do so first. In the aftermath, dealt him a crushing blow and sealed him in a red cloud. The worried ruler ran up to Shuo, inquiring if he was all right. The master stated that he was fine and could easily handle this dragon, in which it is worth noting he was wrong. The empress urged him to be careful. Then she discovered in the dissipating fog a strange thing, and told the main character about it. They couldn't figure out what it was. More importantly, how was Baigu able to survive, as Chen held his strongest hold? The fog finally cleared, and a huge golden dome stood before them. Shuo began to slowly approach him. The kupal began to rise into the air, underneath which was the Dragon King's son, completely unharmed. He thanked him for teaching him the Red Cloud's new skill, for it made him perceive people differently. The protagonist realized that this opponent was much stronger than those he had met before, and urged the queen to leave. Chen said he would deal with Baigu and she should find a safe place. Dragon asked if the Scorpion Queen was the one he was referring to when he spoke of previous rivals, since he had heard that she had been subjugated by one of the deities, and naturally not without Shuo's help. He smiled eagerly and asked who the young master had called for help this time. As it turned out, they were actually at one with the Scorpion. A moment later, there was an explosion that threw Chen aside. In doing so, while inflicting significant damage on him, Shuo didn't even have time to dodge, and he didn't understand what kind of lightning-fast technique Baigu possessed. He called for the master to hear the dragon's voice, whereupon the dome rose into the heights. Then there was another explosion. The protagonist again did not have time to react. As a result, ended up on the floor in a horizontal position. Baigu defiantly headed towards the weakened Chen Shuo, stating that they went to this war in defense of something important to them. But he can't understand it because he's too weak and stupid. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor looked pitifully at the defeated master, then set out to find the young ruler of the Land of Maidens. But the protagonist stated that Baigu is overconfident. He started trying to get up, saying that you don't have to kill people to protect something of your own. The dragon in turn was impressed by Chen's courage and bravery. Shuo didn't know what exactly the distraught Baigu was defending so fiercely, and stated that he would only leave this room over his dead body. The self-righteous son of the king thought of the weak not knowing how to defend it, for their lives are full of violence. At this moment, the young master, out of his last strength, rushed towards Baigu. The protagonist never gave up hope of killing him and struck hard. However, the dragon managed to dodge his attacks, Chen trying to prevent him from resorting to his skills. As a result of constantly attacking, Baigu didn't understand how with such an injury, he could still move fast. And to apply the sonic blast, he needed to increase the distance, what Shuo didn't let him do. Suddenly, the dragon activated the hourglass. The young master instantly used an evasion spell, realizing that he needed to destroy the golden dome. Baigu, in turn, was unable to get the distance he needed. To utilize the sonic blast, Chen, meanwhile, activated the heavy punch of the red cloud, which came exactly into the golden dragon dome that was his main aid. In the aftermath, there was a large explosion, with Shuo being thrown aside by the shockwave. The already weakened protagonist once again found himself on the ground. Even while writhing in savage pain, he never for a moment considered giving up. Suddenly, he heard Baigu's sarcastic voice saying that his attempts were futile. The bloodied son of the dragon ruler emerged from the mist of dust, stating that no one had ever dared to injure him and Chen had succeeded. Seeing the dragon's pitiful condition, Shuo hurriedly got up to finish it off. Baigu nervously shouted out why he was still resisting. The protagonist uttered, unbeknownst to him, exactly what he is trying to save. But a true protector will not rob others to protect his own, adding that absolutely any burglar is bound to lose everything. And most importantly, his life. Baigu laughed loudly in response, losing all vigilance in the process. But Chen seemed no longer able to act so quickly. He confidently mouthed that in the end people like him are left with nothing. The dragon answered him that it was the Celestials who had stolen his people and power over the territories. And his cowardly father has become a vassal of these Celestials, and the only way to protect his men, it is the destruction of the current world order. And so he is willing to do anything. Bingu held onto his mangled arm as he suddenly ripped it off. The main character was shocked and didn't understand how this was possible. For he began to grow a new arm. The dragon stated that the Lord of the Unclean had promised him to destroy the Celestials, while the dragons have grown weak, and he is glad for the awakening of the unholy, because the king has granted him incredible power with which he will achieve his goal. Bingu pointed out the extremely strong and stubborn Chen, saying that he should understand one thing, namely that for the moment it surpasses him in power and might. After that, he began to twist his golden dome in his hand again. Dragon said that he's driven mad by people like Shuo. He hurriedly showed the young stubborn master the real power, which the king of the unclean had bestowed upon him. Bingu's clothes began to tear. In a few seconds, he literally turned into a demon. The protagonist was well aware that his only chance. This is the use of a magic pill. Chen looked at the capsule in his hand. And I remembered the moment I wanted to trade her out of the system. Who said that by taking the pill, Shuo would gain the power of the Celestials, but the side effect would affect his rebirth. The young master wondered what the system meant. She urged him to just be careful. Since the protagonist didn't have time to think, he took the capsule immediately and waited for the effect. The pill was quite nasty, which made it difficult for him to swallow it right away. After a short period of time, something unpredictable happened. Chen opened his eyes and saw a cloudy lake in front of him, in the middle of which he stood. Finding himself completely perplexed, Shuo turned his attention to the wounds that had healed. The pain in turn similarly disappeared, at which point a child's voice called out to him. The surprised young master turned around and saw the boy, who called himself Bacon and claimed he wanted to talk to him. With that, he had a cigarette in his teeth. Perplexed, Chen asked what kind of deity he was. The young man stated that he was the author of the piece and wanted to discuss its ending. Because he doesn't know how to end this narrative, he won't be able to influence Shuo's fate in the future. The master's point is that the story is already ending, and he still hasn't had time to confess his feelings to the queen. And now, he almost died at the hands of his worst enemy. The boy replied that he wouldn't die because he was the main character, but it wouldn't be possible to defeat Baiga in the same way. The guy began to recount further events to Chen, saying that everything would be fine. However, he himself no longer has the energy or ideas to finish this adventure, and he worked so hard to write a masterpiece. And most importantly, he didn't do it to make money. The young man said that in this piece, he had given Shuo's soul, even though he had not succeeded in everything he had planned. The boy was extremely saddened. The master decided to cheer him up, saying that if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't exist with all the wonderful events. After all, in this world he made new friends and eventually met the empress. And even though the ending won't be perfect, the entire journey was not traveled for nothing. The main character thanked all those who read the story. She and the young man continued to admire the beautiful clouds in the sky. The guy was finishing his cigarette and said he'd make a present for Chung, granting him divine power for the rest of his life, which might kill him, but the assistant won't let that happen. The young master thought the boy was talking about the system, after which the author stated that the rest of the way, he must go himself. Then he disappeared. A moment later, a certain beam rushed into the protagonist's head. Shuo noticed that the author was extremely indifferent, and he never had time to ask his questions. Suddenly, his heartbeat increased. There was a piercing sound in his ears. Chen's eyes gradually poured blood. His blood vessels began to burst. The young master started screaming loudly and grabbing his head in wild pain. This state lasted for a few more seconds, then everything stopped abruptly. Shuo distantly heard the voice of the empress asking him to wake up. Opening his eyes, the protagonist saw a worried queen, and behind her, Baiga. He moved extremely fast, intending to destroy them. However, Chen still managed to grab the ruler and jump aside. Thus they found themselves behind the enraged dragon. Shuo held the queen in his arms and said he had a dream, in which he met the deity, and he said that the master would not defeat Baiga. But in any case, it's better to stash the treasure, somewhere more secure, and he could handle the rest on his own. The queen said she would stay with him and fight as well. Chen assured her that she was an empress, and therefore obliged to guard the treasure, adding that he would survive as the deity had told him so. In addition, the main character from now on was not an ordinary person, which meant he would definitely stay alive. He picked up his blade and headed towards Beg, who, in turn, was looking forward to this meeting. The confident dragon declared that there was no stopping him, not even with this pill, intending to show Shuo how insignificant humans really are. The young master urged him to quickly show his true power. After that, he began to cast a lightning spell, putting his hand forward, causing thunderous sparks to be directed at Baiga, then used his ability, the red cloud. The protagonist pointed his spear at the ground, the floor trembling beneath his feet. In the aftermath, a huge chunk of stone rose to the heights, Chen noticed the increased power of all his spells, and summoned the arrogant dragon to behold his new power, after which Shuo pointed a large stone towards Baigu. He himself flew after it, thus taking cover behind it from attacks. Watching what was happening, the dragon was not impressed, saying it's all useless, plus the lightning spell doesn't hurt him, because dragons from childhood could summon lightning from the heavens. However, these were not ordinary thunderstorms, but fiery thunderstorms, something Baigu hadn't considered. A moment later, there was an explosion that never did enough damage to him. But slowing his movements considerably, the dragon smiled, stating that the protagonist can't do anything to him anyway, and instantly resorted to the ability Sonic Blast, with the help of its main attribute, in the form of a golden dome. At the same time, Baigu noticed that Chen had become much stronger. Shuo Stone was unable to ignore the dragon's skills and deal damage to it, but the young master himself was already at his back and pierced Baigu with his spear. What he in no way expected, meanwhile, the queen came to her mother. She hurriedly reported that the Lord of Uncleanness had already entered the land of maidens. The elder empress asked her to come closer. The mother stated he was supposed to show up, but she didn't think it would happen this fast. The king of the undead wants to break the spell using their treasure, but he doesn't know it's not in the palace. After all, when Beefin got her hands on this treasure, she hid it in the mountains. The young ruler assumed it was about the mountains of mother and child. The first empress said she did not know the exact location of his location, nor did her predecessors. But she has inherited a feather, which is the key to the treasure. She handed it to her daughter, saying that it was her duty to save the people of the virgin country, and would go to the mountains. The queen was shocked to realize her mother wasn't going to go with her. The old lady said she had another important thing to do. The queen could not hold back her tears. Her mother gently stroked her silky hair and declared that the people needed her. Therefore, she should waste no time and set off immediately. In order to have time to help Xiliang's men, the young ruler couldn't believe what was happening. She looked sadly after her mother, who had gone to the tomb. The old woman thought that if the man from the prophecy had arrived in their world, then it was the will of the gods. The empress informed the Baifan ancestors that the king of the unclean has invaded Xiliang. As such, she is willing to sacrifice herself to open the seal of the country's defense. She truly believed that the ancestor's soul would save Xilian. The old woman touched the statue, a majestic bird. This opened the seal of protection, but in doing so, it was literally covered in stone. The palace was suddenly enveloped by magical armor, at the cost of the first empress's life. Fanlin saw the defense and knew they'd have to move faster. Huang didn't know if the third sister had time to carry the spiritual pearl. However, he needed to break away from Malva and Hua first. Suddenly, he started to get covered in golden sand. Malva and Yin wanted to stop him. Fanlin decided to spend half of his mana to escape. Applying the sand bifurcation technique, Huang began to disappear. Malva asked Hua in activating the water ability. Wanting to use her hurricane herself, Hua resorted to the technique of applying water. In the aftermath, a water vortex headed towards Fenglin, which played to his advantage, since he was going to create a protective shell. Combining in the same way in Sand Beehive a moment later, the hurricane struck Huang's shell. As a result of the explosion, a huge number of sand wasps flew out. Yin Lightning quickly activated the water barrier. This way the wasps couldn't harm them. Fenglin himself immediately went to the place his master had told him about. Turning into a wasp, Huang easily evaded Malva and Hua. This place happened to be a tree in the southwest part of town, so it was easy to find. Fenglin assumed his true appearance and walked closer to the tree. Looking around carefully, Huan made sure no one was following him. After that, he needed to place the spiritual pearl at the roots. He began to invoke the earth spirit, leaning his palm against the ground. Meanwhile, alarms were sounded throughout the city and asked to follow the guards. People began to discuss what had happened, saying that the Queen's elite troops had fallen to the enemy, and they should hurry. After all, there was even an activation, the country's protective barrier, at this time in the lake that was near the mountains. A three-headed serpent swam carelessly, she lamented to the Queen, because of which she had lost 500 years of cultivation and wanted revenge. Seeing no guards in the city, she realized that the master was already in place, which means it's time for her to do her part in the impending chaos. She released the earth spirit, thinking she would soon gain the promised power. At that moment, her three-headed serpent swam out of the lake. The sinister maiden ordered him to go to the Lord and open the seal of the gathering of souls. At this time, the protagonist continued to hold back Beigu's attacks. He in turn stated that to defend his people, it was the right choice. Instead of obeying the heavenly council, he is going to destroy soon. The dragon said he couldn't kill him, even with divine power, then destroyed the spear. As a result, it shattered into small shards. Chen didn't expect such a thing, not realizing how the red cloud spear had broken so easily. The system reported that the spear only shows its true power once it has been destroyed. After noticing that Bacon had transferred quite a lot of spiritual energy to Shuo, while the protagonist was having a fascinating conversation with the system, he missed a punch from Baigu, who was outraged that the young master was underestimating him, after which he rushed at Chen again with a series of attacks, applying this time the claws of the ferocious dragon, which caused not a small amount of damage to him. Shuo once again assumed a horizontal position on the ground. He hurriedly informed the dragon that he had a system he would use to kill it. All this time she had been giving tasks to the young master, but now the opposite would happen. The protagonist ordered the system to destroy the son of the Dragon King. Turning into a small person, she stated that she would gladly fulfill his request. The talking system first called out its name, Daoban, and gave Cheng the cloak of a great sage. This cloak, once upon a time, belonged to the king of the apes himself. As Shuo also happened to have a magical monkey cloud, he picked up a stick and headed towards Baigu. Thus the complete kit was successfully assembled. The dragon in turn couldn't understand where he got these things from, asking who he was. The young master replied that it didn't matter anymore because he would kill him. The main character immediately rushed over towards the fourth son of the dragon, stating that Baigu protects his men and Chen protects his men, and since he's protecting and killing other people, he can't be left alive. After which, Shuo delivered a crushing blow with his new weapon. Baigu asked if he thought killing his men was a fair solution. Literally a second later, the young master threw the dragon son outside the palace, accusing him of picking the wrong patron and being extremely unlucky to meet Chen. Then once again carried out his lightning attacks. Baigu seemed unable to do anything. After sealing the dragon into the ground, the protagonist still noted its resilience. Shuo determined to knock out all the power of rebirth from the weakened Baigu. The master hurriedly lifted the shards, spears of red cloud, into the air, and mouthed that thanks to him he understood how to use this weapon. A moment later he released sharp shards of red cloud into Baiga. The dragon leader's son in turn couldn't move. He could only watch as the red cloud particles slammed into him. The protagonist never stopped attacking the half-dead Baigu. Each time it does more and more significant and tangible damage. Another attack flew at the son of the dragon, but his allies rushed up to him. Fenglin managed to stop Chen's strike, shouting to his master that they would help him, after which a huge sweat of endless magic rained down on Shuo. The three-headed serpent helped beg, not understanding how he could have been injured at all. The dragon stated that he was unaware of the existence of a divine warrior in the land of Divas. The young master was surprised to see the green serpent, thinking he had killed her clone last time. The three-headed dragon declared she would take revenge on him for robbing her of her heart. The confident protagonist urged her not to waste her time, but to prepare for the slaughter, after which conducted a lightning attack with his stick, increasing its size beforehand, so that with one blow you can damage everyone at the same time. However, after cutting a crater in the ground, Chen saw some kind of signs. He didn't have a good feeling, and from the direction of the palace, a negative aura was pulling at him. At this moment, dead people began to rise from the ground near the palace. A huge monster suddenly appeared and tried to break the barrier.